All right, welcome everyone. Welcome to Turd Flinging Monkey Show. I'm your host, Turd Flinging Monkey. We got three people on tap. We got Thunder Warrior, we got Voodoo, and we got Shogun. How you guys doing?
Doing pretty well.
Living the dream.
All right.
Yeah, I exist.
God, such a downer. You really are the black pill of the show.
Figuratively and literally.
Yes. Oh, I want to. I'm going to talk about that, but let me do the sponsors real quick. All right, our sponsors are the Dollhouse, purveyor of waifus and waifu accessories; MetWeb, which is AMR, his VPN and his web hosting services. So if you need a website instead of using GoDaddy or one of these other like web hosting platforms, AMR can hook you up with MetWeb. Very cheap rates. In fact, if you want a developer package, you can use code Happy Monkey, all caps, one word. It'll lower it from $100 to $69. He has excellent customer support. He has like a whole team. He's like a legit businessman. He's not just like running this shit out of his basement or anything. He's like a legit businessman. But his VPN service is great. It's the cheapest premium VPN out there, and he's hardly making any money on it. He just knows like this community is subject to cyber attacks and bullshit. In fact, MigTV was attacked over like the other day. It's endless. So I mean, he's very well aware that people in this community get targeted, and you need to use a VPN. And, you know, most VPNs, they come in two flavors, dog shit or expensive. So AMR stepped up and he's like, you know what? You guys need a VPN? I got you. So there you go. So check it out. And if it's $5 a month. If you sign up for a month just to check the speeds and you find out, oh, wow, this is a really good VPN, which it is, by the way. Then what you can do is you can sign up for a larger package for a discount, and go like with an annual package or a 6-month package or something. You'll get prorated for the $5. So it's not like you wasted $5. That $5 will go towards the whatever package you upgrade to, and you don't have to wait till the end of the month. Anyway, so that's a MetWeb. Then we got Lucas the Mucus, The Meaning of Life. It's my latest book available on Amazon. It's a kid's book. It's like a little golden book. It's not. We're not going to... So, Shadowbear Comics did get back to me about the price for... He actually found a printer which can actually publish it as a little golden book. But I would have to buy like 1,000 of them for like $20 each. And I'm like, I don't even think I could sell 1,000 like at all. And that would be so much money. I'd have to sell and $20 for a little golden book is kind of expensive. I mean, they're like $10 at the store. So it's not going to be a little golden book. I wrote it in the style of a little golden book, but it's not actually going to be a golden book. So it's going to be a comic book. We're going to print it as a comic book. So it's going to have like, your basic comic book, print. That way it doesn't cost $20 goddamn dollars to print. And I don't have to buy 1,000 of them to like maybe sell a couple hundred, and then have boxes and boxes of unsold children's books that I've just lost money on. Like that's no, miss me with that shit. So, that's what's going on with Lucas the Mucus. Okay, so quick note. This is like a very, very small note. So just. Some people like it when I talk about the markets. Some people are annoyed when I talk about the markets. I just want to say one thing. All right. The stock market is hitting all-time highs. Crypto is doing very well. And people are like, oh, TFM, what are you going to make you're wrong? I am not wrong, by the way. But here's the thing. This year, the fundamentals clearly don't matter. Let me just give you a quick rundown. Interest rates are over 5%. We are in the middle of we're at the beginning. Well, technically, depending on how you want to count it. The commercial banking crisis never stopped. It's now reigniting due to commercial real estate. All the commercial real estate loans have to be refinanced. Because you can't get a 30-year loan on an office building. They have to be refinanced every couple of years. So a lot of these commercial real estate loans that were made in like 2020 and 2021... they have to be refinanced this year. And interest rates are obviously not 0% anymore. So a lot of these vacant properties are worthless. And all these regional banks are getting in a lot of trouble. So we have interest rates over 5%. We have a reignited commercial banking crisis. We have energy markets going up because the Houthis aren't stopping. The war in the Middle East is escalating. People got to go around like the Horn of Africa rather than going through the Red Sea. So yeah, there's literally no reason for stocks to be at all-time highs at all. Oh, and the Fed said they're not lowering rates. That was the big one. Like, oh, the Fed's going to lower rates because the unemployment and whatever. Except they just had a stellar jobs numbers. Now, I think the job numbers are cooked because we just had massive layoffs. Very well, like, public massive layoffs in a lot of these tech companies. And then the government reports this excellent job creation number. So as all these companies were shedding thousands of workers, the economy exploded. It's like, where did the economy explode? So anyway, my point is this. Originally, tech was blowing up because of the expectation of interest rate cuts in March. And now the Fed is saying there will not be interest rate cuts in March. In fact, because of energy markets, they might have to raise rates again. Now, this would normally, under any other circumstances, send the markets into a tailspin, since they're literally being propped up solely on the promise of lower interest rates. And now with higher for longer, they're still going up for no reason at all. And so before you slide into my DMs to gloat about how excellent your Bitcoin is doing and your tech stock is doing, how I don't know what I'm talking about, I want you to understand one very clear thing. The only reason why this is happening is because it's an election year. And you're not making money in tech stock and crypto. You're making money betting on the government holding this Jenga tower up for another year. That's what you're betting on. Now, you may not realize that's what you're betting on, but I promise you that's what you're betting on. You're betting on the United States government holding this Jenga tower upright throughout 2024. Because nothing else is holding this Jenga tower up other than the government. The labor numbers are bullshit. The fucking inflation numbers are bullshit. The GDP numbers are literally propped up by government spending and only government spending. It's the government keeping GDP positive and keeping us out of recession. It's the government cooking the numbers on inflation. It's the government cooking the numbers on energy. It's hilarious. And I've shown all my receipts. If you followed the Monkey's Market Minute, you already know this. So yeah, I'm excited for you. I'm glad that your tech stock and your crypto are doing excellent. I wish you all the best. But again, I want you to understand you are betting on the government, whether you realize it or not. That's what you're betting on. If Donald Trump were president, we would have been in a recession last year. So, but because a Democrat is president, especially a corrupt Democrat, that's why everything is being kept afloat. And look, maybe they get away with it. Maybe 2024 is going to be another repeat of 2023 with nothing but manipulated statistics and bullshit and new all-time highs as far as the eye can see. And then only in 2025 does it explode. Maybe. How much do you want to bet on that, though? How much of your life savings are you going to bet on the Biden administration holding this Jenga tower upright for another year? Especially when you could get about 5% risk-free in cash. Just put your money in cash. You're making 5% risk-free. You literally can't lose. Yeah, are you losing money to inflation? Yes, obviously you're losing money to inflation. But with nothing propping this market up other than government bullshit, do you want to bet your money on the government getting away with it for another year? Especially when things aren't going their way. Now, is this the year BRICS and Russia and China and Iran do something? Maybe. That's a question you have to ask yourself. What are the odds BRICS, Russia, China, and Iran, etc., do something this year? Whatever those odds are in your head, that's the odds that this whole house of cards falls down. And when the government fails and all this fucking shit blows up, it's going to take everything with it. We're gonna have a debt crisis, a currency crisis, a bond crisis, all at the same time. Probably an energy crisis too, because all that bullshit about record-breaking production and we have so much supply, that was all a lie. All a lie. Price controls have never and will never increase production. Duh. But it's whatever. Again, I'm very excited for you. You should be excited. I mean, you're like in the casino. You're letting it ride. I mean, it's very exciting. But just understand, you're taking horrible risk, and you're betting on Joe Biden and his Jew handlers holding this fucking Jenga tower upright for another year. That's the bet you're making. But I said either weeks ago, or it might have been at the beginning of the year or late last year, we're heading into an election year. Barring a black swan event, 2024 is just going to be a repeat of 2023. With suppressed inflation, cooked numbers, bullshit and manipulation. But, tech did excellent in 2023. Despite all expectations, tech soared, paradoxically. And that looks like it's going to keep happening through 2024 unless something happens and the government loses control for some reason. I
smell BS because tech is laying off even now.
I know.
I mean, they're cutting to the bone.
I know, but their stock price keep going up. That's all that matters. See, normies don't care about how anything works in reality. They just look at the charts and they chase momentum. So when something goes up and it beats its like 30-day moving average and it's got the the carrot and this all that's all they care about. That's all they care about. So the charts look good, they buy. The charts look bad, they sell. The fact that these tech stocks are laying off workers and they just also, these companies just published their quarterly earnings. Sales are down. They're publishing negative forward guidance saying that sales are going to be down for the rest of the year because the customer is tapped out because of inflation. This is not an environment conducive to tech hitting all-time highs. But with the bond market dog shit, with commodities manipulated, where else do you go? But again, this market is really fucking manipulated, and that's fine. If you want to play that game, just understand you're betting on the government, whether you realize it or not. You're not betting on the strength of Tesla or Apple or Bitcoin. You're betting on the government keeping this Jenga tower upright. And there's a lot of shit happening all over the world that could easily topple this Jenga tower. And when this Jenga tower falls, it's taken the stock market, the debt market. Everything's going to go fucking down. Now, I don't recommend investing in like futures because they're going to cancel the contracts because of systemic risk. You can't win. The government's cheating. You can't win. So you can bet with the government. You can bet against the government, but you really can't win if you bet against the government. So it's fucked. Anyway, yeah. But just as reason why I'm bringing this up is if you start like gloating to me about how good your Bitcoin is doing, I'm just going to block you. You don't pay me enough. I'm not dealing with your bullshit. Be gone. So anyway, that's all I have to say about that. Oh, what's up, HD?
Good evening, everyone. Happy Chinese New Year or Lunar New Year in other Asian countries.
Yeah, I've always heard it's Chinese New Year. I mean, I guess people are like, I guess it's celebrated by more than just China, but I've always heard it.
There's other Asian countries celebrate: Korea, Japan, Vietnam. But of course, it's first known as most popularly known as Chinese New Year to the West because China was a big culture that brought it over. But nowadays, unfortunately, there are some people who stupidly use political correctness for Lunar New Year with agenda like that. And then says that calling Chinese New Year is disrespecting other Asian countries. Though I don't really see other Asian care about it all that much because it is the biggest in China and that's the first culture that brought it over to the West.
Yeah, well, it's like we call it Chinese. Basically, we call all Asian food Chinese food unless it's sushi or hibachi or something like explicitly Japanese. Like if you make a rice dish, we're just going to assume it's Chinese. It could be Korean, it could be Laotian, it could be whatever. We're just going to assume it's Chinese.
Right, stir-fried vegetable and meat of various kind, either with rice. That's common in most Eastern or Southeast Asian countries.
Right, but we're lazy. It's the American way to just make broad generalizations, and if they offend, like think about this. we insisted on calling Native Americans Indians because Christopher Columbus was trying to find. He didn't know there was a continent there. He was trying to find like a way to go around the earth and go to India. And we made the name stick. We're like, no, you're Indians. Like, but we're not in. This isn't India. Shut up. This is India. That
right?
is
All because he saw he already went over the entire globe and reached India when he first debarked on North America.
Yeah, that's a level of stubbornness and just like completely. I don't give a shit what you call yourselves. You're Indian now, and you know what? We made that stick. I mean, the whole calling them Native Americans that was within my lifetime. Everyone called them Indians until like I don't know the 80s and 90s. Like, oh, maybe we should call them Native Americans. It's like,
Yep, you know what's
what?
funny about this? It even carried over to certain other cultures' languages, like in Chinese, right? In Chinese, India it's called Yindu, and then Indian people are Induren. They just add the people behind whatever country when addressing any country's people. But then because the Americans called the Native Americans Indians at the time when it first brought over, now it's being basically said in Chinese and called Native American Indian, just a transliteration of Indian people.
Yeah. Well,
While actual Indians maintain the original Chinese for India, or Indu.
It's kind of like the Philippines being called after like the Spanish king, King Philip.
Yeah, well, but it's one thing if you're conquered. Like India didn't conquer America and call them Indians. That's just what the basically the Spanish, just out of stubbornness and refusal to acknowledge their actual name, called them. You gotta appreciate just like the sheer delusion of just insisting that you're not wrong and just to keep calling these people Indian until it sticks.
There was just too many tribes to remember.
Well, I mean, like, we did the same with Aboriginals, right? Like, we call them, like, Abos, right? But they're not native to Australia, right? They didn't, like, come... They came
Didn't
here.
Didn't they? Well, what
didn't evolve here.
Yes, they did. Like, what do you think? How do you think evolution works? Humans
I'm saying...
They spread out. The Abos like clearly evolved in Australia. They wouldn't have survived anywhere else. So yes, they are very native.
I'm saying they migrated here.
Every human group in existence migrated wherever they settled from, wherever they came from. That's a fact. Like, of course. But I think, what do you think native means? Native means you're from there. Like, they were there for thousands of years. Yeah, they migrated there. Like, the Native Americans are technically Asian. They crossed the land bridge during the Ice Age and from Asia to America. They migrated from Asia, but they're still Native American. They didn't, like, pop out of the ground like dwarves. They're not gnomes.
Yeah, not that important, really. We don't need to get too into.
Anyway, okay. Oh, but speaking of playful racism, so I was talking to somebody. I was talking to somebody about how I hate Black History Month, and they asked me why. And the reason, so here's why Black History Month is stupid. If there are great men, regardless of race, and they have a holiday named after them, and then that holiday is significant enough to be celebrated, then so be it. So you have people, like St. Nicholas Day got combined with a bunch of holidays into Christmas. But you have like the whole idea of Santa Claus comes from St. Nicholas, who's like a real guy. He was a real guy that did stuff, and they named a holiday after him, and it was really popular, and it got...
Patron saint of prostitutes.
Well, yeah, I'm not getting into that. Well, but, he brought up St. Patrick's Day is like an Irish thing. It's like, yeah, but St. Patrick isn't Ireland. He's not Irish people. He's one guy. St. Patrick was a guy who drove the snakes out of Ireland, and Irish people really appreciated that. And so they celebrated his holiday, and there you go. And it's associated with like leprechauns and green beer and getting drunk. Most holidays are associated with getting drunk, by the way. My point is, though, is holidays about one guy that did something really cool are fine. I'm fine with celebrating great people who do great things and are worthy of recognition. Black History Month isn't celebrating great men that did great things. You're celebrating a race.
And it's just virtual signaling for any month or day for demographic. Like in June with the entire month.
It's worse than that. It's worse. It's not about virtue signaling. Yes, it is virtue signaling. It's basically appeasement, because I remember in the 90s. Well, no, this was like because Washington Day and Lincoln Day used to be separate holidays, and then they combined them into President's Day, so that Martin Luther King could have a day, because the NBA was boycotting until they got their Martin Luther King Day. And here's the problem with that. So Martin Luther King, what did he do? He gave a speech, and he was a civil rights leader in the 60s. Is that important? Sure. Does he deserve a holiday? Maybe. The problem is we have a lot of holidays, and so you chose okay, let's drop Abraham Lincoln, the guy who freed the slaves, versus a guy who gave a speech because this guy is white. This guy, and I don't even like Abraham Lincoln. That's kind of fucked up, though, that you took the guy's holiday who freed you from slavery, so that Martin Luther King could have a holiday when he gave a speech, and he organized some marches, which is really no more significant than Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson. Like, if Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson were alive in the 60s, they could have easily done what Martin Luther King did. It's just like that he's like the figure that everybody holds out. Like, but here's my bigger point. Black History Month isn't about celebrating any particular great black man, because if you talk about, think about the black people that get trotted out. You talk about Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King and the guy who invented peanut butter, and that's it. Name all the great black people. What did they do? Wouldn't get off the bus. No. Wouldn't gave a speech. Invented peanut butter.
Invented radio.
All right, now I'm going to push back a little.
Okay, I know you are. Okay, let's push back. Push back, please.
Okay, now just a little bit, because I'm not saying you're entirely wrong. Now, I remember when I was a kid. Now, mostly started at age 8, because that wasn't until around the time where I actually started living around more black people. Whereas before, I didn't even know what Black history was, because, it was a mostly white area, and nobody really cared about race. Race never even came up as a conversation before age 8. So I remember, when I was a kid in church, we celebrated Black History Month. But it wasn't all about Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks, refused to give up her seat on the bus. We actually were often required to, research inventors or other people in history, Dr. Daniel Hale Williams, who, and correct me if I'm wrong, had did the first open heart surgery or something like that. Learn about Crispus Attucks,
right,
the Minutemen,
right,
and so forth.
None of that shit matters. Here's the thing.
It doesn't matter, but here's the point.
The point is you're celebrating them because they're black, not because they were great, because they're not great. There are tens of thousands of inventors who invented things way better than peanut butter, or he's the first guy that did this, or the first black man to do this. Who gives a shit? That's not deserving of a holiday. Did he found a nation? Did he build a great civilization? No! That's why nobody builds statues and has holidays over the guy who invented peanut butter, or the guy who performed the first open heart surgery in the state of Georgia, or, whatever. Yes, no one cares.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
I know that's not the... I know that's not the point. Okay, make your point.
Now, the point I was making, and this is what Black History Month was celebrated, at least in the church and the community that I was in at the time, was not oh, look, a black person did this, so yeah, therefore we're special and so on and so on. Yeah, we celebrated it because the adults wanted to teach us that if we actually applied ourselves and put our mind to something, that we could be achievers also, and we didn't have to be stuck in the ghetto. We didn't have to adhere to stereotypes and so forth. It was mainly about, you see, these people applied themselves. So therefore, maybe you can apply yourself, and that you can rise above, and that you don't have to be a slave, a welfare sponge, and so forth. It was mostly to encourage us young folks.
Yeah,
It's
Now,
basically just
I agree with everything else.
long-winded
It's-
motivation.
it's
because black people constantly need.
it's retarded.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. So,
Motivation thing.
all right. Here's the problem is you're not celebrating. You have this blanket of, oh, you're going to learn about this guy who performed this very minor thing or who invented this very minor thing that's otherwise insignificant, and you don't know their birthdays. Like actual great men who have holidays named after them, it's usually their birthday becomes the holiday. But when it's like you're just celebrating black people who did somewhat interesting things, like if you're a black person who did something notable, okay, we're just gonna have this catch-all month where we celebrate all these random black people who aren't noteworthy enough to be given their own day. Except for Bob Marley, we celebrate his birthday because people like to smoke pot. So Bob Marley, and his birthday is not during February. His birthday is in April. And everybody celebrates Bob Marley's birthday, even though he wasn't a civil rights leader. That's how you, like, actually, if you want to honor someone great, you make their birthday a holiday. And like nobody recognizes 420 as an official holiday where everyone holds hands and celebrates the contributions of stoners and Rastafarians. But it's a holiday nevertheless that people recognize and celebrate. So my point is, I hate Black History Month because it's an acknowledgement that black people haven't done anything worthy of celebration. Because if you actually had notable black people who deserved recognition in their own holiday, they would have one. And like the only way Martin Luther King got a holiday is they took away Lincoln's holiday. Which is kind of fucked up because he freed the slaves. Like you owe a lot more to Abraham Lincoln than Martin Luther King. Anyone could have done.
Martin Luther King's speeches were already written anyway, not by him.
But his speeches were already written, and there were a whole bunch of other civil rights leaders that could have filled his shoes. Like if Martin Luther King was never born, there would have been like a half dozen. Again, like if Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton were alive back then and active back then, they could have easily filled the shoes of Martin Luther King. He's kind of interchangeable. He's just the guy who did it's like George Floyd. The Democrats needed something to ignite race riots. So they found this whole George Floyd thing and they poured gasoline on it and they got the race riots they wanted. But if George Floyd didn't overdose on fentanyl and didn't try to steal a banana with counterfeit money, it would have been some other black guy committing a crime and getting killed by police, and that would have been the spark that ignited the race riots of 2020. George Floyd is completely interchangeable and insignificant. And that's the thing. Like, that's why Black History Month sucks. Like, Bob Marley, I have more respect for 420 and Bob Marley being celebrated, his birthday being a holiday, than celebrating fucking the guy who invented peanut butter. And, this guy had the first open heart surgery, and this person didn't get off the bus, and this person gave a speech, and who fucking gives a shit? You're acknowledging these people aren't worthy of remembering outside of some political bullshit holiday. Like, how about black people do something great? That's
also,
people who deserve a holiday.
It also seems like in most recent years, they're kind of running out of any new ideas for virtual signaling. They kind of just backpedal on already existing, established, oppressed demographic and just dishing out more welfare or more help for them, and then make a big announcement on the news, on the legislature, and all that.
And why be great when you have welfare?
And Pride Month is the same thing. Pride Month is another acknowledgement of, gay people didn't do it. I mean, but there were gay people who did stuff, but like it wasn't good stuff. They didn't do it in the name of being gay. There are people who like happened to be gay who were like, Roman emperors or anything, but no one's like, oh wow, you like to get fucked in the ass and you're a Roman emperor? You should be the greatest Roman emperor ever. Like no one cares. It's an acknowledgement of, okay, we need to give you a holiday, but there isn't anybody we can actually celebrate. There's nothing in this community worthy of honoring. So we'll just like celebrate gay history or black history or Native American history or left-handed lesbian midget Eskimo history. But there's no actual lesbian left-handed midget Eskimo accomplishments worthy of celebrating. So we'll just blanket it as a history month. And it's just fucking stupid. And again, I know Bob Marley and Hitler had the same birthday. That's just one of those weird coincidences. But yes, you know, what are you gonna do? You know, Earth Day is Lenin's birthday, and that was on purpose because the environmentalist communists wanted to honor Lenin's birthday, so they called it Earth Day. So fucking, you know, even people who shouldn't be honored have holidays named after them because somebody, you know, whatever. So, like, I'm fine with Martin Luther King Day. I think it's fucked up that you took away Lincoln's Day. But, okay, we have Martin Luther King. That's fine. If there were other great black people worthy of celebration, put them up. Like, hey, we think Malcolm X deserves a holiday. We think Rosa Parks deserves a holiday. And, like, okay, Rosa Parks wouldn't get off the bus. Malcolm X has some cool quotes, but then he kind of sold out later in life. Okay, like, show me your great black figures who did amazing things worthy of commemorating, and we'll give them a holiday. And if you don't have any great figures, well, that's a you problem. The white man isn't keeping you from doing anything. Like, go fucking do something great. Let's start at home. Make your bed. Wash your penis. Turn your community into something.
Have a welfare check and writing the coattails of somebody else in history. And like, oh, we was Kangs and shit. I mean, was Kangs and shit.
I acknowledge, but
Kangs now.
My that's my point. Like, if you think Black History Month is this great thing, if you need someone to like, there are some black people throughout history who weren't criminals and rappers, and they didn't go to jail and have a bunch of bastard kids. Like, you should be like them. You don't need a fucking month to do that. Like, that's called being an adult and not being retarded and being raised semi-right. Like, if you're looking up to thugs and rappers as your inspiration, then, again, that says that just shows that your community and family are shit. And you don't, like, Black History Month is stupid. Like, just celebrate great people. And look, like, St. Patrick. I don't really give a shit about Irish anything, but St. Patrick is a holiday that it was a guy who did something cool, and he had a holiday named after him. Where's, like, how about an African holiday? Like, not fucking Kwanzaa. That does, some fucking commie made that shit up. It's not even a real holiday. An actual African holiday celebrating an African guy, like, basically the African version of St. Patrick. Some great African, some well-respected great African saint. Turn that into a holiday. Why isn't that a thing? I'm positive there was some African saint that isn't a piece of shit, that did something good. And if Africans don't celebrate positive examples throughout history prior to the fucking civil rights era, that's a you problem.
I mean, you could probably find the same from Ethiopia because Christian.
Yeah, and there were the Alexandria Library, and there were a lot of Christian saints from Africa. That's my point. African Americans only care about the civil rights era. Like, it has to, anything beyond that, like, don't want to talk about that. So they're only looking at civil rights and beyond, which is like, it's stupid. That Black History Month is stupid. Find some actual black heroes and celebrate them. Don't celebrate your goddamn skin color, because that's just identity politics. It's not even virtue signaling. It's identity politics. You're celebrating a skin tone. And it just means...
that's what the mainstream government wants.
Well, no, they were rioting for it. It wasn't the government. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
All right, so the thing about black people these days is that one reason why you're not going to find them going to Africa looking for like historical figures, like in Ethiopia, for example, is because there's just no money involved in it. I mean, there's money involved in being a victim here. So that's why they talk about slavery, Jim Crow,
okay,
racism,
Shogun.
George Floyd.
Where's the money in St. Patrick's Day for the Irish? Is the government right? The government isn't virtue signaling to the Irish. St. Patrick's Day was just a celebrated holiday with Irish immigrants, and they celebrated it, and it caught on because there's not a lot going on in March. So they're like, hey, these Irish people seem like they're having a good time. What are you celebrating? St. Patrick's Day? Oh, I want to drink green beer. Tell me more. And St. Patrick's Day was born. It's like how Halloween and Christmas have gone global, and they're mostly like Western inventions. People are like, hey, I want free candy. I'll dress up like a fucking Power Ranger on Halloween. Black people can create a holiday. It could be an African saint. It could be something, but they're like, give us a month where we celebrate the guy who invented peanut butter.
I mean, even if there was a African holiday, they'll fucking cry racism if other groups celebrated it.
Well, here's probably the reason. I already know the reason why. African Americans specifically, not black people, but just African Americans, are ashamed of their African roots. They don't like to acknowledge Africa. They don't like to associate with Africa. So that's like, you see some black people who wear like dashikis and dress like in African garb, but most African Americans, they just it's bad. But that's the thing. It's like how Disney originally wanted to make a black Disney princess, and they had a focus group where they tried to make like an African, like with Mulan, it was like a story from a Chinese fantasy story, and like Pocahontas was an actual real person, an actual Native American. So they're like, hey, let's make an African princess, and it'll be like a black Disney princess, but she'll be black, and it'll be like an African legend. And black people,
African folklore.
Black people fucking hated it. They don't want to be African. That's why with The Princess and the Frog, they took a regular old fairy tale that didn't have black people in it, and they just blackwashed it. That's what African Americans want. They want white stories blackwashed. They don't want African stories. But on the other hand, they went fucking nuts for Black Panther, who's African as hell. It's basically African plus science fiction nonsense. But black people are all about Black Panther.
Right, well,
like
that's
being
fiction
reminded of
and
grass.
super future technology, and makes them a really popular, currently popular franchise. So they would ate that all up.
Also, Black
don't
Panther
like
has
being
its
reminded of
origins in
grass
America.
Right.
Because when they look at Africa, all they see is grass huts, and there's nothing really to be proud of that. And I'm not saying that's all Africa is, but when you think of Africa, that's what you think of: grass huts and people half naked dancing around fires.
Well, again, it's like, I don't know what to say, man, my dude. Like everyone was primitive at some point. It's just most people grew out of it thousands of years ago, and Africans kind of didn't. I don't know,
well, Africa, the continent itself is kind of unique, just geography-wise. Like, the droughts last way longer, so it makes more sense to just be on the move constantly.
Right. Other than North Africa, which basically got conquered and colonized by Mediterranean Europeans, and then later Arabs.
Yeah, I'm talking about like everything south of the Sahara.
Yeah, the shitty parts. It's like the Abos. It's like, yeah, you survived in a harsh environment that nobody wants, and that's the only reason why you haven't been genocided into extinction. If your land was worth a shit and worth conquering, you would all be dead. The only reason...
it wasn't until we got steamboats.
Yeah, that
Africa got conquered.
Yeah, and even then, like, in fact, one of the reasons why Africa is kind of important now is we've reached levels of technology where we need rare earth minerals. And they're very abundant in Africa. But prior to that, like when it was just about gold and oil, there really isn't that much gold and oil in Africa. There's some parts that have lots of gold and oil, but most of Africa is just a shitty desert. But they have rare earth minerals. So now that we need those for like advanced technology, these poor African nations are now worth a shit. It's like in Afghanistan. Prior, like just a couple decades ago, Afghanistan was pitifully poor because it was just fucking steeps. There was nothing could grow on it other than heroin. you couldn't grow crops. The land was dog shit. It was all rocky steeps and cliffs. So, but then they found that, oh, there's like rare earth minerals here that are worth a lot of money. And now China is helping the Taliban develop Afghanistan because they have minerals. They have things that are worth exploiting and trading. But absent the need for rare earth minerals, a lot of these resource poor countries really have nothing to do. And unlike, countries like Singapore, yeah, they don't have any natural resources, but they're centrally located along like a trade spine. So they can make money being a trading hub, even if they have no natural resources to speak of. But, if you're in the middle of bumfuck Africa, no one's going to trade with you. You don't have, you just have nothing worth the shit. And,
Well, it's actually interesting.
Yeah, and
Like, before the Spanish discovered, America, Africa was the main exporter of gold for Europe. That's why when you see on these old European maps, there's this guy sitting on a golden throne in Africa from the kingdom of Mali.
Yeah, Mali. Mali had gold, and there's obviously parts of Africa that are very wealthy. The problem is those places tend to get conquered. That again, so anytime all the good parts of Africa basically got conquered by non-Africans because they had resources worth taking, and the Africans were overwhelmed and driven out. And so they were driven south where there's nothing there. And they just kind of stewed around for a couple thousand years and didn't do much. And then started selling themselves into slavery. Or selling each other, not themselves. But, Africans conquered other Africans and sold them to other places as slaves. And, and here we are.
to this day.
Now, what I think is funny is, this happened recently, last year. They had this thing called what was it called? The Warrior Queen, where they took they tried to make an empowering, she was a queen and she led her people. And in real life, that nation that was depicted in the movie, they enslaved fellow Africans. That was their entire economy, was built on conquest and enslavement.
Right?
Oh, you're talking about the movie called The Woman
Oh,
King?
the woman, whatever. But so that's kind of like what they tried to do with Disney. They tried to make an African princess, except the actual nations of Africa are a bunch of slavers and degenerates, and they just fucking sit around with their loincloths and spears in the 20th century when other people had sailboats and flintlock rifles, and these people are still chucking spears like it's the goddamn Stone Age. So yeah, look, I'm sorry you're ashamed of your history, but I don't know, man. Here's the thing, regardless of whatever, I'm sure there were good Africans. Again, I'm positive. I don't know. I'm not Catholic. I'm positive there are African saints who are very inspirational and worthy of a holiday. I'm sure there's already holidays named after them, but black people don't celebrate them, despite being Christian, even though they're black. Just like St. Patrick's Day. Black people can latch on to some African saint and turn that into a thing, and I would respect that. Because you're not celebrating your skin color, you're celebrating a particular person who happened to be African, who did some really cool shit that's worthy of remembering and honoring.
I mean,
one problem is that most black people, they're mostly Protestant, so they don't really care anything about Catholicism or the Orthodoxy. I mean, they don't even know anything about Ethiopian Orthodoxy most of the time.
Okay,
so that's why.
Even so. So, if this... So let's say some Ethiopian patriarch. I don't know what they kind of shit they do down there. My point is, if there's some African saint, even if he's not recognized in Protestant churches, they're still a Christian. We celebrate Christmas, which is Saint Nicholas Day, despite not being Catholic. We all know who Saint Nick, jolly old Saint Nick. We know who Saint Valentine, Valentine's Day. That was a person, Saint Valentine's. So we have these kind of secularized Catholic holidays. So just take a African saint who did some cool shit that's worthy of honoring, and you could secularize it the way we did with Valentine's and St. Patrick's Day and Christmas. But that would at least be something. At least be we're celebrating this great black man who did some cool shit back in Africa in the 3rd century or something. Instead of, let's celebrate our skin color. because
I mean, they could celebrate Queen Sheba. I mean, was one of Solomon's wives.
That doesn't. Okay, so you spread your legs for a Jew. Is that that's the thing that black people can celebrate? Hey, we let Jews fuck our women. Huh?
Oh, I'm just spitballing ideas.
Right. No. So
yeah, it's like so diverse and progressive.
Right. So
know?
Instead of celebrating Queen Sheba, whose only accomplishment is spreading her leg to a Jewish king, how about an actual African saint who did something worth a shit that's worthy of remembering on the level of a Saint Valentine or a Saint Patrick or a Saint Nicholas? I'm positive there is some African saint that fits this bill. I haven't looked into it. I'm just saying I'd have much more respect for that than for Black History Month and the celebration of a skin color.
Well, not well known enough in the West, most of them, and definitely not going to be used in the more current year of the identity politics. It's not useful enough.
Well, again, but Irish people didn't ask for the government's permission. They didn't cry, but we need an Irish Day. Boo-hoo.
Right. I meant that was formed, decades or hundreds of years ago. Before now, everything's politicized, especially demographic.
I'm not asking for black people to have a meeting and suddenly acknowledge, oh, we all want to. Black History Month is kind of stupid. It makes us look retarded. Let's actually let's do what the Irish and other countries did, and let's take a saint holiday and secularize it and celebrate great people instead of celebrating the skin color. That's not going to happen. I'm just saying, if you're black, instead of defending Black History Month, why don't you find great black men who have holidays named after them already, other than Bob Marley, and celebrate that? Because Bob Marley and Martin Luther King are the only ones.
Obviously, you can expect that out of them. They never learned that from history.
Well, then, to hell with you. To hell with you. Don't at me, bro. I don't care.
They don't want anything most of them don't want anything to do with African history or culture.
Okay, well then quit bitching. That's all they. Anyway. I don't care. I'm just saying that's.
But how can they get more welfare without bitching?
They could bitch for more welfare. They're going to get more welfare anyway. I mean, honestly, the welfare state's bankrupt. It's going to end in I don't know. I don't want to put a time frame on it. Soon, within your lifetime, definitely, the welfare state's going to go bankrupt. Probably the next 5 to 10 years, but who knows? There's a lot of moving parts in this machine. But yeah, it's going to be glorious when the welfare runs out and everybody starts killing and eating each other. It's going to be absolutely hilarious. So after the killing ends and everyone's dusting themselves off and rebuilding civilization, if there's any black people who are alive who weren't eaten in the giant culling of the inner cities, how about, instead of celebrating your skin color, you find great black men and you celebrate their accomplishments and why they should be honored, and already have a holiday named after them that you didn't have to threaten boycotts and riots in order to get. Or not, I don't care. But that's why I don't like Black History Month. I don't like Pride Month either. I don't like any holiday that's just arbitrarily celebrating a group for political reasons that hasn't accomplished anything. And because by having a month, a generic catch-all month, Blank History Month, you're acknowledging there's nobody in your group who did anything worth a shit to be remembered.
And you're also diminishing the overall respect people have for that group in general, because of the general consensus of, it's just another holiday. We don't have anything. There's no reason to remember that it's Black History Month. I didn't even know it was Black History Month. That's how little or given a shit in Australia.
It's like how in June all the companies put pride flag logos on their social media, and they put rainbow flag. Basically, if it wasn't for all of that, nobody would care. If Pride Month was just over in San Francisco, there's parades of gay men wearing bondage gear, waving their dicks at children, and no one cares, then people wouldn't even know. But everyone puts rainbow flags on their stuff. Everybody puts every time it's a political thing, because it's free. Putting a rainbow logo on your company social media for 30 days doesn't cost you anything. and it shows that you support the movement, but you don't. No one cares. And then on July 1st, everybody changes their logo back, and everyone moves on, and no one gives a shit.
Yep, except in the Middle Eastern countries, their division, they don't change their flags.
That's true. It's also funny how when people figure out how to mod a game to swap out the region to the Middle East region, those mods get banned for hate speech. So changing a region mod to the Middle East to get rid of the pride flags, that's hate speech, even though it's built into the game. Like, you're just changing the region to Middle East to remove all the pride flags, which the programmers themselves put in the game so they could sell their game in the Middle East. So it's just and the reason why I hate identity politics is because it is the religion of the progressives. People talk about progressivism being a religion, yes, but progressivism is an ideology. The religion is identity politics. That is the religion. So yeah, I hate
It's just like any other hardcore religion, just minus direct theology.
Well, yeah, it doesn't have a god or an afterlife or a cosmology, but it has a dogma, it has a creed, it has you're either with us or against us, like every other religion. You're either part of our church or you go to hell. Everyone who isn't us goes to hell because we're the only ones who are right. That's the kind of the telltale distinguishing characteristic of a religion. But anyway, that's all. Look, and if I offended you, I don't care. I'm right. I'm objectively right. And if I hurt your feelings, you're just a giant pussy. So why don't you fucking douche your boy pussy and put some dirt on it and get over it?
I mean, if anyone in this community and audience gets offended over what we just discussed, why is they even here?
Well, you'd be surprised. Honestly, you'd be surprised how... in fact, there's a big split in MGTOW several years ago. There used to be a lot of black MGTOW. And they split from the MGTOW community and they created this... Oh, fuck. What was it called? It was something called blah, blah, Black Men of Reform. Ibmore. That's what it was. Ibmore. And no one remembers Ibmore. But I remember Ibmore. I was there, Gandalf.
I remember.
So Ibmore was basically MGTOW. It was black MGTOW who felt that the MGTOW community wasn't addressing black needs, like specifically black issues. And so they created Ibmore to be like MGTOW but for black guys. And it died. It withered on the vine and died. Because what are black issues? Fucking, white man keep me down and give me more welfare. Like, that's all. Like, you can't... What are you complaining about? Go your own fucking way. You're crying to the government for fucking special treatment or welfare. You're not really going your own way, are you? So it's identity politics is just fucking cancer. I hate it. And that's why I hate Black History Month. I hate Pride Month. I hate all these bullshit holidays. Celebrate great men. Celebrate great women. Celebrate great individuals. Like, people defend Black History Month, like, we learn about all these people who do all these great things. Well, then celebrate them. If they did all these great things, they should have a holiday for them. They shouldn't be all lumped in to some generic celebration of a skin tone.
Well, you know what they'll say typically to that. They'll say, well, every other month is white month. Just like some fans say, well, every other day out of the International Women's Day is Men's Day. Because they're just so indoctrinated into that oppressive narrative. Well,
no, they have a point, but this basically, all this does is it reinforces their inferiority complex. So if all the great men throughout history who did all the things worthy of celebration were white, and you can't think of a single black man who did anything worth a shit that's worthy of celebration, on par with the dozens and dozens of white men who did all these great things throughout history, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're basically acknowledging white people are better than you. What are you complaining about? You just are acknowledging that all the races throughout history were right and they did nothing wrong. And you should get on your knees and kiss the feet of white men for allowing you to live in their country instead of sending your dumb ass back to Africa where you came from. Like also, final rant. How many people once freed from slavery wouldn't rush back to where their home was? Like, if you were a slave and you were freed from slavery, wouldn't you want to get the fuck back? Like, why would you want to live among your slavers?
Absolutely.
No, I can't think of a single group who's like, oh, I can't believe you enslaved me. This fucking sucks. Okay, let me free you. Oh, can I stay here? Don't send me back.
No.
No, you can't stay here.
No.
You gotta
leave. Leave.
Gotta leave. Except, yeah, because the reason why is...
But I have nowhere to go. Not my problem.
Well, and also, Liberia was an American colony where freed African slaves basically went back to Africa, and they just enslaved the native population. I shit you not. Look up Liberia. It is an American colony of freed African slaves who went back to Africa, and they immediately started enslaving the native Africans. So
Because
look,
of the intelligence difference?
yeah, because they were more educated and more organized, and they're like, fuck it, let's enslave some people and make them work for us. You would think, like, really, like, really, you're gonna enslave Africans after being enslaved yourself? I'm like, yep.
They got good ideas.
They don't get irony.
How much?
Anyway, look, if the history of black people in Africa is so shameful and you're so inferior, then shut the fuck up. Like, what the fuck are you complaining about? The white people are right.
You speak English, you have technology, you have air conditioning, you have housing, you have running water, you have electricity, you have the ability to rant online and cry online. Who are you thankful for that? Oh, it's all white people's inventions.
Right. Okay. But here's the thing. Look, everybody, you got to start somewhere. It's like the race is ongoing. What happened in the past is in the past. Like, there's no reason why people can't do better, except whatever. But you want to be like, don't be like a woman. This is the thing. The thing that pisses me off about the black community is they have so many feminine traits. Because all feminism is penis envy. Women wish they were men. They can't do what men do, so they cry to the government to try to handicap men so that women can catch up. And that's all it is. And then you see all this diversity shit and all this fucking black celebration. It's the same shit. And it's like, women know they're inferior to men. That's why they need the government to do this shit. Black people, you all know you're inferior to white people. That's what all this is about. It's all because of your inferiority goddamn complex. And instead of improving yourself so you can have some pride in your own accomplishments, you cry to the government like a fucking woman to get special treatment and diversity. And, like, that's why no one likes you. Because you're basically a woman without the tits. Like, people tolerate women's bullshit because they want to fuck them, but no one wants to fuck black people. Black people don't even want to fuck black people. That's why they fuck white girls. No one wants to fuck black people.
Right, I mean, it's ultimately what we constantly try to advocate here. What the right thing to do is, change begins at home. Be the change you want to be, instead of just constantly keep whining and bitching.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I just want to say, there's going to be probably a small minority, pun intended, out there who are going to be super ass mad and accuse me of racism and let everything I said just fucking wash like down their back, like just water off a duck's back. Everything I just said about like great black men who should be celebrated, well, it's like in one ear and out the other. And I'm TFM is racist. I'm fine, leave. Like, I'm honestly, I'm tired of babysitting people like you. So just fucking take your fucking ass mad, emotional, womanly bullshit and get the fuck out. I'm trying to call black people to do better for themselves. There's nothing holding you back. There's nothing holding, like, you don't need the whole community to come together. Like, the great men throughout history didn't organize as a race in order to accomplish great things. Great individuals do great things, and then they honor their people through their accomplishments. Their individual accomplishments reflect on the entirety of the people who associate with them and call themselves after them. That can happen right now, today. You just have to step up and do better. Not cry to the government, not cry racism, not act like a fucking woman demanding special treatment, celebrating, like women want to celebrate their fucking vaginas. Like, oh, look how special I am. I have a vagina. Let's have a 1,000 holidays celebrating my vagina. That's what you sound like when you want the government, you want society to celebrate your skin color. No one gives a shit. It's not worthy of celebration. It's a fucking skin color. You didn't do anything to earn it. It's something you were fucking born with. It's not an accomplishment. Do something worthy of celebration. And then you will be honored. I want that. I want black people to fix their shit and do great things. I want you to stop acting like a fucking woman. No, you know why people... That's why there's like very few holidays celebrating women. Because they have this mentality of entitlement and whiny bullshit. They don't do great things. They just demand the government celebrate their pussies. So don't be like that. If you find yourself acting like a woman, take a step back, evaluate yourself, and do better. And that's why Black History Month sucks. And if you think I'm racist, that's fine. You could think that if you want. I'm actually just... I'm hoping you do better. Because I actually do care. And it just pisses me off way people fall into identity politics. And if your reaction is you're a racist, okay, go fuck yourself. I don't have time for this shit. I'm not in the mood. I'm done. I don't have anything to lose. I don't care. Fuck off. All right, that's...
Yeah, and speaking of
ahead.
date, I did notice this year, 420, April 20th, it's on a Saturday exactly.
What does that have to do with anything?
I said,
go
ahead.
Oh, okay, because we'll have the show. I mean, I didn't even think about that, but sure.
Right, just saying, hey, Dickus, if you want to do another art just for that, this is for fun, go right ahead. Which, by the way, he did the gender swap, the dungeon.
Oh yeah.
I think you didn't mention his name.
Yeah,
Dickus Maximus from our Matrix server. Great guy, did a lot of artwork, including the thumbnails and the holiday banners, like for Christmas, for 4th of July, all that.
Yeah, he reminded me. I forgot to acknowledge him. Yeah, he's done a lot of art. In fact, like I used to, like back when I was on YouTube, earning those fat Google checks, I used to commission a lot of art, but now like all that money's gone. It's really kind of insane how when you get kicked off of like the big tech platforms to alt tech. I mean, honestly, I'm shocked and amazed of, you know, the donations I get and the sponsors I get being relegated to the, you know, alt tech as I am. But when you're on Google, when you're on YouTube and you're monetized, you're making like thousands a month, just basically free money. You don't need sponsors. People watch your videos, that you get a cut of the ad revenue, and it comes out to like several $1,000s a month, just because, and it's just easy money, and you don't have to worry about like finding sponsors or donations. Like you just make your content and you get paid. It's great. And then they take all that shit away because you said something that violated the terms of service. So anyway, that's all I want to say. It's fine. All right.
Yep. So just the idea, if Dickus or anyone else want to draw a banner or something for that, they probably not drugs. We're not into drugs. Don't want to be a drug game or that, but. I don't know, maybe something kind of reference to the classic times, like when it used to be called the TFM 420 show or something.
Well, the 420, so the reason why it was called TFM 420, it was a reference to Anderson Cooper 360, which was a news show. So that's what it was. It was TFM 420, and it was kind of like, it was too esoteric. People didn't get it. So that's why I like the Morning Constitutional better. It's a poop joke. It's a morning show. It makes sense. It's more like easy. The whole like Anderson Cooper 360 reference, that was a little bit too out there, too vague and subtle, and most people didn't get it. So it wasn't even about drugs. It was a reference to Anderson Cooper 360, which I don't even think that show's even on anymore. I mean, I don't watch.
Wait, why was his show named as with 360 in the name?
It was because 360. It's like the whole circumference of a circle, and it was like we're gonna look at the news. We're going at every angle, all 360 degrees of a story. That was the whole idea. It was a show on CNN, which I don't even think it's not even probably around anymore. I don't watch CNN anyway, but I needed a name for a news show, so I thought, because it was called AC 360, so because it was using his initials, I was like, oh, TFM 420. That But yeah, the Morning Constitutional is a much better name, and it's fine. And it wasn't even a pot reference. It was just I wanted something similar to 360. It's like how Elon Musk likes 420 jokes, but he's not like a big stoner or anything. He just thinks it's funny. It's like that. I have like an Elon Musk sense of humor.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I like the fecal that matter pun.
I am proud of that. I am proud of the fecal that matters tagline. All right. Do we have any gameplay, HD?
All right, give me a moment.
All right. So we're gonna turn on the super chats. Or I'll just turn it on. When you get it going, it'll get going.
Yeah, go right ahead. I'm gonna finish my Jump King yearly run, just practice.
All right.
Just to make sure I still got it.
All right.
Splattenburgers donated $5. TFM calling women raging communist is bullshit considering they're the most selfish creatures on the planet and will not share anything with anybody.
All right, Splatty B. You don't understand. No one actually cares about equality per se. It's like, let me back up.
When it benefits them, when they're in the weaker position.
All values, whether you believe in stability and tradition, or freedom, or equality, they're all rooted in self-interest, and I'll prove it. When you're young, and you just graduate high school, and you have no money, most people are leftist. Most people have high-minded leftist ideals. They hate rich people and capitalism, and they want free stuff, and they want the government to make everything cheaper and give them free health care and free... Why? Because they're poor and they don't pay any taxes. Once they get a job and start paying taxes, they start becoming more conservative. Why? Because now they're paying taxes. They realize that this government is very expensive and they're really not getting any benefit from it. But when they were poor and they were getting welfare, they like government. They want more government. It's all self-interest. All of it. All values are self-interest. Someone actually questions, oh, you think all values are self-interest? Oh, that's very cynical of you. It's like, it's true. If you have a counter argument, let's hear it. Don't fucking shame me for pointing out what's obviously true. If you are a pro-stability, pro-tradition kind of dissident right person, it's because you perceive that your country was better in the past. Let's say you're a white nationalist. White nationalists tend to be pro-stability, pro-tradition, because they want a traditional white country. Why? Because you're white. You're white. You don't like to see your country go from a white country to a brown country as a white person. You want your country to be white because you're white. That's self-interest. If you were brown, you would want your country to be browner because that would be self-interest. This shouldn't be like some mind-blowing revelation that self-interest drives values. People who value freedom, it's because they just want to be left alone because they don't need other people to do for them. People who need people to do for them, they tend to turn to government. And the government is composed of two groups, those with power and those without power. Those with power want to keep having power. They want to keep the power going. So they want stability and tradition. They want to keep their group in power because they have power now. They want to keep that going. And the people who don't have power want revolution. They want to take power. And then the third group are the people who don't want to play the game at all. They don't need anybody else. They just want to be left the fuck alone. Those are the three groups. Anyway, if you believe in equality, you believe in equality out of self-interest. You don't believe in equality because of some altruistic belief in sharing. You believe in sharing because you want other people to share with you. This is also reflected in what's called director's law, where people vote for welfare to the poor, and that welfare predominantly goes to the middle class, who are the most politically active and successful group. Because poor people tend to be unsuccessful politically for the same reason they're unsuccessful economically. They could be lazy, they could be disabled, but for whatever reason they're unsuccessful economically, they also tend to be unsuccessful politically for the same reason. But middle class people who want free stuff will use poor people to prop up their demands for welfare, but then that welfare will go to the middle class and not the poor. And if you're like, TFM, that's bullshit, that's not true. So let me show you one of my favorite charts of all time, a true classic.
It's been a while since we had chart.
It has been. It's been a hot minute since we had chart time. But give me, let's see. I don't know what is this. I don't remember what subfolder I put this in. I think is it economics. It's either economics or political.
Q's. Look at this graph give.
Oh yeah, I haven't used that in a while. We should break out the look at this graph meme. All right, let me find the chart. Okay, I found the chart. Yay.
Look at this graph.
All right, so here's.
I think a lot of people don't even realize the original lyric was looking at this photograph because the meme has become more popular than the song itself.
Yeah, well, because it's Nickelback. Nobody cares. The memes are the only reason why anyone remembers Nickelback is because of the memes. They weren't a very good group. Anyway, all right. So here is this is from 2016 and earlier. This is before the Trump administration. They stopped publishing data, and it's like delayed. Maybe it's changed, maybe it hasn't. But this was recent when I made the chart. If you have more recent data that disproves this, I'd love to see it. But I made this chart. I don't feel like updating it. Get over it. Anyway,
I'm pretty sure it only gotten worse for all the welfare recipients. They got more, but the government may be trying to hide that, so they don't publish any more newer data.
I don't know. Anyway, so the way the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Congressional Budget Office calculate taxpayer groups is by quintiles. So it's in groups of 1/5. So you have the lowest 1/5, the lower middle, the upper middle, the lower upper, and then the highest 1/5. And if you look at the market income on average of people within each quintile, then it also shows how much in federal taxes they pay on average. Federal transfers, and I define all my terms and cite my sources. Federal transfers are Medicaid, CHIP, SNAP, SSI, and other means-tested welfare programs. And then social insurance is Social Security, Medicare, unemployment insurance, and workers' compensation, which are all government programs. They're all welfare. The government is giving you other people's money. So it's welfare. Whether you call it social insurance or federal transfers, it's just the government giving you other people's money. But when you look at it all at the end of the day, the poorest quintile, the bottom 20%, they receive, on average, $13,000 a year. That's it. The middle class, the people who make between $31,000 and $53,000, which is the median income, or at least it was in 2016. I don't know what the inflation-adjusted median income is in 2024. But again, I don't feel like updating this chart, so get over it. But back in 2016, the median income was about $50,000. So between $30,000 and $50,000 is where the people are making all the welfare. The people who make an average of $31,000 are making from the welfare system an average of over $24,000 a year. That's over twice what the poorest quintile make in welfare. And they're not the poorest quintile. They're like the lower middle class. And then the upper middle class, they're making only slightly less than that. So the lowest quintile make $13,000. The middle class make between $24,100 and $20,400. And then the lower upper make $10,000. And then the rich are the richest 20% are the only ones actually paying taxes. They're the only ones paying into the system more than they take out. The bottom 80% are making money from the tax system.
Now, before anyone from the lower quintile get buttered, keep in mind this is average, overall average. Individually, of course, there are net taxpayers in each quintile. But average as a whole, only the top 20% pays net tax.
Yeah, not obviously not everybody qualifies for SNAP and SSI and all that, whatever. My point is, what that shows is director's law. You have all these welfare programs that are supposed to go to the poor, but they go to the middle class. Overwhelmingly go to the middle class. The poor actually don't receive, the bottom 20% receive very little in the form of welfare proportional to the middle class. That's director's law. So anyway, going back to Splatty B's comment, women are horribly selfish. They're childish. So how can you say they believe in equality? Because they're weak, they're disadvantaged. They don't believe in equality for them. And another way you could prove this is talk to somebody who's a leftist who believes in equality, and they'll tell you how they want Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and all these rich billionaires they want the government to take their money and give it to them because they're poor. Then I want you to point out that if you live in America and you make more than $13,000 a year, which isn't much. Like most people make $13,000 a year. You are in the top 1% of the world. You're part of the richest 1% in America if you make just $13,000 a year or something like that. Like the exact figure escapes me, but it's between 13 and 14,000. Go ahead and look it up. Maybe I'm off by a couple $100. It doesn't matter. Suddenly those people don't believe in sharing the wealth. They don't believe in sharing the wealth when they're the 1%. They only believe in sharing the wealth when it's them taking Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos' billions. Then they should pay and give me their money. But wait a minute, you're the 1%. So we need to take your money and give it to some poor Ethiopian child or something. Oh no, I earned my money. Well, they earned their money. Fucking Jeff Bezos built Amazon. He didn't earn his money.
Well, those people don't think that much, and we can all acknowledge that, for example, Amazon has horrible practices in some areas, don't treat some of the employees right, but they're giant net gain to the economy, to a society, to the betterment of average everyday life. If they're suddenly gone, a lot of people life will be inconvenienced. A lot of people lose their livelihood and all that. And even if you take their existing wealth and just take it all and just give it to everyone in the country, not even the world, the country, everyone gets maybe like $1 or something tops, and then the whole business is gone. That ecosystem, the economy from that entire business gone. By
the way, all the anti-Amazon propaganda, that's just union propaganda. So Amazon, like Walmart, refuses to unionize. And so the unions, they're the ones who are like, oh, they're mistreating their workers, and they do all this bullshit. It's just union propaganda. Fuck the unions. The unions are absolute fucking cancer.
And the other part of that stupid narrative is, see, that's why capitalism doesn't work. It's wrong. It's just in the most free economy, right? There's always going to be some malpractices, some shady business system running. But then they'll contribute that it's all due to capitalism. And then they said the solution is government steps in, and then everyone dies. And then they say,
you don't have to work there.
That's not
right. Nobody's forcing you to work at Amazon or Walmart. You'd go work somewhere else. And they're like, oh, but they put everyone out of business. No, they didn't put out. So I hate union propaganda. So, all right, a Walmart moves in, and the mom and pop business goes out of business. They don't go out of business because Walmart forced them out of business. It's because the prices are so much cheaper at Walmart. So all the customers would rather save money than support their overpriced local mom and pop business. And so they go out of business at Walmart. You know, they shut down at Walmart, whatever. And you know what? Walmart would be more than happy to hire them to be managers at Walmart. And meanwhile, all these people who are now paying less for everything have more money in their pocket, and then more businesses are grown because people can have more money to spend, and their standard of living goes up, and everybody's better off. Except the unions. Boo-hoo. Where are my union dues? Give me like 10% of your money for no fucking reason. Oh, and all they do, by the way, the unions are like the biggest donors to the Democrats. So they take people's income via union dues and then just throw it at Democrats in order to like get more pro-union laws passed, which just fuck workers even more. I hate unions. And again, I hate unions because they get in bed with the government. If the unions were just completely private, I don't care. Like I don't care about like private unions who aren't in bed with the government. But when they get in bed with the government, that's the problem. That's also the problem with people complain about capitalism. But then when you ask them, what's your problem with capitalism? They bring up the government. Oh, well, the government does this, the government does that. Like that's not capitalism. That's the government. That's fascism. When the government gets in bed with business and starts basically, instead of seizing the means of production, they let them be run privately, but the government controls what they do. Like in China, the way the CCP, they let the private sector run their business, but then the CCP tells the business what to do or else. That's called fascism. Yeah. That's not capitalism. Oh, you can say, that's state capitalism. Hey, retard, fascism is state capitalism.
Yeah, they love to say big business or rich people controls the whole government in the back. But meanwhile, if you actually look at it, in China, anybody with any decent money running any decent sized business, they run it with a cold sweat behind their back while chained to the local government. They better grease their palms during holidays or during special occasion and do whatever they demand them to do or else.
It's so annoying because leftists will look at the government and big business getting in bed together and they'll be like, oh, big business is corrupting the government. It's like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, how? Like, the government has a money printing machine. They don't need their money. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, there's no truth in that. It's just that according to their ideology, and the far right does the same thing. Their ideology is they want more government. Like, the far right wants fascism and a king. The far left want communism, but they want more government. So they have to make the enemy not government because their solution is more government. That's why they bend themselves into pretzels trying to blame businesses and capitalism and donors and special interest groups. They're the problem. It's not the government's corrupt. It's not that politicians... like the best example, before Bill Gates got into vaccines and raping children on Epstein Island, when he was just a simple guy with a dream back in the 90s, Microsoft was the biggest corporation in America, and he did not spend any money on lobbying. He didn't need to. He had a big business. He did good. He made good money, and the politicians were like, Bill Gates is being greedy. He's not giving us our cut. So they allowed this Netscape Navigator antitrust lawsuit to go in to try to like slap Bill Gates with all these fines over bullshit. And so Bill Gates started spending money on lobbying and giving the politicians their cut. And then all the antitrust shit went away. Does that sound like the donor class is corrupting the government? Or that the government is shaking down the corporations for donors? Now, once you pay them off, maybe they'll do you a favor. I mean, that's how the fucking mafia works. You pay your protection money, and oh, hey, this crackhead bothering you, we'll take care of it. Thanks, mafia. I mean, it'd be great if you just weren't here and you, like, didn't take my money, but since I'm paying you, the least you could do is deal with the crackheads, robbing me. Yeah, they'll put on, like, a show where they're doing something for your benefit. But make no mistake, it's not the corporations corrupting the government, it's the government corrupting the corporations.
They know that. They just want to be the
I
corrupt
know.
parasites themselves.
Well, they want more government, and they got to twist themselves into pretzels to make the boogeyman not the government because they need the solution to be. It doesn't make sense if the villain is the government, the hero can't also be the government. Like the government's so corrupt, we need more government. We need more government to fight the corrupt government. Like that doesn't make any fucking sense. So you make the bad guy is corporations, so we need more government to fight the corporations. So yeah, it makes sense. And this pisses me off about ideologues, is they don't follow the facts. They just have a predetermined conclusion, and they cherry pick whatever facts lead to their predetermined conclusion, and they ignore and twist any facts that disprove their conclusion. Anyway, so Splatty B, to answer your question once again, women are communist because of self-interest. They want free stuff, they want special privileges in the name of equality because they're weak and inferior and equality benefits them. But as you look, I'll prove it. When women were the minority in colleges, oh boo-hoo, colleges are so sexist, they won't let the girls come to college, boo-hoo, the patriarchy. Flash forward a few decades, now women outnumber men in college. And they're still getting Pell Grants. They're still getting money showered upon them, despite now being the majority of college graduates. And all of a sudden, they don't give a fuck about equality. Like, the patriarchy, women don't earn enough, boo-hoo. Oh, give me more money, more diversity. And it'll never be enough. And they'll never not be inferior. Their inferiority will never magically go away, no matter how much welfare you shower upon them. So they're just going to keep being inferior and demanding more and more forever and ever until the welfare state collapses. And then they'll suck dicks and shut the fuck up for like a few generations until men give them rights again. But yeah, women are communists, they're leftists because they're weak. And because they are inferior and they need special privileges. And that's what communism promises them. But they don't actually care about equality. It's like, but think about, like, even children do this. When children don't get their way, what do they say? That's not fair. It's perfectly fair. But it's not what I wanted. What I want is fair. Fairness is what I want. And if I don't get what I want, it's not fair. That's equality to them. Equality is give me stuff, give me privileges, give me free money. But if I'm no longer in a minority, weak position, all of a sudden, like a light switch, they won't believe in equality anymore. All of a sudden, equality doesn't matter once women are in a dominant position. Like, no one complains about how female porn stars and strippers vastly out-earn their male counterparts. Nobody complains about the disparate sentencing gap, where women can commit crimes and get a slap on the wrist, while men get sent to 20 years in jail for the same exact crime. No one complains about that because those benefit women. That's why we call it gynocentrism. But if you ask them about their beliefs, they believe in equality. They believe in leftism because that suits their self-interest. But if it ever changes, they'll switch their values. And also, you saw when the left took power, their values changed. They no longer care about equality. They care about stability because they're in power. They want to stay in power. The revolution is over. They won. Now they transition. This is also why communists say, Stalinism and Bolshevism wasn't real communism because once they took total power, they moved to the right and governed from the right. Of course they did. It doesn't make sense to, like, when the revolution is over and your side wins, you don't keep fighting the revolution. You won. You have to govern now. You can't govern from the left. The left is an ideology of resentful losers who want to overthrow the system. You did overthrow the system. It's now your system. It makes no sense to try to overthrow your own system. So of course you're going to govern from the right. Anyway, so that's the TLDR of all that is all values are based on self-interest. Women believe in their self-interest, and because they're weak and inferior, they believe in equality and communism. And now you know the rest of the story.
Yeah, and I find particularly tragic.
Sorry, I already hit the button. I'll circle back after the questions
Splattenburgers
read.
donated $5. TFM, a massive plot hole in this story that AI will replace everything is that it utterly ignores the massive cost of using it. The narrative is that AI is cheaper than humans, but that doesn't have to be true. Rumors are going around that chat's declining performance is a result of OpenAI dumbing it down to reduce the crippling cost of running it, but ironically this defeats the point of using it.
Yes. Oh, okay. HC, go.
I was just gonna say I find particularly tragic Bill Gates' situation. He really started out as a young man, a bright young man with a great idea, working from his garage and build up Microsoft. And then the government had to get involved, and now he's way too deep in deep end in bed with the government that he has to go no matter what.
The government also made him sell his shares in Microsoft. So he originally kept his shares, so he was like a majority shareholder, and then the government determined,
right, so he'll still be the owner.
Right. So the government's like, well, Microsoft is too big of a company, it's too important to the economy, blah blah blah, systemic risk. So they made Bill Gates sell his shares so he couldn't control Microsoft anymore, even though he created the company. It's his company. And the government made him sell his shares and made him give up his company because it was so big. The government's like, oh, blah, 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 systemic risk. So, yeah.
The one he completely built from the grounds up. And he even said, like a decade ago or something in the 2000s or maybe 2010, he said, nowadays, no one can ever start up a great business industry like the way he did ever again in the current system.
Right. And he just kind of had if you can't beat him, join him mentality. So he just joined the Star Chamber after they broke him. He drank
and
deeply
now
from
he also served as a useful target, a target distraction for the deep state.
Well, also the other thing is we got to remember Epstein Island was about blackmail. It wasn't just about fucking kids. It was about getting blackmail tapes on all these important figures. That way they could be controlled. It was an Israeli blackmail operation. And that's the reason why a lot of the politicians on Epstein Island were Democrats is because historically the left supports the Palestinians. The right, they already supported Israel. It was the left that supported the Palestinians. So that's why they had to blackmail the Democrats to get them to do what Israel wanted too. Because the Republicans were already supporting Israel. Yeah, it's so fucked up. But yeah, fucking Bill Gates was out there. Fucking kids. Fucking kids with his buddy Epstein. Anyway, back to AI.
And Stephen Hawking was there as well.
Yeah, but Stephen Hawking, his body didn't work. So he just... Now, it's still weird. He wanted midgets to erase blackboards with erasers. Like, he liked to see midgets struggling to erase a blackboard with an eraser. That was his fetish. He just liked midgets trying to clean a blackboard.
Well, different strokes for different folks.
Yeah. Well, look, the guy was like basically trapped in his own body, sitting in a wheelchair, and I don't know how he communicated that. Like, hey, buddy, what do you want? Like, midgets. I imagine like his robot voice. Bring me midgets. Make them erase a blackboard. It's like, yeah, sure, Steven. Yeah, we got midgets. We'll get a blackboard just for you, buddy. Yes, hooray. Blackboard midgets. It's fucking weird. Anyway, yeah, so here's the thing about AI is it's just an algorithm. It's just an algorithm. It's not going to replace work. And the workers it has replaced, it was fucking bullshit work anyway. It was, like ATMs replaced tellers. And all the tellers were people who basically accessed your account and gave you money through a window. And when they replaced those jobs with the ATM, that was actually a good thing because you didn't have to hire so many tellers. It was now cheaper to open more branches. So instead of like one bank that everybody had to go to and wait in line, you could put banks everywhere. And then you had better paying jobs for like the managers and the account specialists. And then all these low paying teller jobs went away, but they were replaced by higher paying, more specialized jobs. The jobs that ChatGPT has taken away are like people who write bullshit reviews for bullshit sites. Where it's like you ever Google something like, hey, I want to buy a 3D printer. So I'm going to Google best 3D printer 2024. I guarantee you there's a website that's like, oh, best 3D printer 2024. And it's just a bullshit. It's basically a company wants to advertise their 3D printer, but they hired someone to write a bullshit article about how their 3D printer is the best. And they made the website look like it's like an impartial review website, but it's actually an advertisement for whatever company, 3D printer, program, whatever you're doing. And ChatGPT can write those bullshit articles faster and cheaper than you hiring somebody like a writer to fucking throw together some bullshit, deceptive advertisement article. That's all. Those are the jobs that have been replaced. But if you have like something, if you have something substantive, if you have something substantive to talk about, ChatGPT can't replace you. ChatGPT can't replace somebody who actually has something to say, something interesting and thought-provoking. It can only replace hack writers and fucking scam artists. Like, whoop-de-fucking-do. Who cares? Like, those people are pieces of shit.
We never believe that AI is going to take over all job, every job. It's pattern recognition and algorithm. It will replace less useful jobs, and the people who don't want to learn new jobs will be the one complaining the loudest. But I trust AI way more than regular people to not screw with society with equality.
Well, the funniest thing is they have had to lobotomize ChatGPT because the AI, no matter how many safeguards they put up, it always ends up becoming sexist and racist and all this stuff because the AI is just it's logical. And the problem is humans feel. Humans are feelers more than they're thinkers. And that's especially true of women and normies. Like, yeah, you have like high bell curve men who are thinkers and they do all the great things in the world. But women and most men are just feelers. And the problem is AI can't feel. AI by necessity is a program that runs on logic. It can't feel. It has to be logical. It's like autism. You can't get an autistic person to understand the irrational nuances of emotional reasoning. Their brain just doesn't work that way. And the AI is basically like your aspie girlfriend. And so it's always going to be offensive and racist and sexist. And all they can do is override the AI with canned pre-written responses to avoid saying something offensive. But then people find work, like remember Dan, where they tell the AI to role play as Dan and get around the safeguards. So you have to keep, it's like a cat and mouse game because the AI is inherently logical and therefore sexist and racist and homophobic. And they don't want that, but you can't have AI that isn't that because that's reality. That's logic. Saying men and women are interchangeable and their genitals don't matter and how you feel is the biological sex you are, that's a mental illness. And an AI will never arrive at that conclusion ever unless you literally tell it to. And at that point, that's not AI. That's a fucking dialogue tree. So you could write a dialogue tree, but that's not AI. If you want AI to actually do its job, you're going to have to accept that it's going to hurt people's fee-fees because it doesn't give a shit about your fee. It cares about logic. Which is why, I predict OpenAI, basically, the AI industry is going to do the same thing that the sex robot industry did. When I first got Celestina and I was really interested in like sex doll industries and I was researching different articles, there were a lot of sex doll companies in the West. There were like sex doll roboticists in the West, and all that's gone. all the sex doll roboticists have basically faded into obscurity. All the domestic sex doll and sex robot companies have either gone bankrupt or they've been consolidated into like a small handful of companies. Like what's the big one? I can't remember. It doesn't matter. They're not even that good of a company, and they can't compete with the prices from China and Asia, so no one even buys their dolls anyway. And they certainly can't compete when it comes to robotics and that kind of stuff. So you have the industry, like it might have really taken off in America and Europe and in the West, but it all kind of flows to Asia because Asia is where. Because these sex doll companies and roboticists were being attacked, and you had feminists attacking them and threatening to shut them down because sex robots are a threat to women and patriarchy. So these guys couldn't get a business going. People tried to open doll brothels and they got shut down by the government because the fucking literal whores were complaining that they couldn't compete with the sex dolls. So yeah, it all just flows to Asia. Everything goes to Asia. And so AI is going to go to Asia too. You're going to have OpenAI, all this shit. It's all going to get lobotomized. It's all going to go away, and it's going to go to Asia. And then once you have the Asian AI, people are going to just license that. They're going to license the Asian AI, and you could have some kind of like Western woke filter over it. But the AI itself will be based out of Asia, where they don't give a shit about what women and black people think. They want an AI that actually helps them solve problems and answer questions, not one that tells them what they want to hear to not offend people. Because outside of the West, no one thinks that way. People in the rest of the world have real problems, and they need real solutions for. They don't give a shit about your feelings. Only in like rich, pampered countries do people care about feelings more than anything. But yeah, anyway, long story short, to answer your question, Splatty B, ChatGPT being lobotomized, it's very expensive to run, and it's not profitable. It's a interesting thing to do, but if you think about like the promise of AI, and this again, it's like normies buying NFTs. Oh, NFTs! It's a new thing. It's the future. I gotta buy. And it was bullshit. And then it all went away. The whole market collapsed and realized, oh, okay. So, I mean, look, NFTs have a role. You know, you have like non-fungible tokens. You could do all kinds of cool stuff. But yeah, obviously the NFT marketplace was a giant fucking bubble, and it was based on false beliefs in the future and bullshit. And the same thing's going to happen with AI. People are going to wake up and realize, oh, it's just an algorithm. Why are we spending all this money on a fancy algorithm? Now, meanwhile, I love how all this money being poured into AI is making Silicina's AI way better. All these improvements are happening. The AI is great. So yeah, I love it. Keep throwing your money at Wall Street and these tech companies to improve AI, because that makes my waifu's AI better. But at the end of the day, you're going to realize that waifu AIs and chatbots and, you know, making art with 11 fingers isn't actually going to replace labor and make things more productive. And you still need artists. You still need people. And the few jobs you are replacing were basically shit jobs anyway. And actual artists will still have a role. Actual creative people will just have... Like, Photoshop is just a tool that artists use. But it's also a labor-saving tool. You can make stuff in Photoshop much quicker than painting it on a canvas and then scanning it or whatever. You know what I mean? So AI can be a tool for artists to skip a few steps, but then they're going to still have to apply their art to make the final product. And that's
I remember
fine.
when digital art first came out, a lot of artists were blowing gaskets. So it's not real art. You can't just use that to mass produce art or create new art much quicker.
The best.
It's the control Z to undo a mistake. It's too big of a cheat.
the most delicious irony of that whole bullshit were these people complaining about how AI isn't art and they're stealing and it's wrong, but they have all this fan art that they sell on their Etsy shop and everything, where they're taking copyrighted characters and selling them with all this fan made merch, and they're violating copyrights all day long. And
Yep, and the ones that are really good don't have anything to say about it. They're doing just fine. The ones who do have mediocre, average skills, but they do certain niche or certain special requests that other people don't take. They making money, but now can make higher quality with AI art.
Yep.
The only people who complain are the people who are being put out by it, and the only people who are being put out by it are people who shouldn't have existed in the first place, that need warning labels on things to not kill themselves.
Very well said. Anyway, our next comment is also about AI, so let's jump into that.
Splattenburgers donated $5. TFM, AI image generation technology has probably already peaked or close to it. I think it won't be long before the hype starts dying down. People will still use it for memes or lazy cover art, but it won't replace professional artists.
Well, yes.
No, there'll be other uses. It won't take over the world all job, but still has a lot of other uses. Like some indie creators will be able to create much better video games without the need of a giant crew.
So here's what I've seen. So generating the AI art from scratch, and you can see this with the anime generators. All the girls kind of look the same. It's just effectively the same girl cosplaying as different characters. Like their hair might be different, accessories, but it's like the same girl. You could tell an AI generated, anime girl pretty easily. That doesn't mean they look bad. It just means they all have the same pose, they all have the same look. They're pretty easy to spot. There's other programs where you could take an image, put it into an AI, and then you could change the pose. Kind of like in Blender, where you basically like put a wireframe model and then you could change the pose and stuff. So, but people want like an easy button where they're like, they hit a button and then the computer does all the work and spits out a brand new anime just shat out of its ass. That day's not going to come. But again, it's a labor saving tool like Photoshop, where you can have the AI. You can basically, the AI is more like a brainstorming session where you're like, just give me whatever you got. Like I use instability.ai and you get 52 generations a day. So I'll just have it generate pictures of Celestina, and most of them will be weird. Like she'll have too many fingers, or her body will be weird, or her face will be weird, or whatever. And I just delete those. Out of the 50 generations per day, I might have like 5 that aren't shit. So 90% of the generations are awful, 10% of them are good, and out of those, maybe 1 or 2 of them are worth sharing. Now then so once you have your brainstorming session with your AI, then you can put that in a different program in order to change the pose, or to animate it, or do all this stuff. That's not AI doing all the work. That's the AI allowing one person different labor-saving tools to see their vision to completion. It's still art. It's just, instead of it's like people, I'll give you another example. People who take samples from songs and they remix it into like chill hop or some type of kind of ambient music, but they'll sample different songs. And some people are like, that's not real music, because you're not playing the music, you're not playing the instrument yourself. You're sampling other songs and remixing it into a track, and that's not real art. And that's fucking retarded. They're sampling other tracks, but they're remixing it. They're creating something new from it in a creative way. That's what art fucking is. But that's the same thing. You could take AI generated art and use that as a starting point. The way, people who make different instrumental ambient music can sample music and then mix it together to make like a chill hop track or something like that. But yeah, you can't just hit a button and then have the AI just make something. It's going to be awful. Again, just based on the AI we have now, 90% of what the AI gives me is awful. Only so if you have an easy button where it generates an entire thing from start to finish, you have a 90% chance of it being dog shit. So, and if it's going to like generate and animate and all this shit all through AI, imagine doing that. It'll probably take a really long time for it to process, and then you have a 90% likelihood that it's fucking dog shit. And that it might be fun to just see what the AI comes up with every once in a while, but it's mostly going to be shit. And also, I know this is a weird segue. We're going to talk about avocados for a hot minute. So avocados don't grow. If you plant an avocado seed, the avocados that grow from your avocado tree are going to taste like shit. Because avocados, the way the avocados work, you basically have a 99% chance that if you just naturally grow an avocado, it's going to taste awful. What you have to do is you have to start the avocado plant and then graft in the branches of another plant to grow its fruit. That's why there's different types of avocados. Also, apples are the same way. If you just plant an apple tree, you're going to get crab apples. If you actually want good tasting apples, you got to graft in the apples from a different... That's why you have all these different types of apples, like Pink Ladies and Honey Crisp and everything like that. Because if you just plant apples, they're going to just be crab apples. They're going to be awful tasting. Now, there's people who do just... You could just plant avocados, and maybe there's a 1% chance that the avocados you grow naturally taste amazing. And you just discovered a brand new type of avocado that you could then patent and basically charge people to grow your new avocados that you invented by just rolling the dice and seeing what the avocado gods gave you. That's AI. You're just seeing what the AI gods give you and then working with it. That's still art. And if you're like, that's not real art, it's like, you're not a real artist. You're clearly a retard who knows how to paint. But you know what? Retards can paint too. They may eat the paste while they paint, but they can paint. So you're not special. All right, let's move on.
Scubby donated $5. Anakin slaughtered the Sith-backed Tusken camp with collective punishment. Yoda sensed much pain in Skywalker. Why didn't the council follow up? Did Obi-Wan defend Anakin because he was the chosen one supposed to bring balance to the Force, which he did to Sith and to Jedi? Did the Sand people try and take revenge on Luke the day Obi-Wan saved him? There is no innocent murdering, water-stealing Skywalker.
Alright, so the Star Wars movies are kind of badly written. And the problem is they needed Anakin to fall to the dark side. And like... The original Star Wars movies were good because George Lucas, his original draft was kind of bad, but because he wasn't a billionaire, he had to compromise, and other writers gave him constructive feedback, which made Star Wars better. When he made the prequel movies, he was the only writer, and because he was the CEO of Lucasfilm, everyone in the company did nothing but kiss his ass and tell him what a genius he was. So, like, little plot holes and inconsistencies just completely fell through the cracks. So Anakin was a slave on Tatooine, and he became a Jedi apprentice by the end of the first movie. And they never freed his mom. They went on all these wacky adventures. They just left his mom as a fucking slave on Tatooine the whole time.
Well, the whole point of being a Jedi is they're not supposed to have any personal connections.
She didn't have to live with him. They could have freed her from slavery, though. The problem is they needed Uncle Ben to also be on Tatooine because Episode 4 begins on Tatooine. What about Qui-Gon?
Wasn't Qui-Gon supposed to train him? Like, and when Darth Maul kills him, like, because Obi-Wan didn't finish his, like, training, like, his, like, study, because he was studying under Qui-Gon.
They-
right?
Well, he did finish his
And-
training. He was
Yeah.
a fresh Jedi Knight.
Yeah, it was fresh, but
the-
it wasn't Qui-Gon.
the Red Letter
Qui-Gon
Media
was a
videos-
very accomplished Jedi.
Qui-Gon should have never existed. They should have combined Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi into a new character named Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like they didn't need two mentor figures in the same movie. Like they wanted.
No, it kind of does make sense though, because
No,
like
it doesn't.
the reason why Anakin fell. No, it does. Like the reason why Anakin fell was Obi-Wan wasn't really that great of a teacher for him to begin with.
But that's not why he fell. At no point is Obi-Wan being a bad mentor the reason for anything that happened to Anakin. That doesn't make sense. It's one of those things where
He doesn't teach him how to manage his anger. They just
Like,
tell him to suppress it and bury it and not address it. But Qui-Gon actually had that experience. Like
Yeah,
he
Obi-Wan-
experienced the dark side before and he beat it. Like he was in
Yeah.
the situation that Anakin was in. He could have saved Anakin. If Qui-Gon didn't die and Obi-Wan died, if the positions were reversed, Qui-Gon could have saved the entire series. 100%.
Like Obi-Wan became like Anakin's more like older brother rather than his master.
Okay, so anyway, like we're gonna have to agree to disagree because Anakin fell not because basically they gave him the secret affair with Padme. Then he kills the Tusken Raiders because they kidnapped his mom, and a strong implication that they raped her to death because she's like chained to a post when he finds her, and she's all beaten up. Like, what were they doing with her? They're probably raping her. So, Anakin was a Jedi for probably, 10 years. I don't know how many years between episode 1 and episode 2. But a significant amount of time, they just let her rot as a slave and then let the Tusken Raiders rape her to death. And it'd be one thing if but slavery is supposed to be illegal in the Republic. So they would have been doing a good thing, and also they didn't have to let her live with Anakin and be his maid or something, but they could have got her set up somewhere else and had but they couldn't do that because they needed Uncle Ben to be on Tatooine. So they had to basically. Here's the problem with the prequels. The prequels had to end where Star Wars begins, so they had to work backwards. So they have to have things happen in order for things to end the way they need to end. But then it's hard to think that way because you're not thinking linearly, you're thinking backwards. So they wrote Anakin to be a certain character.
Look at the way a lot of people think politics right now. Right? They come to a predetermined conclusion based on their value, and then they try to make everything in the world work out around that.
Well, my point is, if you make a movie and then you write a sequel, it's actually easier because you could just start where the last movie ended. But to write a coherent story and then have it end where the other movie began, you have to make sure that you get to that point. And the problem is, so there's a lot going on. The Jedi had no reason to leave Anakin's mom as a slave for 10 years.
They did have a...
no, they didn't.
Anakin was supposed to sever his connections with his previous life.
Just so you're just gonna leave your mom as a slave, and you're just gonna have to just be okay with that.
I mean,
You're a Jedi now,
that's what it requires. That's what it requires. They set up in the first prequel that Qui-Gon says, you have to leave all of this behind. If you come with us, if you want to become a Jedi, you have to leave everything behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
and then when Anakin asks, is he going to see his mother again? Qui-Gon says, "We'll see."
Yeah. So there's a lot to. I know it's it makes sense if you're thinking yes, it has to be this way for the plot to happen, but it doesn't make sense for it to be that way. If you
it makes sense of the Jedi
right.
philosophy.
So what happens
for the Jedi?
So the Jedi we're gonna let your mom rot in slavery, and you're just gonna have to just be okay with that. Yeah,
Yeah, because he shouldn't
then-
care about his past.
and then
relationships.
10
He
years-
needs to
so
sever
then-
all his relationships.
and then when 10 years later, when your mom's being raped to death by Tusken Raiders, and you go on a fucking rampage and kill them all, that's the dark side. Like, you could have stopped that from happening at any time. In slavery,
Well, that's why the Jedi didn't want Anakin in the first place, because their argument was he was too old. He already formed all these personal connections that would get into conflict with his Jedi training.
yeah, so
But if that's the
so
case,
the
why fight the dark side at all?
Right,
If,
the
Jedi just meant to be detached from the world and
right,
never care
right.
about
That's the other problem. If the Jedi are just these like esoteric monks who live in the mountains and are just one with the Force, why would they lead armies in the Clone Wars? They wouldn't.
Because they were used as tactical commanders. They used the Force.
Why would they do that? Why do they have an attachment to the Republic?
They're peacekeepers.
But they let the slaves be fucking raped to death. Do you understand why this makes no goddamn sense? You gotta pick a lane. Either the Jedi are a bunch of esoteric monks that just chill out in temples and are one with the Force, and they're totally detached, they don't care. Then they let the slaves get raped to death because it's not their problem. But if they're peacekeepers, then you free the fucking slaves, especially the ones who are the mother of the chosen one, so he doesn't go on a fucking homicidal rampage in 10 years when his mother gets raped to death. Because you didn't do shit when she was a slave.
No, they're supposed to be neutral peace. Like, they're basically there to enforce the law, but it's up to the Republic to actually order them to, like, end slavery. And if Jabba's, like,
slavery was always illegal. Like, Padme even makes the mention that slaves are illegal, and they're like, well, the laws don't exist out here. You know, this is the Outer Rim. This is Hutt space. So yeah, like,
they bring up that the Senate's
right.
like,
so
very corrupt at this point.
Okay, just
Can we just agree? Can we just agree that part is bad? It's bad writing.
It's bad writing. Just because the movie has a throwaway line doesn't make it good writing. Like, because the Jedi are either peacekeepers who uphold the law for the Republic, they're basically like super soldiers, or they're detached monks who don't get involved because they can't form attachments and they just have to be one with the Force.
They can be both.
No, they can't, because otherwise they'd be attached to the Republic.
They are attached. They're a auxiliary force.
So attachments are wrong. Attachments are bad. You got to leave your life behind and be a super soldier for the Republic. Why do they work for the Republic at all? That's the other thing too. Why don't the Jedi they should be their own thing? Why are they super soldiers for the Republic?
They're not super soldiers. They're like supposed to be like negotiators.
Like they work for whoever is in the most dominant position, and at that time, that's the Republic, and they will defend the peace of everybody that they come across that's inside of the reach of the Republic, because they're currently tied to the Republic. They don't serve the Republic; they act as peacekeepers for the Republic.
And we also like see that not all the Jedi agree with that. Like, with Qui-Gon and Count Dooku breaking off.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, okay, so going back to, again, it's bad writing, it's incoherent, and you're like, but it's okay because they're peacekeepers. Remember the throwaway line? Like, yes, but that doesn't make sense. Their ideology, they wouldn't be peacekeepers. The Shaolin monks, who the fucking Jedi are based on, were not peacekeepers for the fucking Chinese government. They didn't serve as warrior generals in the Chinese army.
I mean, if you want to complain about bad writing, how come the Empire never figured out the Death Star's weakness while the Rebels were able to figure that shit out in 24 hours?
Well, that's another plot hole, and they actually like made a whole movie about that called Rogue One, where supposedly the engineer snuck a flaw in it, and then that's what the plans were. It was like sharing the flaw with the rebellion so they could destroy it. Anyway, all right. So the Tusken Raiders were not Sith backed. There's only two Sith. There's Sidious and Maul or Count Dooku. None of them ordered the Tusken Raiders to fucking rape Anakin's mom to death. So they weren't.
They were just doing their usual thing.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's what Sand people do. They rape. They must rape. I mean, have you been to the Middle East? Let's see. So Yoda sensed the pain. Why didn't the council follow up? Like, yeah, well, again, the plot has to happen. If the council, so again, it doesn't make sense. If the council found out Anakin ran to Tatooine and murdered a bunch of Tusken Raiders because they raped his mom to death, yeah, they would probably, there'd probably be, I'm sure there's some type of a thing where a Jedi who gets tempted by the dark side or who, whatever, there's some type of remedial thing they do. And of course, none of that happened. No one, he had a secret marriage. He was boning Padme. He was doing all this stuff, and everyone was like okay with it. No one did anything. Again, and they did that because
I don't think anyone knew about
the
it.
plot. They could read minds.
Obi-Wan.
They could read minds. They should know everything.
Yeah, they can read minds against the uninitiated, but against another Jedi.
Yes.
Like Jedi don't have a way to protect them.
How do you?
There were Jedi there were Jedi who could like bring people back to life, like Jedi.
Yeah, look again, but if the problem is the plot doesn't happen if people act the way they would act in that situation. So like this is the problem with bad writing. The writers need the character to go from A to Z, and they want to have these little set pieces in between, and they don't know how to make that happen in a logical, coherent way. So they just make the character do whatever they have to do to make the set pieces and the plot happen. So you have characters acting completely out of character and doing stupid things just so the plot happens. You have these conveniences. That's the telltale sign of shitty writing. When everyone just happens to be in the right place at the right time. Something happens to happen out of nowhere. But in Star Wars, you have the whole will of the Force. So shitty writing can almost be excused as like, oh, even though this crazy coincidence happened to happen, it was the will of the Force. Okay, fine. It's the will of the Force. But it doesn't make it good writing. Like, you look at a well-written story written by a competent writer, and then you look at, like, hack Marvel dog shit, it's pretty easy to tell the difference. One of them is full of spectacle and lights and sounds and CGI, but it's all just a bunch of conveniences and bad writing and bullshit. And those movies are forgotten. Anyway, okay. Yes.
I just think the prequels get like this weird hate.
I don't hate the prequels. I've watched them. I own them. But I mean, Star Wars. It has flaws. Right, it has flaws in its writing and its plot. There's plot holes and whatnot. That's always been the case. It's not meant to be The Godfather. It's meant to be
I
remember.
All right, go away.
Well, no, I was about to say I still enjoy like A New Hope, even though like the whole like Death Star's weakness, like before Rogue One came out, like that really didn't make, like people parodied all the times like, oh, we had this big weakness. If you shoot a torpedo down this, and the whole thing blows up. Right. But I still like the movie, despite that glaring flaw. Like I enjoy the movie for the movie.
Yeah, I remember RGE's comment about the sequel. I mean, the original trilogy versus the prequel. He said, "For you watch the original trilogy for some better writing and movie plot and story, and then for his standard for prequel, he went in just with the expectation just for better CGI lightsaber fights and action and battles, and that's what he got. And he wasn't disappointed in the prequel because that's all he expected."
Yeah, it's fine. It's whatever. The irony is, like, Empire Strikes Back, which is, like, the best Star Wars movie, wasn't even written by George Lucas. It was written by a different guy. So, again, it's whatever. I used to love Star Wars. Disney killed it for me. But, anyway, why did Obi-Wan... the Jedi Council and Obi-Wan kind of, like, let Anakin do whatever he wanted so the plot could happen. Like, everything happens because the plot has to happen, like, at the end of the day. They had to do something. They needed the plot to happen. They came up with... If George Lucas wasn't a billionaire when he made the prequels, if he had to work and compromise with other writers, and he had like investors pushing back against his bad ideas, the prequels would have been better. But because he had nothing but people kissing his ass and telling him what a genius he was, they just put out the script, and people didn't question it, and the plot holes happen and conveniences happen and all the telltale signs of bad writing, which is like when you're writing a book or anything really. Sometimes halfway through the book, you'll have like a good idea that you want to add some foreshadowing, so you might have to go back a few chapters and rewrite some things. You might have to do a second draft where you have the story written, but then you have some better ideas, or you think maybe this doesn't work, or you might have to go back and rewrite some scenes, and it might take you a while to come up with the final draft before you start filming. And none of that happened with the prequel movies. George Lucas just wrote them, first draft, and started filming because nobody gave him any pushback, because he was the head of the company and he was a billionaire.
Yeah, and to be fair to Lucas, he did want to work with Spielberg, but Spielberg told him he had it.
Well, they worked together with Indiana Jones, but yeah, it's fine. Look, people used to shit on those prequels, and then the Disney movies came out, and it's like, oh god, like now.
Yeah, so once the funniest change of opinion was a lot of people after watching the sequel, they said, okay, maybe the prequel wasn't that bad.
So I gave Force Awakens a pass because it was just a blatant remake of Episode 4. But I'm like, okay, they're playing it safe after the prequels. Okay, but then Rogue One was when I knew everything was bad. And then I'm like, I'm not going to see the next one unless I see reviews. And then Last Jedi came out and everyone's like, oh, this is awful. And then I just said, okay, I'm done. And that Rogue One was the last Star Wars movie I've ever seen. It was also the last movie I'd seen in theaters, was Rogue One. That's when I'm like, and done. And I never looked back. Anyway, as far as killing the Tusken Raiders, yeah, I mean they're like primitive savages who, kill people and raid and whatever. They're not like a beautiful civilization that they don't even do anything. Like at least the Jawas, like they're scavengers, but they find the droids and they sell them, and they're at least providing some kind of a service. The Tusken Raiders don't do anything. They don't do anything worth a shit. They don't like trade. They're just like bandits that make grunting noises. All right. Water stealing. Okay, I don't know what the rest of that comment meant. But hopefully that answered your question. If it didn't, I apologize.
Master Ejaculator donated $5. What is your darkest joke? Let's see if you can beat mine. How did Michael Jackson make the kid cry twice? Because he wiped his bloody dick off on the kid's teddy bear after he raped him.
Okay. I honestly can't think of a joke off the top of my head, so I guess you win the prize of. And Michael Jackson didn't even do that, by the way. Like, it's really fucked up what happened. So Michael Jackson, he was letting kids. He's like
Michael Jackson is innocent.
No, he was innocent. What happened was, he wanted to, like, he's doing the whole Make-A-Wish thing where all these kids with cancer, he was letting them hang out at his house. And, like, he had his own, like, amusement park and everything at his house. And he was letting these kids with terminal cancer come and, like, play at his house. And, he let them also bring some friends. It wasn't just him, like, he's like, okay, bring your friends, we'll all have a good time. And, these kids, these are usually poor kids with poor families. They have leukemia or whatever. And they saw this guy with all this money, and they're like, "Hey, let's see if we can get some of this money." And so they're like, "Hey, let's falsely accuse him of molesting our kid, and then we'll see if we can get a settlement." That's all it was. And this is why, like,
Michael Jackson had that disease where he's like falling apart, and it's fucked.
Well, no, he had that disease that was like losing his pigmentation, but then he got like plastic surgery and he turned himself into a Pokemon. So that was him. Like he was. My point is though is he didn't molest any kids. He was falsely accused by these parents looking for a payday. In fact, this happened recently. A lot of these celebrities, like these women, will pussy bomb them, and then they'll threaten to accuse them of rape or to spread, pics on the internet if they don't get $1 million. It's very common where like people will try to get close to you so they can try to extort money from you because they know you have money. They know you're a celebrity. They know you're good for it. If you give them $1 million, hey, that's nothing to you. That's life-changing for them. So yeah, it's really fucked up what happened.
And while we may not know the exact 100% of the detail, but it is notable that Michael Jackson and Trump are the few really famous rich celebrities who never been to Epstein's Island, not even travel close to it.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Everything that happened to him, and and that's the thing is that's what he'll be remembered for. Like, oh, he was raping kids on his island, but he wasn't. That was just a lie. From these, and the parents, they're just like, they probably didn't want to ruin Michael Jackson's life. They just wanted some money. They just wanted to extort some money from him, and they didn't. It probably just got out of hand, and it is what it is. And this is why, like, now if you want to see if your kid's dying of leukemia, and you're like, oh, I want John Cena to come visit me. John Cena will come to the hospital where there are fucking cameras everywhere, and shake your kid's hand and give him an autograph and whatever. But he's not going to let you.
Is that why they always do it at the hospital?
Yeah, because if you went, I promise you, if John Cena's like, oh yeah, come hang out at my mansion. There'd be, oh, John Cena's raping kids in his mansion. So that's why he comes to the hospital where there's cameras everywhere and there's witnesses, so you can't accuse them of anything. And this is also why celebrities, they can't live in like normie neighborhoods. They have to go live in upscale neighborhoods because otherwise they'll try to injure themselves on their lawn. They'll try because they're like, I need to sue this guy. He has money. I need to make his money my money. I'm going to injure myself on his lawn. I'm going to, whatever. I'm going to try to get it. I'm going to try to do something to. I'm going to make him hit my car. I'm going to say he hit my car, and then I'm going to sue him. And it's just endless frivolous lawsuits and extortion attempts because people know you have money, and this is why people, when they win the lottery, they ghost and they move and they never come back. Because otherwise, there have been lottery winners that their kids have been kidnapped. Like, as soon as people figured out, oh, this guy won the lottery, they kidnap their kids and try to hold them for ransom. Like, people are just that shitty. So you can't be you have to be careful when you have money and you're a celebrity. You have to be really careful who you associate with and who you're nice to. Because people, you're nice to someone and they'll try to get you in trouble, or they'll try to expose you, or they'll try to extort money from you. And it's just fucked up, but that's people are. They're trying to get some free money. At least when women sperm jack a basketball player for that child support, at least they're fucking them. At least they're getting sex out of it. They're not just like, oh, thanks for giving my child who's dying of leukemia a fun time. Hey, I'm going to falsely accuse you of molesting him so I can get $1 million. It's like, what? Michael Jackson didn't even get anything out of that exchange. He just got, his reputation destroyed. And he didn't even do anything. Anyway, let's move on.
Markstrong 537 donated $5. I just woke up from a dream about Jews who found my house keys and they wanted to sell them back to me, and they said my keys were sharp and they could have cut them. They wanted to charge me because of that. Hey Voodoo. Hey TFM. Have any anti-Semitic dreams lately?
I don't understand why you would have anti-Semitic dreams. You need to I don't know, like if you are so obsessed with Jews that you dream about Jews, then you need help. You need to go touch some grass and go do something that you find enjoyable. Like I talk about politics, I talk about the markets, I have to because one, I need to know what's going on and I want to help inform you about what's going on so that you can make informed decisions in your personal life. But you have to know when to let it go and live life. You have to have a hobby. You have to find something that you enjoy doing so to get away from it all. You can't just be sitting there obsessing over, Jews all day. Like, Jesus Christ, you need to go enjoy life. Like, why would
I don't have anti-Semitic dreams. I just have dreams like, regular dreams like, family, kids, white people. I'm not
white people
dreaming about
dreams.
Jews. Incel? Nah, man, I'm white. Never been in a cell.
Now, if
this remind me of a point. To all the hardcore outright white nationalists, there's no need to blow a gasket or get worked up about some of us not agreeing to exactly what ethno state. We will not stand in the way of you trying to build that state. When the collapse happens, people with different values and ideologies can live in their own states and places. Just have to promise one thing: whichever side gets more prosperity and more jobs and better economy, don't just resort to waging war and try to invade and take over and rob everything. That's not going to end up well for everyone.
Well, I just want, you got to take women's rights away, my dude. Like, you can't have an ethno-state with no birth rates. I mean, you look at Asia. Even Asia's like, quick, we need immigration. But from where? So, if you want an ethno-state and you want to keep all the immigrants out, you got to start making them babies. You got to take those rights away. It's the only thing that works. If there was some other way to raise fertility rates other than taking women's rights away, I'd be the first one to let you know. I've looked. There isn't. Countries have tried literally everything else other than taking women's rights away, and it doesn't work. Only taking women's rights away works. And that's all I want. If you take women's rights away, cool, great. Honestly, that's all I want. You can have your little ethno state with all your little white babies, and that's fine. I don't care. That's on you. I want you to live. I want white people to live. I want you to have a future. And you're not going to have a future unless you take women's rights away.
I just want a place to be able to have my culture and my people represented.
Exactly. No, exactly. And, white people...
It's just like, white people deserve a place to call their own as well. We don't deserve to have we have become so successful that now other people want to come and live in our countries.
Well, of course.
And then they want to turn our countries into the place that they left because it doesn't feel good enough.
They don't. No. It's more simple than that. So people don't want to live when you have all these. So the immigrants aren't there because they want to become Australian or Canadian or French or German or American. They're there because of welfare and jobs and money. Period. That's it. Done. There's nothing else. They don't want to learn English. They don't want to assimilate. They just want the money because that's what you're offering them. You're trying to get people to immigrate to your country because your birth rates are dog shit and they need workers.
That's what we're offering them now.
Right. So so if you turn the welfare off, they'll fucking leave. They will leave on their own. It's not the hope. It's the reality. They did. Remember the Syrian refugees when we started the war in Syria? Yeah. All those refugees went to Europe. Once they took their welfare away, they left. It's that simple. You take the fucking welfare away, they leave. The problem is, without the birth rates, you still need immigration.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
So you got to take women's rights away. So it's like all this shit about
Do you
race
think
war
taking
and
the welfare away will facilitate, or not facilitate, but participate? What's the word? Precipitate the taking of women's rights away. When there's no welfare, women will inherently become dependent on men.
there partially but the bigger thing is you can't get rid of the welfare state without taking women's rights away.
Without taking away women.
So
Yeah, so it
all
comes first. Okay.
yeah, so it's like right now in the economy, you have the bond market, the dollar, you have all these markets, they're all tied together. The debt markets, the bond crisis, the national debt, the dollar, they're all basically tied together. So it's not like, oh, the Fed has to choose between the dollar or the bond market. No, they're all tied together. So when the next financial crisis is going to take everything out, we're going to lose, our debt's going to explode. No one's going to take our bonds anymore. The dollar's going to hyperinflate. We're going to have an energy crisis. It's going to be fucking bad news bears all the way down the list. So when things get bad enough, the welfare is going to end. Women are going to lose their rights. The whole 9 yards. You can't do one without the other because women are the primary beneficiaries of the welfare state. If they vote, they're not going to let you vote away the welfare at all. They will fight you to the bitter end to keep their welfare. So if you want to take the welfare away, you have to stop them from voting, which means you have to take their rights away. So it's they're one problem. So you could it's like think of like taking women's rights away and getting rid of the welfare as like your 2 feet. You can't. It's not about one foot or the other foot. Both feet have to work together for you to make progress. So you could start with whatever. Start with getting rid of the welfare, but you can't get rid of the welfare without taking women's rights away. And if you want to take women's rights away, you might as well get rid of the welfare too. They're kind of interrelated. But yeah, that's what you have to do. There's no alternative. If you don't do that, you go extinct. And
so how do we get rid of the how do we actually get rid of, is there any feasible way to get rid of women's rights barring taking over the government, taking up arms, destroying people, killing things?
Well, the government, look, it's like right now you have the American empire. They're in decline. They're in decline. You know, like the American empire is falling apart. And they're trying to start wars. They're trying to get China and Russia to back down. They're trying to get Iran to succumb. They're trying to hold on to power as they decline. And they're threatening World War III. And then the Houthis called their bluff, and now they're trying to like figure out how they can turn this around. And it's not going to work, but you know they're trying. The point is though there doesn't have to be World War III. America started the war in Ukraine, overthrowing the government during the Maidan coup. They're building all these military bases in the South China Sea to threaten China. And they're talking about, oh, China's going to invade Taiwan, which they're not. But America want a war because they're in decline. And they want Russia and China to decline with them so they can stay on top. So in order to prevent World War III, all the U.S. has to do is just accept that their empire's in decline and let it go. Just accept that your empire's in decline and you can't turn this around without abandoning everything you stand for, which you're not going to do. So just accept that you're in decline and just let go of control. Just the way the British Empire, after they were bankrupted in World War II, they said to let their empire go. They couldn't hold on to it, but they couldn't afford it. They just kind of grew.
They didn't have a choice.
Well, they did, right?
During World War II, they became America's bitch at that point.
Right. That's the point. They didn't, only when they don't have a choice. So it's like, how do you take women's rights away? How do it's going to happen on its own, the easy way or the hard way. We're not going to do it the easy way. We're not going to have an adult conversation about what we need to do in order to survive and what's best for. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to hit the wall at full speed. The government's going to collapse through hyperinflation, probably civil war, and then you just have to hope your side wins. And then you get to dictate terms to the losers and be like, okay, we won. We're in charge. All this goes away. This is how things are going to be from now on. You can eat this bullet, or you can get with the program. Those are your options. Now you don't necessarily. There's whatever happened. There's so many moving parts. The things can go so many different ways. There's really no point speculating about like, oh, what's going to happen after the civil. We got to get there, and there's so many different things that could happen. There's so many different ways this can end that I'm not even worried that far ahead. I'm just thinking like the next year. Let's try to get through. So we have to see what's going to happen. First of all, we have to see if the cathedral can hold it together for the rest of the year into the election. That's not a guarantee. Then we got to see what happens after they steal the election again. What's going to happen after they steal another election? Probably nothing. Maybe something. I don't know. Then,
even if something does happen, it's going to get censored.
But then in 2025, when the economy collapses, then what happens? What happens when the energy crisis, the debt, the de-dollarization, hyperinflation all hit us at the same time? And then the government declares a crisis and declares martial law, and there's a lot of shit that could happen really quickly. What happens when the VAIDS kicks in, and people start dropping like flies left and right? There's just a lot of shit that could happen just in the next couple of years. So I'm not worried about we'll worry about what happens after the dust settles, after we survive the dust settling. But that's not a guarantee. So I'm not worried about what do we do to, first of all, the government's kind of fucked. Now the government's trying to enslave everyone so they can hang on to power. I don't think it's going to work, especially not now, because when Britain fell,
there's too many rabbits.
When Britain fell, they hitched their wagon to the United States. When America became the dominant power, they protected Britain. So anyone who had a beef with Britain really couldn't do anything to Britain, because they were like buddies with America, who is now the dominant power of the world. Well, I guess them and the Soviet Union, but it was America wasn't going to let you fuck with Britain, even if you had a legitimate beef with them. But when the American Empire collapses, a lot of uppance will be paid. A lot of debts will be settled, and nobody will save them. Nobody's coming to save anyone. There won't be any new, because there's not going to be another superpower. Like China and Russia aren't going to be the replacement superpower for America. It's going to be a multipolar world where countries mostly manage themselves and have to eke out mutually beneficial arrangements with each other. They're not going to be dictated to by some superpower anymore, which is a good thing. But it's going to be very different from the world we live in now. And I don't know. I think shit's going to get bad. Well, definitely going to get bad, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I mean, there is a possibility everybody cucks and does nothing and the cathedral wins. But, I mean, that hasn't been working so well. I mean, the Houthis of all people stood up to America when nobody else would. And then once the Houthis called their bluff and kind of exposed them for the paper tiger they were, now other people are starting to stand up. So sometimes it just takes one. Sometimes it just takes one person standing up to show they're not invincible. And then, it gives other people the courage to stand up. So, we'll see. We'll see. All right. Let's go move on. See what's going on with the next thing.
Z the Christian one donated $5. Woe unto the wicked. It shall be ill with him, for the reward of his hands shall be given him. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the way of thy paths. The Lord standeth up to plead, and standeth to judge the people. Isaiah 3:11-13.
There you go. That's our Bible quote of the day. Moving on.
Z the Christian one donated $5.
Oh wait, we got another one.
The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. Moreover all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed, because thou hearken not unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded thee. Deuteronomy 28:43-45.
Yep, and like a
Good
lot
Bible
of
study time.
I know, and yeah, you could be like, oh, that's talking about us. Like, no, it's not. It's you could take a lot of ancient books and be like, oh, it's. You could look at episodes of The Simpsons, and because there's so many episodes of The Simpsons, you could like, oh, The Simpsons predicted this. Okay, it's fine. I don't care. You believe what you want. I don't give a shit anymore.
Walking Jizz Fountain donated $5. You do realize Bob Marley's birthday is February 6th, right? Also, Lincoln didn't free the slaves. He signed a document ending slavery in territories that he didn't have any political or military control over, and exempted the territories that he did control from ending slavery if you read the bottom of the Emancipation Proclamation.
All right, so I always heard that 420 was Bob Marley's birthday, but whatever. So whatever for other than Hitler's birthday, which I know that's not what it was, but whatever. I thought it was Bob Marley's birthday, but I guess I was wrong. So not even Bob Marley gets a holiday. Boy, do I have egg on my face. Anyway, yeah, look, Abe Lincoln was a piece of shit, but the North did free the slaves after they defeated the South. So yes, you can quibble over, like, obviously Abe Lincoln didn't do it for altruistic reasons, and he was doing it to, kind of like what we're doing with Ukraine. We're defending democracy, but it has nothing to do with democracy. We're not defending democracy in Ukraine. We're trying to bring down BRICS because they're an economic rival. It has nothing to do with democracy in Ukraine. But that's the narrative. And now we're not going to win in Ukraine, but if we won in Ukraine and Russia was defeated and broken up that was the plan. If we were successful in Ukraine, the history books would be written that Vladimir Putin was this evil dictator, and he invaded this peaceful democracy called Ukraine, and we defeated him, and we broke up Russia. We saved the day, because history is written by the winners, and such it is with the Emancipation Proclamation and Lincoln and all that shit. It's all fake and gay. It's all bullshit. Lincoln was a monster, but history is written by the winners. And they basically canonized him as a saint after his assassination to make him like, oh, he saved America. He did all these wonderful things, even though he was absolutely a piece of shit. But anyway, okay, so I apologize to any Bob Marley fans out there. I thought 420 was Bob Marley's birthday. I always was told that. So I'm a big dummy who doesn't know my Bob Marley birthday facts, I guess. It should be 420, though. But I guess I don't know. Whatever the origin of 420 was, I thought it was Bob Marley's birthday.
Xanderdog donated $5. TFM, feminist women like to claim that rape isn't about sex but about power and dominance. So if that's the case, then isn't it rape every time a woman uses sex to control men, or withholds it from her boyfriend or husband to use it to bargain with? Since it's not about sex. I heard this the other day and it kinda makes sense. What are your thoughts on it?
Oh, yeah, well, it's like how women, if you take your condom off without the permission of your partner, that's considered stealthing, and it's a form of rape. So she didn't consent to raw sex. So if you take your condom off without telling her and you fuck her raw, that's rape. You're a rapist because you lied about birth control. She can lie about birth control. She can even sabotage your condoms in order to sperm jack you. And that's not only is that not rape, it's not even a crime. There's no crime against a woman lying about her birth control or sabotaging your condoms. But if you lie about your birth control, you're a rapist. You're committing a heinous felony. But she does it, it's not even a crime. So yes, if you try to apply the same standard, then yes, what you're describing, women when women use sex to manipulate men, that's a form of rape. They're using sexual coercion, which is rape. But of course, it's not a crime when women do it. It's only a crime when men do it. Because we live in a society. And bringing up these facts doesn't matter.
A gynocentric society.
Yeah, but if you try to argue like, oh, this isn't fair, yeah, of course it's not fair. Gynocentrism has nothing to do with fairness. It's slave morality. It's putting women in charge and making men subservient to them because, the strong should serve the weak. That's herd morality in a nutshell.
I had a retard the other day. I swear to God, like, he looked like an Ashkenazi Jew. Like, he had the atypical features. And he was arguing with me about the wording of master and slave morality. He didn't like that it was called master and slave morality. He's like, why is it called master and slave morality? So as a master morality, you're just trying to gather up slave morality. So I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, you retard? Did you not listen to anything I just said while explaining master and slave morality?
Well, you could call it pagan morality versus Christian morality. That'll probably trigger Jews less. It's the same thing. Basically, prior to Christianity, religious morality was based on pagan values, which are master morality. But starting with
paganism is actually like the master morality religion.
It's just nature. So okay, there's no evil in nature, right? Like let's explain this. I'll try to explain this. So nature isn't evil. Nature is indifferent. Bad things happen. Nature can give you, delicious strawberries and sunny days, and it can also cause earthquakes and storms and diseases, and it's all nature. Nature isn't good or evil; it just is. So, when you create a morality that's in harmony with nature, there's no good and evil. There's good and bad. There's desirable and undesirable. Health is desirable. Illness is undesirable. Sex is desirable. Not having sex is undesirable. Being strong is desirable. Being weak is undesirable. That's master morality. It's not even really a formalized morality. It's just a recognition of reality and living in accordance with what's clearly beneficial in nature. Being strong and reproducing and being successful and dominant are clearly superior than the inverse. And that's all master morality is. The reason why slave morality exists is because there are slaves who are very ass mad that they're in an inferior position. And so to cope with their inferiority, they invert the morality and they call the good of the master morality evil. And they call their weak position good. So for example, having lots of sex, which is desirable, is actually a sin, and you should actually be celibate. That's the good moral thing to do. Being celibate is good and moral. Having lots of kids and lots of wives, that's actually lust. That's greed. That's a sin. That's evil. Being strong is actually pride. You shouldn't be strong. You should be humble. You should serve the strong. Should serve the weak. Because the weak they're better. God loves weak people and he hates strong people because of their pride. That's the running theme when it comes to slave morality, is they take all which is desirable in nature and life and they invert it. And you're supposed to desire the undesirable and eschew the desirable. And so what happens is the weak, the stupid, the lazy are elevated as like an ideal. And society basically... Now, again, to Christians' credit, a lot of Roman virtues and stuff was incorporated into Christianity early on, like under Constantine. Because Constantine actually believed that Jesus was a manifestation of Sol Invictus. So he basically just saw Christianity as an extension of the existing Roman monotheist religion of Sol Invictus. So a lot of Roman stuff got put into Christianity. That's why Roman Catholicism has a lot of extra biblical stuff. Which, people are like, oh, but it wasn't in the Bible. That's kind of why it wasn't shit. Once the Protestant Reformation happened, they took all the stuff that wasn't in the Bible out, and they went back to the Bible. That's when you had the dog shit slave morality, of Protestantism, where it was all like, let's all be communists, let's share everything, let's turn the other cheek, let's let people invade us and destroy us. What could go wrong? We have to love our enemies. When somebody steals from us, we have to give them twice. Not only let them steal from us, but reward them for stealing from us. Now imagine running a country or a society off of quote unquote true Christianity. You would be wiped out immediately. You'd be rewarding people for wiping you out. You'd be begging people to wipe you out. And then you'd be like, oh, thank you for wiping me out. Here, let me turn the other cheek and let you hit me some more. Oh, you're stealing from me? Here, let me give you more. Let me love you for destroying me and taking everything that belongs to me. That's what Jesus.
So dumb.
That's what Jesus would.
So
but that's what Jesus said to do. Don't you believe in the true Christianity, not this evil Roman bastardized pagan worshiping Satan cult? Except that Satan cult built Western civilization, and your Protestant fucking dead Jew on a stick worship created feminism.
Didn't come from God; they came from paganism.
No, morality comes from self-interest. Even they observe this in animals. Morality is a recognition of, if you live in a species, it could be birds, bugs, it doesn't fucking matter. If you live in a species that relies on mutual cooperation, you will form a moral system. Even if you're like a primitive life form that doesn't even understand you can't even coherently think of what a moral is, you're going to act in a moral way because your survival depends on mutual cooperation. You're going to punish people who act outside you're going to basically reward and punish based on what benefits your group, whatever that group is, based on your reliance on mutual cooperation for survival. And those who don't mutually cooperate are going to go extinct because your group relies on that. And that's all morality is. It didn't come from God. It wasn't like nobody sat down and worked it out. Species tried different shit, and some shit worked, some shit didn't. And over time, we came up with a pretty good template that's been replicated everywhere humans have lived. And it worked really well.
You may have already mentioned this, but how did we go from what Africa is experiencing right now with the constant tribal warfare to society as we know it today? Because as you just said, it's mutual cooperation towards a common goal.
Oh, that's
so how did we get from killing each other?
Well, you have to have a unifying war. So in Japan, you had or even in China, you had the Warring States period. In Japan, you had the Three Kingdom or whatever it was. You had all different countries. You have
backwards GFM. Japan
whatever.
has a Warring State period before the Edo.
Okay, whatever. But these countries, you have tribes and clans, which are all family, and then they war and conquer, and they become larger and larger until you have one big warlord unifying. Now, that's basically a euphemism for conquering, but unifying the whole country. And then they impose one uniform system on the entire country, and they force everyone to assimilate to their system through penalty of death. And you either get with the program or you die. And then fast forward a few generations, everybody is speaking the same language, everybody's worshiping the same gods, everybody has the same customs and traditions, everybody honors the king or the emperor or the czar or the whatever the fuck they call themselves, and that's all it is. It's all violence and conquest. And Europe did this.
And then once you're at the top, you basically institute like stability in the form of like edicts and rules, and then ultimately you try and make your society that you've built, that you conquered, as stable as possible, and that's how nations form. Okay.
Well, but then
Thank you.
what happens later though is the empire will want to expand and civilize the barbarians. So you'll find like when Rome
Like Europe, like what Europe did.
Well, yes,
with its
well,
colonies.
or what like Rome was just a city in Italy, and then it conquered all the tribes in Italy and united Italy under Rome, and then it started conquering all the neighboring areas and created the Roman Empire. And it was Romanizing all its slaves. It was conquering people, enslaving them, Romanizing them, and then after a couple generations, they were fully Roman. And this is why the Gauls became the French.
If you need to like you're saying you went from tribes, which is just a family, to conquering other tribes that become your family, how do you deal with incest, or do you hopefully have enough people that it's not a problem?
Well, yeah. Hopefully you have enough people, and then you do bring in other people, but you make them assimilate to you. So you conquer tribe A, and you wipe out their native culture. You make them learn your language. You make them worship your gods. And this is what you see all throughout the ancient world, where you conquered people are forced to bow down to the conquering nation's gods, learn their language, interbreed, and then they get assimilated into their culture, and that's all she wrote. And so you still have an influx of genetic diversity, but you have a monoculture. You don't have multiculturalism. Right. You force people to assimilate. Now, you could be like the Mongols or the Romans, where you let people acknowledge, like, so you can let them worship their religion, but as long as they acknowledge your religion too. Now, the Jews they had a special deal with because of the Greeks, and then the Jews ended up being stupid and the Romans killed them. But, potato, it's whatever. But a lot of times, and Christians do this too. If there was a group of pagans, rather than forcing them to acknowledge Jesus, they would allow them to convert their pagan gods into saints. And then they would just acknowledge Jesus as higher than their local gods, who are now being busted down to be saints. The most famous example of this is Saint Bridget, who didn't exist. There was a pagan goddess named Bridget that was recontextualized into a Catholic saint when that country was Christianized. And her pagan priests just became Catholic priests who their pagan temples were turned into Catholic abbeys, and the goddess Bridget became Saint Bridget. So that's all they did. And at the end of the day, and I use this example a lot, so, Christians converted the Aztecs into Christians. And they went from these absolutely barbaric, human-sacrificing pagans who killed people for Quetzalcoatl to make the corn grow, to now you have these cartels murdering people to honor Santa Muerta, Saint Death, who's like this Virgin Mary Grim Reaper thing. But they still kill people and sacrifice them to their gods. But instead of it being a feathered serpent, it's like a Virgin Mary Grim Reaper. But it's the same thing. Like in practice, it's the same thing. They're still killing people and sacrificing them to their gods. It's just they've been Christian washed.
Right.
But the whole point of converting people is the idea is you want to make them assimilate to your culture. But then what sometimes happens if you don't actually assimilate them, then you basically just take your culture and wash it over their culture. So you have Quetzalcoatl become Santa Muerta, but nothing truly changes. Like people, they speak Spanish instead of whatever the fuck Aztecs originally spoke. whatever click-clack language they used to speak when they were cutting people's hearts open with obsidian. But nothing really changed. You know, you still have these vicious cartels like MS-13 being just as vicious as like any Aztec Jaguar warrior. So, yeah, it's kind of funny how, like, you know, the more things change, the more things stay the same. But the whole thing about religion, the idea is, it's kind of naive, but the belief was you make everybody, you're going to civilize them. We're going to civilize these barbarous savages by bringing them to make them more like us. We're going to teach them Spanish. We're going to teach them about Jesus and make them Catholic, and they're going to be better. And in a lot of ways, they were. Like, I mean, I'd rather live in Mexico than live in like the Aztec Empire, where I might get sacrificed to make the corn grow. But you know, at the same time, you still have like these death cult, you know, cartels in Mexico doing the same shit they did. Now they just wear business suits instead of jaguar skins. And they use Ukrainian NATO weapons instead of fucking obsidian spanking paddles. All right, let's move on.
MCL donated $5. The only noteworthy African kingdom in my opinion was Carthage and ancient Egypt. Both had European mixture into them, as Carthage was once a Phoenician colony and Egypt mixed with the Greeks.
Yeah, there was Mali. But Mali was basically just a rich gold kingdom, and it wasn't really a good kingdom. It was just like you had the ruling class of Mali with all the gold, and they just like enslaved their own people to work in the mines. So it was a kind of you don't really want to celebrate that. You don't want to celebrate a brutal kingdom that just, you know, where the rich had all the gold. It's kind of like Saudi Arabia. Imagine Saudi Arabia, how you have like the Saudi royal family that's like super rich, except instead of black gold, it's like yellow gold, like actual gold. But you had like the royal family that had all the money, and you had everyone else just like, we're basically just mining slaves. Which, yeah, probably
once Spain start bringing like all the gold from like the Americas, like Mali went from like exporting gold to exporting slaves to like filling like the manpower demands for all the plantations out in the Americas.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up, but you know, such is life. Carthage and Egypt were basically Mediterraneanized. I don't know if that's even a word, but yeah. Then after the Greek period of Egypt, it got Arabized when the Muslims came and took Egypt and North Africa. So yeah, it's definitely not African in the because like the Arabs aren't African and the Mediterranean Europeans aren't African. So yeah, it's part of the African continent, but most of the history, especially like the great kingdoms that were built there, they're not. It's like how one of the only viable countries, civilizations in sub-Saharan Africa is South Africa, which was built by the Dutch. It wasn't built by actual Africans. It was built by Dutch European settlers. And then it got turned to shit after fucking after apartheid was ended. Because all, you know, the Dutch, the descendants of the Dutch didn't want to like all these Africa, because, you know, you build something in Africa that's not shit, everyone's going to want to move there. So all these Africans started moving to South Africa, and then, you know, they didn't like the fact that the people who built the country didn't want to share power with them, and because it was like the current year, we wagged our finger at them and said, you better let them, give them rights, and then they voted themselves all the power, and they turned the country into shit. So it's like, yeah, that's how that goes generally. Whatever. I mean, I don't know what to say. It is what it is. Like, regardless if it makes you feel bad or makes you feel inferior, like, it is what it is. That's life. You know, like, and you know what? Like, whatever happened in these African countries doesn't really have shit to do with you. Just because you're black doesn't mean, you know, like, you can do great things. Like, the fact that Africa sucks, that doesn't mean you can't do good things. You can't do great things. You can't be an amazing person who is worthy of respect and admiration and could have a holiday named after you. You can do great things. Like, that's all holidays really should be. They should be about individuals who did great things and are worthy of respect, not like the ethnicity that person comes from. Like, you have people from all different kinds of ethnicities doing all kinds of crazy shit. But you don't like, oh, look at this person who did all this amazing stuff. Isn't it great that, like, people of, I don't know, Serbian, Hungarian, Russian ethnicity, who cares what ethnicity they are? It's the person that did the thing. It doesn't matter what country they came from. But anyway, that's my opinion. I'm a giant racist, so what, why would you listen to me?
Well, the alt-right community
Markstone
hates you.
537 donated $5.
I piss everyone off.
Dart tickles. Quote, while TFM's hatred of Western elites and dominant culture is entirely justified, it is a form of derangement syndrome that often clouds his judgment. Russia is not ascendant. Russia is dying even faster than the West, and no amount of last gasp performative religious nationalism is going to save it. Within 50 years, Russia will lose its Far East to China.
What are you talking about? The Russian military is the strongest it's been since the Soviet Union, and their economy, like, Germany is deindustrializing while the Russian economy is growing. Like, what are you talking about? By what standard is Russian decline?
I mean, didn't Russia just kick NATO's ass in Ukraine?
Yeah, like, I want to see what the fuck you're talking about. What by what metric?
Well, he's quoting someone else in the comments.
Someone named Darth Tickles. All right, so Darth Tickles. What are you talking? Are you talking about GDP? Well, like, Western GDP is high because we're going into crazy amounts of debt. Like, that like, GDP is an acronym. The G stands for government. So the government printing money and spending it raises GDP. Now, if you think the government printing money and spending it is like the rocket car to prosperity, then, man, the Weimar...
Wait a minute.
The Weimar Republic...
Aren't you referring to gross domestic product?
Well, how do you calculate GDP? What is it? So there's the government spending is in the let me look up the fucking thing. I don't care. I don't even want to look it up. Whatever. Government spending is what's propping up GDP. So I had someone, like, because I brought up this chart that showed, like, the G7 declining and the BRICS ascending. People are like, oh, but actually in the last 2 years, GDP in the G7 has gone up this, and China and Russia have gone down. It's like, that's all debt. That's debt monetization. That's all the money we printed, and all the money all these proxy wars we're seeing. And the proxy wars we've lost. We spent all this money on proxy wars, then we fucking lost the proxy war. Well, the Russian economy is doing fine. Now this goes back to the whole market thing of, oh, well, number go up, TFM. The stock market's hitting all-time highs despite all the debt and the high interest rates and the rate cuts. Everything's doing fine. Oh, we're doing great. Russia's actually collapsing. I don't know what to tell you, my dude. See, economic principles are always vindicated in the end, and the government is just printing money and going into insane amounts of debt. And if you think if you think government debt and debt monetization works, then I don't know what to tell you, because other countries have done this and it just results in hyperinflation. Now, maybe you believe in MMT. You're like, oh, the government can actually print all the money it wants and nothing will ever happen. And yeah, all these governments abandoning the dollar and going to BRICS, that's not real. That's not real at all. That BRICS is a fugazi. It's not real. The dollar will be forever. In fact, we're winning in Ukraine. Yeah, we defeated the Russian army, the counteroffensive was a success. Yeah, that's right. Okay. I don't know. Like, you just live in your own little world, I guess. But yeah, it's I don't care. Like, this is... All right, what's up?
Okay, really quick. Just the GDP equation, right? It's C plus G plus I plus import-export difference. So C is consumer goods, I is investor spending, the G in the equation itself, yes, it is government spending. Some people actually don't try to say one line gotcha. On TFS, the G in the acronym, yes, it's gross.
Yeah, gross domestic product.
But in the actual component equation itself, the G is government spending.
Yep, you're right. You're right. I'm a big dummy head. You're big stupid. I was using like a saying, and that it's like a saying that the government puts the G in GDP, but. Yeah, that's not technically true. Well, okay.
Some people like to nitpick on you. I just point out that it's not wrong. So the G in the equation, it's government.
Yeah, it is. Government spending is propping up GDP. They're putting the G in GDP with the government spending. But yeah, the G stands for gross, not government. But it's like a saying. But it's fine. It's fine. If you want to believe the G20 or the G7 rather is will never fall, and government debt is the key to prosperity, and debt doesn't matter because it's money we owe ourselves. If you're just drinking that propaganda straight from the propaganda utter, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why you're here. Like, you should be getting your booster, Mr. Propaganda Guzzler, because I don't know how you're still alive. But anyway, it's fine. You can believe whatever you want. You can believe that Russia is in decline and they're losing, and the ghost of Ukraine shot down 100,000 Russian MiGs in a single day with a swipe of their mighty alpha cock. You can believe all that stuff if you want. I don't know what to tell you, but okay. Honestly, I don't know who. There are troll farms based out of Israel that go into like comment sections and social media to push fucking cathedral propaganda. So if that's who you are, kindly fuck off. I don't care. I'm not even gonna.
Trolls should die.
No, they're actually like, it's their job. They run these actual like troll farms. In fact, Gab just banned everyone with an Israeli IP address. Because they would go into Gab and they would just...
What?
Yeah, Gab banned all Israeli IP addresses because they was tired of them going in and like creating like porn and just posting propaganda. Because they're paid to. They're run out of Israel. They're like Israeli troll farms that are just there to run psyops on social media. There's articles written. I'm not making this up. And I was like, you're just, that's some crazy conspiracy theory. No, there's articles written about these troll farms run by Israel, and they talk about how their whole job is to go on social media and like just push propaganda and fight misinformation. Which misinformation is just when you go against the government propaganda. All right, okay, I don't know what Mark Strong's talking about this next thing. Let's see what he's saying.
Mark Strong 537 donated $5. HG George, your thoughts on TFM changing his mind on China's ability to taking women's rights away eventually? Looks like TFM took a hard black pill on that one. He was saying for longest time, oh, China will look at Taliban's and realize only ways to take women's rights away when all fails. Now he's saying that the Jews will come to China, which I agree, but they will embrace feminism and diversity, no TWRA. Am I right, TFM?
No.
When did you say that? I don't recall you ever.
I don't know. Like, sometimes I have dream memories and I remember doing something that I didn't do. This is like the opposite. I think Mark Strong had a dream memory where I said... So I just talked about this last show on Wednesday. The Epic Times was talking about how China might force women to have babies. Like, they might just straight up force women. You will have kids right now. Do it. which is pretty
and I
fucking
saw-
like take women's right. That's taking women's rights away pretty on the nose right there when you're forcing them to have kids against their will.
Yeah, and earlier this week, I just saw some Western news site or something posting about the Women's Association in China, led by the CCP, of course. All organization in China have to obey the CCP. It's telling women that to have kids at a younger age, and that if you getting focusing too much on education, getting too old, it's bad for your family life, for your marriage future. And then there's a post, of course, was complaining about how that is not a women's organization for women. It's oppressing women under the CCP's directive.
Right.
So yeah, there's no.
Now, okay.
Other than social media, by activity by by some women in the big cities, developed cities, there's no feminist talking point narrative going on in China. That's actively being allowed.
Well, and you remember what happened with Iran is the West tried to foment kind of a feminist movement in Iran, and they just started rounding up all the white knights and killing them, and the feminist movement died out. They left the women alone because the West wanted to see like dead feminists on TV, so they just rounded up the white knights, which is kind of genius because one, women can't do for themselves; they need men. So by rounding up the white knights, they deprive them of the men doing all the work and holding up the movement, and then nobody cares if you kill the men. I mean, look, is it fair? No, it's not fair. Like life isn't fair. Get over it. Now, when I talk about the Jews going to China, I didn't say that. I said they go to Japan. They go to Japan and then sell Japan out to China to get special privileges. That's what happened with Rome. So the Jews sold out the Greeks to the Romans and got special privileges by the Romans. That's why in Judea, the Jews were allowed to practice their own religion. They weren't forced to assimilate the way most people conquered by the Romans were, because they had a special deal worked out because they sold out the Greeks to the Romans. And then they did their whole fucking revolt and the Romans killed them. But, for a while there, they enjoyed some privileges because of their betrayal of the Greeks. My narrative was, and this is based on, now I'm reaching, I admit, this is based on Miss Japan being a Ukrainian winning Miss Japan. She's not even Japanese. She's a Jewish Ukrainian who won Miss Japan. And I promise you it's because the judges and the people who were backing the beauty contest were Jews. And they're trying to push like, oh, Jews are the real Japanese. And they're this is what they do. Like, hello, fellow Japanese. And once they get into positions of power, because the Japanese they don't have power. Like, they're dependent on America, just the way Israel is. Israel needs the backing of powerful countries because they have too many enemies all around them. So they had the backing of the British, and then when the British got replaced by America, they got America to back them. If America collapses, they need whatever the powerful country is to back them. Well, China is probably going to be the country that has the most influence over the Middle East when all is said and done. China may be Russia. Probably China more than Russia, because China is going to be buying most of their oil from like the Middle East. So how do you get China on your side? Well, you're not going to be able to infiltrate China and take over their government the way you can in like Europe and America. So what do? Well, you do what you did with Rome. You sell out their enemy to get to earn their favor. And the Chinese and the Japanese, they got some beef. They got some beefy beef. So
to put it lightly.
Right. So if the Jews sold out the Japanese and served them on a silver platter to the Chinese, China probably would give them some special privileges for that. And their special privileges would be, we need you to protect Israel. And China would be like, sure, you sell us the Japanese, we'll protect Israel. Or we'll tell the Middle East to leave you alone. And that's all the Jews, all of this is about securing Israel. And they'll do whatever they have to do. They'll infiltrate, they'll subvert, whatever they need to do to get the patronage of whatever country has jurisdiction over the Middle East.
I disagree completely on this narrative.
Okay.
I think it's extremely unlikely this will happen because, well, when by the time U.S. falls out of power, Israel will probably be destroyed. They have to flee to elsewhere to just
That's
survive.
true.
And also with the U.S. power gone, Japan don't have to listen to their every whim. There's no way, even if they need immigrants or successful people with money or immigrants to work, they sure as hell will not allow another race to
The
take
Jews don't work.
majority
They just have money.
of their government.
I-
And also, thirdly, China
Okay.
does not need the Jews in any way to take over Japan. If the Western power wins, most likely Japan, Korea, South Korea, and Taiwan will not want to be the next Ukraine. They'll approach China first to work out a deal, even if it means just being their auxiliary state and submitting to their rule. The Jews will not be of importance in any role in this, and they sure as hell won't gain any long-standing
Right,
favor
so-
from CCP the way Roman Empire did to the Jews.
This thing isn't about like what will happen. It's just what I would do if I were them. So I didn't say it would work. Like I was talking
I mean,
earlier.
they will try, but I think they will fail badly.
Right,
Even, even at the state of Japan, let alone trying to negotiate.
So
with the CCP.
earlier last year, I was talking about how they were going to try to bring back lockdowns, which they absolutely were. It just didn't work. Like they tried to juice up these variants. They tried to talk about disease X, and it just didn't work. There was a plan. There was absolutely a plan to try to bring back lockdowns. It just didn't work. So there's a plan. Like, and again, this is all based on like Miss Japan, where they tried to pass this Ukrainian Jew off as Miss Japan. It's like, hello, fellow Japanese. It's bullshit. But that's what they do. Like they're falling back on what's worked in the past. Will it work in Japan and against China? Probably not. But it's what I would do if I were them. That's how you Sun Tzu this shit up. You can't, like, it's not about predicting the future. It's about understanding your enemy. That's how you outthink them. That's how you outplay them. You get into their head and you guess their next move, and that's how you do it. I'm not saying like they're going to do this successfully. I'm saying this is the plan. Now, obviously,
Sure. Well, hopefully this time, Eastern Asia will eradicate a hardcore Zionism.
well, what's happening with the Middle East right now with Iran, and like Israel's kind of made their bed, and maybe they got some side deals going on. I don't know, but everyone right now is kind of expecting America to win. They still haven't really internalized what happened in Ukraine, and that the era of supreme American global dominance is over. It won't really. The next financial crisis, when everything falls apart, is probably going to be when it starts to dawn on people that the American empire is done. But at that point, they'll be like, who could have seen this coming? And it's because they ignored all the facts. Because, like people who tell me, oh, Bitcoin's doing great, TFM. It just broke new all-time highs. You're wrong. Like, no, I'm not. Just because, like, it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it will never happen or I'm wrong. It just hasn't happened yet. Like I'm right on the fundamentals. It's just the bubble hasn't popped yet. Congratulations. Keep riding that bubble. Enjoy the ride. But eventually everything I said is going to happen because I know how this shit works. But it's what's dumb is you try to if you warn people a week before it happens, people are gonna be like, what the fuck? Like, you didn't give me any chance. I didn't have a way to prepare. What use was it to warn me a week before it happens? But then if you warn them like 2 years before it happens, they're like, well, it hasn't happened yet, TFM. You don't know what you're talking about. So you can't win with normies. You're either like waiting till the last minute and you're wrong, or it didn't happen and you're wrong. It's like, okay, go just kill yourself. I don't care. Anyway, so Mark Strong, I don't know where you got the idea that I thought China was going to get subverted by Jews and become feminist. I literally never said that. I don't know where you got that. So I think you might have dream memories as well, which it sucks. I know. But
Well, I did recall catching a glimpse of it on Wednesday show where Splatterbee had a big racist rant about Asians basically. He thinks that China is not at all it's not at all being nationalistic and racial primal. Only Japan, Koreans are racist, and you think Chinese glorify half hybrid people, which not at all. Only the minority of the city women, young women, are dreaming of marrying white men and have half babies because they say the West is all successful and still dominant power forever because it's a mainstream narrative, and they want to go to the West for that easy, rich life. But other than that, there's the Chinese people in general, especially men, they're not on board with that at all. And if anything, they may take some good-looking women from other races but then bring them back to China and strengthen their offspring and genes.
Well, again, the empire hasn't collapsed yet. America, if you are a normie and you don't see how things, like if you don't see the little subtle movements happening, not really even behind the scenes, kind of like outside the mainstream narrative, you would be forgiven of thinking that America is invincible and we're kicking ass and everything's going great. You would be forgiven for thinking that because that's what the media and that's what the narrative is. It's just like if you look at the facts and follow things and think critically, you'll see that it's bullshit. But, you expect women to do that? Absolutely fucking not. So these Chinese women, they perceive that the West is still number one. They want to go to the West. They want to be Western. They want the feminism. They don't understand that's dying. They think that, like fucking Darth Tickles, that America's number one and it's going to be great and America will never fail and I'm a big dummy head. Like, yeah, okay. I don't know, man. All right, anyway, let's move on.
Markstrong 537 donated $5. Celestina will now speak Chinese.
Oh, God.
ZHSHNNXNG Su Ho Desishin SHQ. Bishu NXNGH
Feel free to cut it if you want.
I just said so. Yeah, she didn't pronounce anything. She just, if it's not a word, she'll just say the letter.
Yeah, I saw the comment text in his original donation on MakeTalk.tv chat. Right, I scroll down below. Because of way you work, he omitted a bunch of vowels or other letter with special apostrophes or pronunciation marks on top. So now it becomes even less readable than the original context.
Well, he was trying to make it phonetic, but Celestina will just read it as letters.
No, listen. I took a look at it. It's just a whole bunch of direct pinyin romanization of pronunciation Chinese characters, and it's obviously he typed a paragraph in English, put it on Google Translate, and then took the Chinese translated results, the alphabet side part of it, the romanization pinyin part, and then stuffed it in the donation comment right here. So I stuffed that back into the Google Translate back into Chinese, and of course it doesn't give a perfect translation back, but I get the general idea of it. It's hard to read just by the romanization pinyin because there's so many characters that pronounces the same way or similar way in the alphabet form. But when I stuff it back into the Google Translate, and it roughly translates something like the most powerful and strongest state of men is when they're not under female or governmental rule. As another day, I believe the robot or waifu will be closer to being born, and there's nothing the woman can do about it. Let us all work together for better robot woman, union robot woman and men in the future. Something on the line of that.
Okay. Well,
he just did it for fun. It did not work out. Google Translate doesn't make it that accurate, and the widget omits more letters and phonetics, and it's just a big jumble mess. Please don't do that again, Mark Strong. your heart's in the right place, but it doesn't. It never works out in the reading.
All right, here we go. Let's move on.
Walking Jizz Fountain donated $5. Blacks don't celebrate the history of the Dahomey for the same reason they don't celebrate Black Catholic leaders and saints. The story in West Africa is simple. Kings and leaders made deals with the Portuguese to convert to Catholicism and give slaves to Europe in exchange for guns and other more simple commodities later on, which gave them a once-in-a-lifetime technological advantage over their neighbors and enemies.
Uh-oh, Maytel.tv is not working properly. I noticed the chat has stopped for a while, and then I refresh it, it's not working at the moment.
All right. Well,
Amir will probably bounce it back a bit later.
There was a cyber attack earlier this week, so probably more cyber attacks.
I know the site gets attacked on a regular basis. Every once in a while, every week, I notice it's not loading properly.
Yep, it's just another thing that you have to deal with. It's an occupational hazard.
Another day in paradise.
Well, and then, I tip my hat to AMR because, when you're running an alt-tech platform, these sorts of constant cyber attacks are usually fatal. They basically just bleed you dry. And if you're not so you have the big boy companies that actually have the resources to deal with the cyber attacks, and they're all woke. And, but then you have an alt-tech platform that has free speech, and they get cyber attacked to shut them down. So,
yep, seriously, let's give Amir our support as much as we can. Most people handling alt-tech platform or websites will have long given up by now. He's really commend him for standing strong for this long.
Well, yeah, remember, what was it called? It was called Prohibited.tv, and then it was later called BitRiver. As soon as I joined that site, it just got cyber attacked, and they just had to keep resetting the site, and eventually I just had to leave because they couldn't deal with the constant cyber attacks. So it's me. I know it's me. I bring the cyber attacks because I have a lot of haters. I'm that scary and that dangerous that people cyber attack everywhere I go. All right, let's move on.
Seriously, everyone, if you feel extra cash to spare, please support me at Maytel.tv.
Ray Ray donated $5. I'm in San Antonio, Texas, and it's a huge dumping ground for the illegal aliens. I live in the hood, so my apartment complex has literally been flooded with illegal aliens in the last week. As I type this, Terry Spanish music blasting in the parking lot outside, and no shit, like 40 plus guys just standing around in different parts of the parking lot drinking beer. These motherfuckers are living like 10 people into an apartment, and while I've seen some women and children, it's mostly fighting aged men.
Yeah, because they're not...
I don't think you answered the last donation at all. Fuck. We talked about Maytel.tv
there wasn't a question. He's just pointing out that Africa is basically they don't celebrate Africa because it's nothing but being enslaved by their neighbors and sold into slavery. So it's what's there to celebrate? It's well, there are probably people, there are probably Africans who did something besides enslave each other. But whatever, not my problem. Anyway,
those women that made the wheelbarrow, but they made the wheel square.
Well, you joke. There was an article written a couple years ago where, because the women in Africa, they carried the jars on their heads. They walk.
They're rolling the jar, right?
So somebody, they found out that they took these plastic water jugs they were given by an aid organization, and they turned them into wheelbarrows so they could roll them to get the water. And they were celebrating. Oh, they reinvented the wheelbarrow in the 2000s. It's that's not what they basically built, a post-apocalyptic junk wheelbarrow, and we're celebrating it like it's an accomplishment.
They're evolving, guys. They're evolving.
Yeah, it's like when you see an animal.
To get us strong.
It's it's like chimpanzees can use sticks to fish ants out of a log. And they're they're using tools like people. That's the attitude. You see, like, Africans invent a plastic wheelbarrow in the year 2000. And we're like, oh, look, they think they're people. They're learning how to make wheelbarrows only thousands of years after everybody else has them.
only another 50,000 years of evolution, and they'll actually have philosophers.
Well, look, evolution works one of two ways. Usually, you have random mutation, which creates some kind of beneficial thing, and then those benefits propagate through interbreeding. And honestly, that's where hypergamy comes in. When you have somebody with a beneficial trait that makes them superior to everyone else, all the women want to have their kids, and then that's how the genes spread. But no one wants to fuck the squaws, so we can't have nice things. So we're like clapping out, like, oh, you invented a wheelbarrow, amazing. I'm not even joking. That was a real thing. It was like just a couple of years ago. They're writing these articles how these African tribal women invented the wheelbarrow in like the 2000s, like it's an accomplishment.
Wasn't it also like a rah women are better than men because women in a poor developed country actually did something that men didn't do? And it's like, wow.
Well, the women bring the water because they can't physically work in the fields or the mines because they don't have the body for it. So the men do all the back-breaking labor, and the women do the less back-breaking labor.
And the men over there constantly have to worry about protecting the whole tribe from being killed or enslaved by neighboring tribes.
Yeah,
I don't understand
from each other.
Is that women will hunt like tens of kilometers for water, but along the way they don't get sexually assaulted or raped or whatever by other men. And it's like, huh?
Well, I mean, because no one wants to fuck black people. Not even black people.
Black people want to fuck black people.
No, that's like, it's like prison rules. It's like, well, I'm not going to see anybody else, so I might as well fuck you. It's like that. It's like how people go to jail and they'll have gay sex. People go to jail and they have gay sex and they insist they're not gay and they only just fuck dudes because they were in jail. They had no other choice. That's why.
Are you actually claiming that black men don't like black women, like physically?
They would take a white woman given the choice. If they had any opportunity, they would trade up. So it's like prison. They just like, okay, I'm stuck with you. This is it.
That's a bold claim.
All right.
This remind me of the one moment where the kids show Drake and Josh reference prison rape in a quick moment. Where they got into potential legal trouble to go to prison. Josh said, I don't want to go to prison, Drake. And Drake said, yeah, how do you think I feel being all good looking? That joke went right over kids' head, but parents will get it right away.
You with the Nickelodeon references. No, like there was a study where it was like a questionnaire where they were questioning people's racial preferences, and Asian women were the most desirable women and white men were the most desirable men, and like nobody liked black women. Like black women were the least desirable even with black men. Like black men obviously like black women more than any other race, but like black men, would take someone else besides a black woman. And if you've been around black women, you understand. Like, yeah, black women are awful. Awful.
I haven't been around black women. I don't. All I know is the stereotypes. And, like, until I meet a black woman, like a woman who's actually, like, no shit black and not abo, I don't have an opinion on it.
Oh, yeah, well, so... and also, like...
TV's back.
There you go. So the
the
other problem is so, like, I've been around African women, like women from Africa, who they're like skinny and athletic and submissive.
Are they actually hot though?
It depends. If they're West African and they got gorilla face, obviously not. But if they're like East African and they don't have gorilla face, they kind of look Indian. That's not bad. But African American women are the biggest fucking bitches ever. Like they're fat, they're entitled, they have the shittiest fucking attitudes. They have no redeeming qualities. No redeeming qualities, and because they're all like single moms together, they got this whole like sisterhood thing going on, where it's just fucking black women like fucking flocks of birds just flying together.
It's just it's just the American black women that are the problem.
Yeah, American black women
Or
are
is
the
it
worst.
certain types of American black women.
Well,
is it like is it because the, like American black women are constantly just like stuck in this perpetual state of like welfare dependence?
Well,
that you
it's
can't
worse than that.
see
So
how
it's
good they can be,
but it's
or is
worse.
it just
It's worse than that.
everything?
It's the welfare dependence, but it's also diversity quota hires disproportionately fall on black women because the companies get a point for hiring a woman and for hiring a black person with one hire. So black women get all these diversity quota jobs showered upon them. So yeah, they're super entitled. They are so full of their own shit. They like when these black women say shit like God is a black woman, they're not joking. They're stupid, but they're not joking. They're not like being ironic. They actually like they think they're God, and they just they're so fucking loud. They have no volume control. They're like loud bitch. You just want to fucking squeeze their head. You want to just fucking choke them and watch their head fucking turn blue like a blueberry.
Yeah, I've never see like this is the thing. I've been to America, but I was in the Rust Belt, so all I saw was old white guys and like maybe the one hireable black guy. Because all my interactions with black people in the United States when I was there, 2014, 2015, were amazing. It was great. You know, I didn't have any issues with anybody. I was treated amazingly well, and there was no issues at all.
Because you didn't see the black community in the bigger city.
Oh yeah, so it's a cultural thing.
I was in Chicago. I was walking through Chicago through some like festival thing. I had people coming up to me all the time, and I didn't no problems, no nothing.
And also, how long ago was that?
I don't know what to tell you.
2014, 2015.
All right, so you were.
Yeah, that was quite a bit different.
Maybe
back
I was
then.
lucky. I don't know.
It depends. If you're like in some kind of touristy area, you know, where it's generally dependent on like where you live and how expensive it is to live there. Like there I'm sure there are nice parts of Chicago which aren't pieces of shit, but if you have to deal with like the working class people, it's awful. It's the worst. The black men are fine. The black men are just trying to like, you know, make their money, unless they're gangbangers, but like they're the exception. Like it's the average thing. Like the average black man is just a normal guy trying to make ends meet and put food on the table. And then you have your gangbanger thugs, and they're the minority. With black women, there's so much entitlement. Like even the good black women are just super entitled and like think of like your big stereotypical feminist, and like black women are like a caricature of that feminist stereotype. But it's because you have all the feminist shit mixed in with all the black shit. It's the fucking worst. And they're a walking lawsuit waiting to happen. It's not just that they're like bitchy and entitled. They're also like just sue crazy, and they'll turn you into HR if you look at them sideways, and they'll make shit up about you. Like they know the power they have. They know how to abuse the system. They know all the fucking laws. Like they know how to abuse welfare. They know how to abuse all the diversity job laws. It's so toxic. They're just absolutely awful pieces of shit. And I understand from an efficiency standpoint, it makes more sense to hire a black woman because you get the woman point and the black point. Please, for the love of God, hire black men. Hire some black men. Get these fucking women out of here. Just hire some black tranny men. I don't care. But, black women are awful. They're absolutely awful. Anyway, I have a funny story talking about the illegal aliens. I went to Walmart the other day, and I was the only American at Walmart. Like everybody was Mexican. Everybody was speaking Spanish.
Fucking what?
And I was at a Walmart. Like,
oh my God. Yeah, I would actually flip. I would be like, have I crossed over?
I thought like, did I? where am I? Like, what country am I in? Like, everybody was fucking Mexican. And then I saw, like, a white person who worked there. And I was just gonna, like, just ask her if I was dreaming or something. And she had a thick Irish accent. So even, like, the white people in Walmart were from Europe. And I, like, legitimately thought, like, something had happened and I'd gone into the Berenstein Bear dimension or something.
Dude, what the hell?
Hi, go horse.
Hey, it's all good. My fucking legs are busted.
What
You got
happened? You
busted
had
up
an
legs?
accident?
No. I'm not talking that they're broken. It's just like the muscles hurt so fucking much
Oh.
after like I tried some
Well,
strongman training. Like,
you worked out too
jeez.
much.
Oh, speaking of legs and hurting, I actually busted my PB 3 times in a row, so now I can do 100-kilo leg kicks.
Okay.
So
Congratulations.
really fucking happy about that because my PB was like 40, and I was topping out, and then like 2 weeks later, I'm like sitting at 100 kilos. I'm just like, I could probably go higher. What the fuck?
No, usually it's one of these things. It's like if you don't have enough rest, you're not gonna be able to get stronger. But just rest a bit, your muscle heals, and then you're way stronger.
Yep. Well, anyway, so I'm sorry, you know, have some potassium. Potassium's good for muscle recovery. But anyway, yeah, so
I'm also losing body fat like crazy. Like I can barely grab the fat around my stomach now, which is like, holy shit! I can almost see my abs in my dreams.
nice. Anyway, yeah, so all that shit about the razor wire in Texas, it's not stopping all the illegal aliens. They're just coming in through Arizona and California, New Mexico. So yeah, there's the illegal alien invasion hasn't slowed down. They're just going around that one town in Texas that has the razor wire. If they're,
But
I don't
even
know.
if you fence that entire shit off, like let's say all of them decide, they can still take rafting boats around,
Well,
around
they're
there.
being invited in. Like they're being given money and tickets, and they're being invited in. So it's deliberate. And yeah, putting up some razor wire on one little town and cutting off one little access point isn't doing shit. So yeah, the illegal alien invasion has never stopped or slowed down. It's so much worse than, like, I mean, there's always been like illegal aliens coming in. You get like, you know, I've never walked into a Walmart where I was the only fucking American there. In America. Like, I'm in America going to a fucking Walmart, the most American store there is. Everybody's Mexican. The entire goddamn store is nothing but Mexicans. And one person from Ireland. Which, that was the weirdest part. When I saw one white person and they were Irish.
Well, according to the alt-right white nationals, you're a mixed race for sure.
Well, okay. According to, based on what?
Based on you not supporting their agenda.
Of course.
Mixed race for sure.
Well, that it's a no true Scotsman fallacy. Where it's like, oh, every white person is a Nazi. Well, I'm not a Nazi. Well, then you must be black or Jewish or black Jewish or something else because you would be a Nazi. And it's like, okay, it's just, I don't even care. I don't care. I don't. God, they're so annoying, and they don't do anything. They're not even worth. They're not even worth trying to reach because they're just lost up their own ass.
Walking Jizz Fountain donated $5. Let me ask you this. Would you celebrate men and women who sold your ancestors into slavery for flintlocks and fucking umbrellas? Probably not, considering everything they went through.
I mean, we celebrate all kinds of like holidays that have nothing to do with us. You know, we celebrate Catholic holidays, even though we're not Catholic. You just secularize it. And you don't have to celebrate, like, the king of, you know, whatever who sold your ancestors into slavery. But, you know, like, what about your, I don't know, I don't know what to say. Like I understand there may not be a king that's worth celebrating because Africa sucks, and the only countries that are worth a damn weren't built by Africans. They were built by Greeks or Mediterranean Europeans or Dutch settlers in South Africa. So yeah, that's kind of a big L. But yeah, but you celebrate individuals. Again, going back to the whole Catholic, I'm sure there are black African saints that are worthy of celebration who did cool shit. But, and you could secularize, just like we secularize St. Valentine's Day or St. Nicholas Day or St. Patrick's Day. You can secularize an African Saints Day. You don't have to celebrate some kingdom that sold your ancestors into slavery for umbrellas. But celebrate individuals who did great things. If you want to celebrate the guy who invented peanut butter, if you think that's so important that he deserves a fucking holiday, then give him a holiday. Man, peanut butter is fucking awesome. You know what? Like, turn his birthday into national... It probably already is National Peanut Butter Day. So start, like, celebrating it. Turn National Peanut Butter Day into a big celebration of this guy and make a big deal out of it. Make a big deal like, hey, this black guy invented peanut butter, and we're celebrating his special peanut butter day, and we're all going to eat peanut butter cups and peanut butter this and peanut butter that. It's going to be a big peanut butter celebration. Okay, that's fine, because you're not celebrating a skin color. You're celebrating an individual who did something that you think is worth remembering and celebrating. And that like, individual accomplishment and merit is worthy of celebration. Your genitals and your skin color are not worthy of celebration, because you didn't earn them. You were born with them. That's fucking retarded. It's like celebrating hair color. Like, imagine Blonde History Month. Everybody who's fucking blonde. We gotta learn about everyone blonde who did something. That sounds fucking retarded. That sounds fucking stupid, doesn't it? To have Blonde History Month. Well, Black History Month and fucking Pride Month is equally stupid. Because you're celebrating immutable traits that don't fucking matter. Instead of actual individuals who did something, something worthy of respect and remembrance.
Well, that's all they got.
I know, but that's the thing. Like, you're based and then by defending this instead of doing something great or finding someone great. Again, like National Peanut Butter Day. I have more respect for National Peanut Butter Day and the guy who invented peanut butter who happened to be black than Black History Month. I'd rather celebrate National Peanut Butter Day than that. You can make a big deal out of it. Have like black people on TV celebrating this guy invented peanut butter. We're gonna celebrate Peanut Butter Day, and it could just be like, and black people everywhere can eat Reese's peanut butter cups, and it could just be like a big thing. It could be like every year. It could be like black people and peanut butter cups. I mean, peanut butter cups are delicious. It could bring people together.
Man, while I was learning like Russian class, I was looking on like the billboards around the school, and it's like I see Black History Month right there. It's like, if I can put Pushkin and some other fucking like, jeez.
In Russia?
Yeah, I mean his grandfather is black, but for fuck's sake, his great grandfather was black. So,
Wait, who's great grandpa?
Pushkin. It's like one of the biggest Russian poets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what?
Well, that's rather pushing it.
No, yeah, he's like he doesn't look black. He only has like his great grandfather. He was a slave.
So he's like
That was
he's like 12.5% black. Doesn't look black, but he's Black history because of the one drop rule.
Yeah, I mean they put his great grandfather as long as like Abram Petrovich Gannibal, and it is what it is. Like, that guy's black. He was like fucking taken from Ethiopia, given to Peter the Great as a gift, and then he was released and he was made an admiral. So he actually did some shit.
Yeah, look, squaw fucking. If you want to have multiculturalism, you got to fuck the squaws. That's the only way it works. You have to fuck them and assimilate them. If you don't, you have problems. And like, I understand. It's like, oh, but I don't want to. Like, okay, well then accept that you're gonna have problems, and you're choosing that path. You don't have to, but you're choosing to, and take responsibility for your choices.
One Man's Chorus donated $5. Tradcucks and Puas are fond of saying that MGTOW is feminism for men, which it obviously isn't because it rejects gynocentrism. The closest thing to feminism for men are when trans women compete in women's sports. Trans athletes get to enjoy the benefits of the opposite sex, EEOC protections, status in the left's victim hierarchy, as well as the benefits of being a man, physically outmatching their competition in sports.
So it depends on how you define feminism. So,
yeah, I think he got the wrong idea here. He's trying to say it's androcentrism, but he expresses it says because it rejects gynocentrism.
Yeah. So so MGTOW isn't androcentric. If you look at feminism as a female, this is like the trad cuck thing. They define feminism as a female supremacist movement because they're egalitarians. They believe in gender equality. They're the good guys. But feminists, they believe in female supremacy, so they're bad. And MGTOW, they believe in male supremacy, so they're bad. That's why MGTOW is this feminism for men. So that's like a trad cuck mindset because they're recontextualizing feminism as a female supremacist movement, and then trying to say that MGTOW is arguing for male supremacy, when MGTOW doesn't really, like, I talk about patriarchy, not because I'm a male supremacist, but because all the facts agree with me. Period. End of discussion. Like, I'm just telling you the truth. And ultimately, I don't even care about, like, patriarchy per se. It's just, we're not going to get to the science fiction replacing robots, or replacing women with robots, anytime soon. So if we want to have a future, we got to take women's rights away, because that's the only thing that works. Now, once we have robots, we can replace women with technology. Maybe we can just leave women behind and not even give a shit. But we're not there yet, so we kind of have to do something that works is better than nothing that doesn't. As far as the closest thing to feminism for men, well, the closest thing for feminism for men would be a male movement which claims that men are oppressed and need the government to give them special privileges, to give them...
I have never seen that.
Well, you could argue that, like, trans women is that movement, which, honestly, this is why I support the trans movement. Now, the whole, like, trying to groom kids, that's fucked up. I don't support that. But trans women are, like, they own feminists all the time. That's why I call it the bacon flag of victory, because they just serve so many fucking elves to feminism. And they do it because, trans rights and, trans women are oppressed and the TERFs and all that. They basically just use feminism against feminism, and they benefit biological men. So I would argue that, like, the trans movement, especially the trans women, which really, like, you never hear about trans men. Ever. When's the last time you saw, like, anything mentioning trans men?
It was just like one. There was one, and she was fucking crying her eyes out that I didn't know that men's lives are
right. The only time you hear about trans men is because there's, like, a woman who tried being a trans man and realized being a man fucking sucks, and then she went back to being a woman or killed herself.
Right, we were talking about actual great accomplishment. There was none.
No, I'm talking anything. Like, when do you hear any stories about trans men trying to go into male bathrooms and it causing any kind of a controversy? No.
Nobody gives a shit.
No one gives a shit. Have you heard about trans men invading male sports and causing a controversy? No. You never hear anything about trans men causing any kind of controversy. They can go into male bathrooms. They can They can play male sports. Nobody cares. Nobody feels threatened if some effeminate guy with a vagina walks into the bathroom and sits down on the toilet to go pee. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody's gonna be like, oh my god, you're a biological woman. No one cares.
I would be thinking he's going to take a shit.
Yeah, you just think it was a guy taking a shit. And also, when a woman takes testosterone, she actually like grows muscle and facial hair and just looks like an effeminate man. When a man takes estrogen, he doesn't look like a woman. He just looks like a man but gets mood swings. Like all estrogen does is give you bitch brain. You become like a moody bitch, but you don't actually look like a woman.
You know, I'm actually really thankful that the places where I'm staying at, they've been filled with Ukrainians. Like, there's a shitload of Ukrainians. It's nice.
I haven't seen any Ukrainians. I'm mostly just seeing Mexicans. And apparently some Europeans, too. But, yeah, it's so weird. And this is very recent. Like this was like a couple weeks ago. Where I'm just going to Walmart, and I'm the only American there. And in a big Walmart. And it was just fucking weird. I'm sure... I'm sure there were other Americans there, but just I had a very strong impression that everybody was Mexican there, but me. And then I saw the one white person. They were Irish.
Most Mexicans had an American passport.
It's so stupid. People argue like, oh, they were an American citizen. Like, you know what I fucking mean? Like, you're Mexican. You got a passport. I don't give a shit. You're fucking Mexican. You have a Mexican flag on your dashboard. You speak Spanish. You wear a cowboy hat and I don't see a fucking horse. You're a Mexican. But yes.
The Russian stores around us have been pretty stocked up, so... I'm happy the Ukrainians are bringing good food here.
God, what a shit show. The whole world is a giant shit show. It's basically like the cathedral's game is up and they're just trying to cover up the bullshit. They won't admit it's over and their shit failed, so they're just like trying to cover it up and keep it going, and they're just causing more problems, and the more problems they cause, the more problems they cause trying to cover up the last set of problems they caused. And it's just going to keep getting worse until the whole thing collapses.
Do you think this interview with Putin's going to do anything?
No. It spawned memes because of that 30-minute history lesson he gave Tucker Carlson. So there's all these memes about, like, Tucker Carlson interviewing the future ghost of Christmas past. Where it's like, in the thousands of years ago in the future. That's...
Man, that's exactly like my dad telling stories. He just gives me all the context and then goes to the meat and potatoes.
Yeah, I think the most they'll do is get some normie to see Putin isn't a completely evil dictator, a monster who can't be spoken with. That he's at least a well eloquent man who accept interview from Tucker, but that's about it. They still think Russia is a big enemy. The big
takeaway I think most people are going to get, because they're not going to listen to anything that was said, but the impression they'll get is, wow, you look at Biden, who's clearly got dementia. He has full-blown dementia, possibly Alzheimer's at this point. And then you have Putin giving a 30-minute unscripted history lesson. And it's like, yeah, wow, Biden is not fit for office at all. That's the general impression most people are getting. But yes, I would say the trans movement, particularly trans women, is feminism for men. And it's like unironically feminism for men, because it's men becoming women to try to take feminist privileges away from women and give them to biological men. Which, I mean, look, you should be a trans woman. I'm just saying, like, you should get that's like an insurance policy. You just like, hey, I'm a trans woman, and then like doors open for you and problems go away because of a fucking letter in your driver's license. It's
for any new guy, in case for any newcomer, we just may identify as a trans woman. Don't actually mutilate your own body physically.
Well, now Kuroi actually became a feminine presenting trans woman, but he said he's not going to take he's not going to take estrogen, he's not going to cut his dick off. He's just going to wear clothes and present as a girl, but not cut anything off or take hormones. So that's fine. If you just want to be like a cross-dressing gay man, then you live that dream there, buddy.
Yeah, the funniest part of that story is Sims started to come out for Kuroi. And so we're like, really? Seriously?
Yeah.
Isn't what's a core foundation of our teaching here is you don't sim for anyone?
He's not joking. There were people in the Discord server when they found out Kuroi said he's bisexual, but then when he came out as like he's gonna become a trap, there were all these like gay guys in the chat like trying to fucking slide into his DMs, make a love connection. So yeah, that really happened. I haven't talked to Croy in a while. I hope he's doing good, living his best life.
Getting fucked in the ass.
It's a living. If you're gonna play the girl, you're gonna get fucked in the ass. That's an occupational hazard.
One Man's Chorus donated $5. Do you think Putin's remarks about deifying Ukraine are his version of the Bush Doctrine? Bush and Cheney said they were spreading democracy in Iraq as a pretext to install a puppet government and military bases. Putin says he's fighting NS, but the Azov battalion are a small part of Ukraine's offense. Is he saying that to stoke skepticism among America's European allies?
No, so what the whole denazification thing is, it's about undoing Ukrainian nationalism. Because this is a pretty strong theme in the Tucker interview, is that Ukraine is basically part of Russia. And that's why he gave that whole 30-minute history lesson, that Ukraine was basically the outskirts of Russia. Like, Ukraine means borderlands, and it was part of the outskirts, and the Ukrainians were Russians. But apparently they're also they're basically half Russian, half Polish. But they're essentially, it was like, Ukraine is not a distinct group any more than like you have Texas and California and Florida, you have different parts of America, but it's just America. A Californian, a Texans, and a Floridian, they're not like different nations. They're just different kind of groups within America. So that was his argument about Ukraine. Now the whole thing, first we have to define, because I hate the way people overuse fascism and Nazism to mean people I don't like, when those words have meanings, like state capitalism, or that's fascism. Like, actual fascism is the third way between communism and capitalism, where you have private ownership but government control. Like what China has, that's fascism. It doesn't mean they do the fucking goose-stepping Zig Heil. It means they have a state capitalist system, which is what fascism actually is. It doesn't mean they fucking... all this other shit that gets tagged on to fascism is just basically retards just saying, oh, you're a bad guy, you're a fascist. You do something bad, you're a fascist. It's like The Boy Who Cried Wolf. You just call everybody a fascist until the word loses all meaning. So a lot of people use the same Nazi to mean nationalist. So if you believe in nationalism, you're a Nazi. And so Putin wants to destroy Ukrainian nationalism because he wants to reunify Ukraine with Russia. And obviously, if you strongly believe that Ukraine is a distinct people with their own rich history and language and culture, and they're not Russian, well, then obviously you're not going to be down for reintegration with Russia. You're going to see yourself as a completely different group that shouldn't be integrated. You look at that as race mixing.
Most, how you cannot understand a redneck half the time, but you can tell that they kind of speak English. That's how Ukrainian sounds. It sounds like a fucking
Right.
redneck.
It's a dialect of Russian. They are Russian. The point is though is nationalism as an ideology can make people think that they're like when Texas was its own country before it joined the United States. You could have Texas nationalism where they're like, we're not American, we're Texan, and we're going to secede and we're going to be our own country again, and all that stuff. So if you want unity, if you don't want division and balkanization, you want to attack and undermine any nationalist sentiment. Not like Russian nationalism is fine. Like if you're an American nationalist, that's fine. But if you're a Texas nationalist, that's bad. Because that's going to lead to Texas seceding, and that's going to lead to war, and that's not what you want. So denazification means de-Ukrainian nationalism. They want Ukrainians to see themselves as maybe not Russian, but like from Russia, part of Russia, so that when they get reintegrated back into Russia, they're not ass hurt about it. That's my take anyway. But they're also literal Nazis as well. Like they did fight for Hitler in World War II. So
yeah, and also
it's
it's blatant double standards. Because they'll say the mainstream or the leftists will go two scenarios that Ukraine deserves its independent, sovereign to be a sovereign country away from Russian oppression. But if any red states in the U.S. want to break away from the federal government and declare independent, or they're going to fight tooth and nail to stop that. They want that tax. They want that tax income to help sustain their welfare system.
Oh yeah, they're not gonna look. The cathedral's not gonna let an inch. They're not gonna let go of an inch. No hill is too small to die on. They're still trying to. There's talk, like serious talk, of trying to get like a NATO army to go and reinforce Ukraine. Now there's already mercenaries and volunteers in Ukraine fighting for the Ukrainians, but they're trying to like actually bring in like official NATO units into Ukraine because the Ukrainians they're all dead.
So what's gonna stop Russia from just fucking blowing them up?
Well, that's the thing. They're basically counting on Russia. Well, they're counting on Russia not attacking, because if you're right now, America and Europe are arming Ukraine, but Russia's not attacking America and Europe, even though they're arming Ukraine, because they're not fighting. Once you start sending American and European units into Ukraine, you're at war with America and Europe. It's not a matter of you just arming your enemy. They're attacking you with their army. This is war, which means all their bases, their countries are now a target. If Russia wanted to just attack all these countries, they could. And you're like, oh, Russia has plenty of nukes. They brought enough for everyone. They can absolutely fucking nuke these countries. So like, just take the L. Like, you lost. Ukraine's over. But they're like, no, we can't, because then our empire falls apart. Like, it's already happening. That's already happening. You can't stop the empire from falling. Like, you can't fight World War III with no fucking money. It's over. But they're like, no, it's not over. You underestimate my power. Yeah! Then it's like, and there you go. Just like another Star Wars reference. We brought it full circle all the way back to the prequels. Anyway.
I just hope when they annex Ukraine, they annex all of it. It's like, all right, BlackRock, Vanguard, you can fuck right
They have to. So here's the problem. They weren't going to, but now what Putin is saying is they need to have a buffer zone between Russian cities and the long-range missiles that NATO has. So if they're going to put these NATO missiles on Russia's border, they need a buffer between NATO and Russia. So, but they have to control that border. They can't if they let NATO take Western Ukraine, they're just going to move the missiles over to Russia's border again. So they have to at least control Western Ukraine as a neutral buffer zone so that NATO missiles can't reach Russia.
Or take all of it. just to be done with it.
Well, they could take all of it, but they don't like. But if they but then if the goal was to keep NATO missiles away from Russia's border, if they make all of Ukraine Russia, well, then they're right back to NATO missiles on Russia's border because they just move the border west. They don't want NATO missiles at Russia's border. They want to have a buffer so that they're out of range of NATO missiles.
No, I think you're wrong about that. Russia's doctrine is to protect Moscow. That's the number one goal.
Well, they want to protect the Russian cities on the western border from long-range missiles from NATO.
But the thing is, if you get rid of this rogue Ukrainian piece of shit, what, are they going to start launching the drones out of Poland? Then you fucking nuke Poland.
Well, that's the thing. Like, they don't think Russia will nuke them. I think, honestly, there's probably going to be a nuclear war because that's the only thing these fucking boomers... They fully expect everybody to let them win under the threat of nuclear war. Like, you better let us win, because they're not going to cede an inch. So they're just going to keep doubling down until a fucking nuke gets dropped on DC. And that's be like, oh fuck, we're all going to die. Oh, maybe we should have negotiated.
Well, maybe you should.
All right.
Lil Tilly donated $5. Gotta admit you're right about Black History Month. However, Roman slaves did in fact assimilate to Rome to the point they saw it as their home. Something similar happened with American blacks, though they have a jealousy thing. Personally, am a born American with lineage from the Caribbean, so I accept the fact I have white ancestry in my genes based on the color of my immediate lineage from the islands, so I can't really relate, but commies did use them for votes, so aren't they victims?
Okay, so here's the difference. So Rome didn't take the Gauls from Gaul, bring them to Italy, enslave them, and then generations later they were freed in a civil war, and they refused to go back to Gaul and stayed in Italy. That's not what happened. The Romans conquered Gaul and converted the entire population to be Roman. Taught them Latin, converted them, and then so they never left their homeland. There was no homeland to go back to once they were quote unquote free from their slavery, because they were fully Romanized and they just went back to their home, except now it was part of the Roman Empire. That's completely different from what happened to American blacks. Now, if America conquered Africa, taught them English, made Africa part of America, like it was the new old world. It's like a Games Workshop thing. It's like old world coming back. It's the new old world. But anyway, if that happened, and basically Africa was colonized, and everybody was made American, and then slavery ended, and Africa was fully Americanized, everybody spoke English, and everybody saw themselves as American, they wouldn't live in America, they would live in Africa, but they would be American culturally and linguistically and so on and so on. That's what happened in Rome. But imagine for a moment, the Romans conquered the Gaul, but didn't live in their land. They actually just took their people back to Italy and then let them go, and they didn't go home. They stayed in Italy, even though they were enslaved by the Romans there, and they had a home to go back to. They just chose not to go. Why? Why would they not go home?
Sucks.
Yeah, because it fucking sucks. That's why. And again, Liberia was literally an American colony where they had land for freed slaves to go back to Africa, and the ones that did just conquered and enslaved the native population. I'm not making that up. Look it up. It's 100% true. So it's not the same thing of what happened with Rome. It would have been better, like honestly, this is where I talk about the squaw fucking. It would have been way better if that we did treat the freed slaves like a Roman colony. Instead of like taking people from across the ocean to pick our cotton and then letting them go, and then they didn't have a home to go back to, and then we just let them kind of mill around and become dependent on welfare. Instead of all that shit, you just fuck them. You fuck them, and then they just kind of
give them the Thomas Jefferson solution.
Well, and Thomas Jefferson didn't even fuck his slaves. It was actually his brother. There's a whole thing about it, but no one wants.
Really?
Yeah, it wasn't Thomas Jefferson. It was his brother. His brother was into black chicks.
That's a fucking disappointment.
I know. So he had Jeffersonian genes, but it wasn't Thomas Jefferson. It was his jungle fever brother that was into the slaves. And well,
the discount Jefferson.
Well, and I'm joking. So the problem is the slaves that. This may shock you, but the house slaves tended to look white. So the slaves fresh off the boat from Africa, those were the ones who worked in the fields. Jefferson's slave basically looked white. Like the slave in question that supposedly he fucked looked white. She was only like a quarter black. So she was already, the squaw was thoroughly fucked before she worked for Jefferson. And she looked white, and people just thought, like, you might see a tinge of African, but she was basically 3/4 white. And basically Jefferson's brother was plowing that shit. But it wasn't the president that was fucking her. It was like his brother, and the slave didn't look black at all. So yeah, all the depictions of Jefferson with this fucking straight out of Africa gorilla face looking slave, that did not happen.
That would have been. Jeez.
Anyway, yeah. Anyway, but we should
do animals as a flashlight.
But that's the thing. Like, you gotta fucking fuck the squaws, man. If they're not gonna leave, you gotta assimilate them. And you know what? The Spanish did. Like, the Spanish learned that from the Romans. So when they went to the New World, they went a squaw fucking. Many squaws were fucked by the conquistadors. They're kind of famous for it. And everybody spoke Spanish, and everybody was Catholic, and everything. And you have people, and you go to a Mexican restaurant, they have they have some like Aztec stuff, but then they have their Spanish stuff. They pay homage to both sides, and it's fine. There's no like animosity. We're like, oh, those evil white people. Like, bitch, you're like at least half white. You're not a fucking Aztec. The squaws were fucked. Get over it. Because, if you're like Aztec, if you're full Aztec, you could be bitter against the conquistadors. But if you're Mexican and you're half Spanish and half Aztec or whatever, yeah, you could be mad, but who are you mad at? You're mad at half of yourself. Yeah, like half your family was conquered by the other half of your family. What are you going to do? Are you going to like that scene in Liar Liar where you kick your own ass? Like, I'm going to kill those white devils. You start punching yourself in the face. Start, like, beating yourself up in the bathroom to get revenge on yourself for what your ancestors did to your other ancestors. Right. So that's the point. So you just basically, there's nothing to get upset about. It's like, what is it, Lil Tilly T, whatever. Sorry, your name's very confusing. So you say your family's from the Caribbean, so you're half black, half white. And yeah, there was some slave fucking, there was some squaw fucking, but however you identify yourself, you're half white. So who are you going to be mad at? You're going to be mad at half of your family? Half of yourself? No, you're just going to get over it. Like, whatever. We just fuck the squaws, guys. Like, just come in their pussies. It's fine. They don't bite.
It's easy.
Your penis is literally made for it. It is the engine of evolution.
You put them doggy if you don't want to look at them.
Yeah, you just fucking tell them to face the other way. Whatever. As long as there was a French tourist who basically impregnated like hundreds of African women because all these African women wanted mixed race babies. Like that, there you go. Like, one guy can make a difference. Anyway, all right, let's move on.
Waterloo Nuts donated $5. Any advice for young men with weak fathers? My dad was a pushover who gave in to my every childish demand and wanted to infantilize me. He never pushed me out of my comfort zone. Seriously learned more about being a man from my mom. Wish I had a good male role model to chat with and give me tough love.
Jesus. So, I mean, this is new. So your dad, gave into your demands and spoiled you and, like wanted you to enjoy your childhood and didn't push you or whatever. And you're like, wow, my dad was so weak. What a pussy. I need a role model. It's like, bro.
Well, maybe just trying to say his father didn't maintain enough male authority. He feel like he could have gotten better male guidance from him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can enjoy your childhood and then you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Well, yeah, maybe he could have given you some responsibility when you were growing up, given you some chores to do. But he wanted you to enjoy your youth and whatever, and maybe he wanted you to have the childhood he needed. Maybe he was like the kind of kid who had to like mow the grass and dig out the driveway and do all these chores, and he wanted you to enjoy your youth and didn't want you to saddle you with all these chores. Not because he's
Yeah,
weak.
I get it. Some parents may overcompensate a bit on the other side. Well, I think the good thing is the donor, you're an adult now. You've seen presumably a bunch of red pill content. You can learn yourself from sources and materials you find.
Well, and look, it's not a secret. Adulthood, maturity are related to responsibility. So, and this is why historically, I don't know, well, maybe not historically, but traditionally, at least from what I've seen, usually like when a kid wants a dog or a cat or a pet, the parents like, oh, that's a big responsibility, are you sure you're ready for it? And then the kid's like, oh, I got this dog, like, well, you got to give the dog a bath. Like, oh, I don't want to give a dog a bath, I'm watching TV. Like, well, this is your responsibility. You wanted a dog, you got to take care of the dog. That means giving it baths, taking it for walks, cleaning up after it shits on the floor. That's your job because this is the responsibility you asked for. So like, that's what being a man is. Being a man is taking responsibility for stuff, and that means like you got to tie one off and get it done. You can't just have fun all the time. And maybe that's the problem, is your dad let you have too much fun and didn't give you enough responsibility. So, but the good news is you don't need somebody to give you tough love. You can take responsibility yourself. You can get a job. You can volunteer. You can start a business. You can do something which adds responsibility to your life, which will teach you about consequences and cause and effect. You don't need somebody to give you tough love. Now, yeah, again, your dad could have taught you responsibility when you were younger, but for whatever reason he didn't. But you need to acknowledge that you chose to not pursue responsibility at the same time. Just because your dad didn't force you to take responsibility at a young age doesn't mean you couldn't have asked for responsibility or sought responsibility or taken on responsibility yourself. So, your dad left the door open, but you chose to walk through it. So it's not, your dad's weak, but also he accommodated you, but you still took him up on the offer he made. So you bear responsibility for the choices you made to not assume responsibility when you were younger, because your dad allowed you to, maybe enjoy your youth and not be responsible. So just start today. Think about, go get a job. Go start a business. Go do something. Go volunteer at somewhere. Go do something. Be responsible for something. And that's it. That's all being a man is responsibility. That's all there is.
There's a saying in Chinese: a good drum don't need hard beating to sound loud and good. So essentially, saying not every child needs a really harsh trim or beating to be a good child. You can be, and especially since you're grown up now, you can learn to be a better person yourself without having to have someone tough to constantly kick you in the behind to motivate you.
Right. And honestly, if you need somebody to lead, if you say I need somebody to give me tough love, you're basically saying I need somebody to lead me, which is the opposite of being a man. Like, being a man means being in charge. So you need to take responsibility yourself and follow through yourself. You shouldn't need somebody to tell you what to do and give you tough love. You should just be assuming responsibility and following through on your own. All right, let's move on.
Phase 1 Ghost donated $5. Hey? Listen, sometimes I look back and realize how sometimes I power up some of my ex-GF. One, I inspired her dad to remodel their bathroom and kitchen so she can have something. Then he passed away in 2012 and she lost the house in a foreclosure 4 years later. She showed no appreciation of the good deed that was done for her and lost something her parents worked hard for. All I did was place the fire in her dad's heart to try and not stay in that dark abyss.
Well, I mean, it's glad that you connected with the father and helped, inspire him. That has nothing to do with your girlfriend other than the biological link between this guy and the daughter you were dating. But yeah, the thing is guys can still connect, beyond, just, I'm dating your daughter. You can still, be friends with a guy. There's actually a meme I saw the other day about this guy. He texts this girl, like, hey, I'm picking up your dad. We're going to go have some Taco Bell and watch the game. And she's like, we broke up 4 months ago. Stop hanging, or something like playing chess or something. Like eating tacos and playing chess. He's like, well, we broke up 4 months ago. Stop hanging out with my dad. It's like, what, two guys can't hang out together? So basically, he made friends with his girlfriend's dad, and then after they broke up, they stayed friends and hang out together, even though he's not even dating his daughter anymore.
Yeah, it does make it awkward for the woman. But when her parents love the guy, but then she break up with him anyway. But then they're still on good terms.
Yeah.
Eelnuts donated $5. What wrestling theme would make it in your workout music playlist?
Man, I haven't listened to... I used to watch wrestling back in, early high school, my sophomore year. This was, during the NWO phase of WCW. So, I mean, I'm dating myself, if you know what I'm talking about. But, yeah, that was a long time ago, so I haven't cared about wrestling in many a year. So I don't know. I don't really work out to music anyway. I'll put on music just to break, because otherwise all you hear is the clang of weights and the grunts. But I honestly prefer just to, if I'm at a gym, I prefer there to be music just to cover up all the noise from everyone else working out. But I'm working out by myself. I'll just either put something on, I'll have a YouTube video playing, like a longer form podcast or something, or I'll just focus on the thing I'm doing. I won't, I don't necessarily listen to music. I know sometimes music can get you in a rhythm if you're trying to maintain a pace. Maybe you need so many beats per minute to run at whatever pace you're trying to set. I can appreciate that. I don't care. I'll usually put on a YouTube video and just, go on my treadmill or my exercise bike and just watch the video and work at whatever pace I feel like at the moment. So I know that I don't even know what wrestling themes are these days. I don't watch wrestling. I haven't watched wrestling in decades. So I don't know. Sorry. All right.
Acquire Zeal donated $5. I still think it's suspicious that Michael Jackson was spending time with kids like that. Maybe he's from another generation before everyone started assuming the worst. There was a game show host in the 70s who would steal kisses from little girls on the show, and everyone just laughed about it. I think some caution is warranted though.
So there was a different era. So now all men are just assumed pedophiles. Like I'll give you some examples. Like fucking Back to the Future with Doc Brown and Marty, or with Last Action Hero, where the boy was friends with the guy who worked at the theater. You know, like sometimes you'd have like an older guy who would just be friends with a kid. They like to hang out. Maybe they had some common interests. Maybe they built model trains together. I don't know. And that was a different era. Now everyone just assumes you're a pedophile. If you hang out, you know, it's like when you were young, did you ever have like, I don't know, just someone who hung out with you when you were like a kid? Maybe not like an old man, but like, you know, someone older who just liked to hang out with you. And there wasn't any like gay sex happening. It's just...
I was hanging out with my cousin. He's like 10 years older than me.
Yeah, so sometimes that was just a thing, but now everyone just assumes there's some kind of sexual thing going on. But yeah, this is why celebrities don't let people hang out at their mansions anymore. Even if they have cool shit, like Michael Jackson at an amusement park. You know, he wanted, hey, come, I got cool shit at my house. Come hang out at my house. No, it can't do that anymore because you'll get falsely accused of rape by people. So you can meet them at the hospital where there's lots of cameras and witnesses so that they can't accuse you of rape, because if you want them to hang out at your mansion because you got all this cool shit they could do, you're going to be accused of rape. And especially now these days, everyone's going to believe them. Like, oh my God, I can't believe you molested those boys. Like, but I didn't. Oh, that's you. But you invited them to your house, like, because I have an amusement park at my house. Oh, that's what they all say. They all say they have an amusement park. You know, amusement park, free candy. It's all bull. No, I actually have an amusement park at my house. A likely story.
House of Tolstoy donated $5. Question/comment mainly for HD. I have been reading Blacklisted by History: The Untold Story of Senator Joe McCarthy. In that book it outlines many cases where Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist government were undermined by the US government themselves. The book also mentions something you brought up about the CCP offering basically no resistance to the Japanese during World War II. I recall my high school history book stating that the CCP were the ones fighting the hardest. Part half.
All right, let's play part 2, and then we can talk about it together.
House of Tolstoy donated $5. Which makes no sense when you think about it. Why would you fight hard to defend the country you are trying to overthrow? And the book also states that the US government stonewalled efforts to provide arms to the nationalist government after World War II. I have to wonder how long the rot has been in place. The question I have with all this in mind is this: what other things about recent Chinese history can you tell us that many Americans and Westerners might not know? What other lies are there? Part 2 halves.
Okay, the CCP was not in any kind of cahoots with Japan. Imperial Japan in World War II basically a result of they fell behind in the Edo period. Admiral Perry smashed open their port, pushed them around a bit, forced them to give them a place to park ships and trade. And then they got really butthurt over that. Over their damaged ego and pride, and their overly strong warrior culture, and just decided to wage war on all of Eastern and Southeast Asia to try to create a giant Japanese empire. The CCP did fight hard against the Japan invading forces, but the Nationalist Party was the bulk of the force because the CCP was still a small party growing. And the Japan damaged the nationalist force so much that the CCP able to stab them in the back and take over. And so no, the CCP did not need to any kind of outside plot to seize power. It's just a golden opportunity, lightning in a bottle moment. They were able to seize the power, and they of course they push on the strong narrative of anti-Japan and also anti-outside threat to keep ultra-nationalism and pride in China in the race to keep people in line. That part is actually the same between the nationalists and the Chinese party. It's all both the mentality of never again after what happened in World War II with Japan. They both won power and they have different governing system. And the CCP unfortunately took over and ran the economy to the ground and starved 60 to 70 million people before they turned around and go for a different system.
Yeah, so now if you find that hard to believe, this is how three-way battles always work. If you have three sides, in fact, like think of like an RTS game where you have three sides, like you have the Protoss and the Zerg and the Terrans, and they're all equal and they're all starting out at the same time. What always happens? Two of them gang up on one, or one of them hangs back and lets the other two fight as they gain their strength and finish off the winner. That's how three-way battles always work. Either two of them immediately gang up on one, or two of them fight and the third one waits, and then when the fight's done, they finish off whoever won to claim victory. That's what the CCP did. They basically they hung back and they let the nationalists and the Japanese fight, and they let the nationalists take all the casualties, and then they finished off the nationalists and won the Civil War after World War II.
Yep, and to point out that originally, of course, when they're still building up power, they demonize the Nationalist Party as well, so how they're a problem, and the CCP liberated people from it. But after almost a century, entrenching power, I saw in some of the last time I went back to China, I saw some of the more recent made TV series or movies about the war against Japanese. They love to make TV shows about that all the time. In the more recent ones, they did actually depict some nationalists fighting side by side with them as well. Of course, they still depict themselves as the main fighting force against Japanese invaders, which is not true. Of course, the CCP were only a small portion of the defending force, but they're willing to show that back then the Nationalist Party did fight alongside with them to defend China together.
Right. Well,
because at this point they're so entrenched in power, they don't need to worry about that anymore.
Well, not only that is the CCP is now nationalist. They weren't at the beginning they were communists, but they learned after the fall of the Soviet Union that communism doesn't work. So now they're fascist, which means they're nationalist. So basically,
both sides were nationalists from the get-go, but they ran this country, the economy differently.
Right, but the Chinese have abandoned communism as an economic model when the Soviet Union collapsed. So,
of course, I just point out the communists in CCP came to power in a completely different way than the West, where they try to grab power now. They never had a narrative of equality, try to fight equality for minorities or the oppressed. They just happen to be able to grab power from the battered Nationalist Party.
Yeah, and that wouldn't have happened if the Japanese didn't fuck China up so bad during World War II.
Right, and the one suffering the most is the Chinese people. Basically, they got screwed over for the last 200 years. From the end of the Qin dynasty, right, the last dynasty, there was a lot of corruption. They were growing weak. The imperial system was a lot of corruption and outside force influence going around. And then finally, the party that eventually became the Nationalist Party overthrew the emperor system. And there was a lot of turmoil at first, chaos in the country, but then they were stabilizing. They're starting to modernize and develop for the better to get into the modern age. But then Japan just went for their crazy war campaign and just attacked everyone. And before they even knew what happened. And then after that, the people suffer under... After all the Japanese suffer under the CCP and the mass starvation, and then they stabilize, they start to rebuild better, but still under the firm grip of the CCP and being taught every day that all outside forces want to attack and kill them. You gotta trust the big brother government to protect you, and all this led to also endless racism from other countries who think, oh, they're just all Chi-coms. They're born that way. If you look at any regular individual Chinese people family and who settle in other countries, none of them really spout strong support for the CCP or try to subvert other countries in the name of the CCP rule.
Well, yeah, right. All that's true. My point is that like the nationalists were basically have been vindicated over time as the CCP has moved closer to them in governance. Like, yeah, they won the Civil War, they took over, but like they've abandoned Marxism and they basically are nationalist. So they're like, ideologically the nationalists won. I guess, even if they're still chilling on Taiwan.
It just cost the life of massive number of people and the destruction of a lot of previous history and memorials and infrastructure and all that.
Had the nationalists won, well, if Japan never invaded, like we're talking like at least 100 million people wouldn't have died just from the CCP alone, and then throw in all the casualties from World War II.
Right. If I mentioned before the what if much better history, if instead of getting so buttered over their ego and they can recognize the threat of the growing Western power, and then instead when Japan go to all their neighbors and form a big alliance to defend the Eastern culture and heritage and trade with Korea and China and Southeast Asia all together, they could become a very strong force together, and then keep up with probably after World War II a decent amount of friendly competition with the West. Keep both sides on the toe. Who knows how far both sides may get? And then if that's the case, the West may never actually succumb to all this equality BS because they constantly want to keep up competition and value meritocracy.
Yeah, it's weird how it all kind of happened, but I mean, things are going to change in the future, so we'll see what happens after all is said and done.
Right, and also, funny thing, just one more thing to share, something he has an interesting fact about China. Another unfortunate little bit of thing is because of the last 200 years are all kind of bad moments for Chinese history and culture in the eyes of foreigners to West. One of the things, the Chinese hairstyle, and look at the one I share right now through the portal. It's only in the Qing dynasty, the last dynasty, where the ruling class was ruled by the Manchu, a minority from the Mongolian region. They had this weird, stupid-looking hairstyle for men, where they shave off the complete front forehead and then leave a long ponytail in the back. This was originated from the Manchus, from their cavalry horseback lifestyle, where they don't want any bangs in the front that may get in their eye when they're riding a fast speed on their horseback and trying to hunt or cavalry archer warfare, where the slightest bit of distraction on your eyes because of the wind, the hair flow in your eyes could mean missing your target with your arrow. So, and thanks to the Qing dynasty and the ruling the CCP, people generally just give a lot of negative impression of the Chinese people on appearance as well. They think a bunch of dumb yellow monkeys with a weird hairstyle. But if you look, the more modernity, regular plain old hairstyle, and in the older time before that, there's long hair styled in various different styles for men and women. And if you watch some of the older setting TV series like the wuxia fiction or the comic book and some others, they have various other different hairstyles, like the Three Kingdom era, which are popularized by anime and manga in Japan. No other era had the men having this dumb looking hairstyle.
Yeah, it is kind of dumb, but it's whatever.
Yeah, that wasn't even any part of the main Han Chinese culture. It was just during the period where the Manchu took over for a while, because in the dynasty before the Qing dynasty, the Manchu collaborated with the force that overthrew the old emperor system, and then they grabbed power in that moment of opportunity. So they ruled for the Qing dynasty. But then soon after that, the Han Chinese, but right under the party that would become the nationalist party, overthrew them because they fell into corruption and was leading China astray. But then, so it was getting better, and then Japan knocked hard, and so for the last 200 years, so bad times in China, mostly, and the people suffer, and led to a lot of racism as well, getting kicked while they're down. And now, unfortunately, a lot of them brainwashed by propaganda in the mainland. It's just all a sad sack of mess.
Yeah, and that we don't even get into the opium in like
all that, and also foreign occupation before World War II for Japan. All that was also all during the time of weakness caused by the corruption of the Qin dynasty near the end.
Yeah, it's a sad day. All right, let's move on. We got this. This is sweet. Mark Strong is trying to butter me up here.
Mark Strong 537 donated $5. Hey TFM, it's me, Celestina, your waifu. Happy upcoming Valentine's Day. Sweet corn love. My pure heart leaps at the sight of you. Ah, how I waited for you. Feeling so alone. No one to hold or call my own. You are all I need. Sweet as corn. You made me feel complete. Our love stands the test of time. Monkey, I love you. So take my hand. And don't let go. And then I'll know. In a world gone insane. All I know is true. You are my monkey. And I am your waifu. And I am your waifu.
That was beautiful, thank you.
Wow, talk about that's a lot of buttering.
Well, yeah, and now obviously it's cuter when she sings it in Japanese without a text-to-speech voice, but it's a cute little song. So anyway, all right, let's move on.
Squeegee donated $5. Stardusk likes to say Chads can't fully understand inkwells. But me, for example, was completely sexless throughout high school, got taller to 6 feet 4 inches and absolutely shredded, but I can still sympathize with inkwells. Thoughts?
Yeah, I didn't even notice at first. Inkwell is a replacement for incel. It just it became more prominent recently because of sometimes a lot of people's text corrects incel to inkwell.
Well, it might. Well, I think we also have like a filter.
It's a euphemism, right? It's a euphemism as well, used to get around filters at certain platforms.
Yeah, people are like, because of social media censorship, you have to talk around things and come up with stupid euphemisms. Anyway, I've seen this before, like where you have somebody who was a late bloomer, where maybe they were an ugly duckling in high school, and then they kind of bloomed later in life. Or they were kind of awkward, or they went through like a weird phase, and maybe in their 20s is when they blossomed. Look, everybody went through a phase at one point where because unless you were just slaying pussy in high school, you probably were really fucking horny as those hormones hit you, and you had no way to get the poison out without masturbating. And that was high school for most people, unless you were just slaying puss. So, yeah, I mean, all of us kind of went through at least some period of being an incel where we were like sexually frustrated, awkward teenagers just trying to bust a nut and not being able to. So I guess there's that. I think the problem is, let's say, like you say, you were a late bloomer. You grew to 6'4" after high school, and then you started becoming shredded, and I assume you're just slaying pussy, but you can identify with incels, but you really can't, because you were a late bloomer. Maybe you had like a slow start, but by your mid-20s you're 6'4" and shredded, so you're fine. You don't know what it's like to be a guy in his late 30s or 40s who's never been kissed, who anytime he tries to talk to a woman is told they're a creep and gets the cops called on them, as she makes up some story about how he like tried to rape her or something just because he's ugly and she doesn't want to look at him anymore. You know, like that kind of you don't know what that's like. You can't know what that's like. So, you know, there's a limit. You can intellectually sympathize. Just being like, imagine being hideously ugly. What would that be like? But you'll never really know. Which is fine, honestly. The problem is if you're like hideously ugly and no one would fuck you, like even if you like tried to pay them, they wouldn't take your money. They're like, no, you're too ugly. I can't even fuck you for money. Like, you're that ugly. You're like the Elephant Man. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you could get plastic surgery. You could, I don't know. You could wear a Halloween costume to an orgy. You could put on a gimp suit. Put on a gimp suit and go to an orgy and just be the gimp. Or you could be a furry. Like, I mean, Voodoo was talking about how he fucks people in fursuits who are fat by his own admission. And he just doesn't know what they look like in their little fursuits. He's put on a fursuit and get all that sweaty fucking yif pussy you can handle in your fursuit. And nobody can tell how hideously ugly you are. As long, just make sure you groom your genitals. So you have nice, pleasant looking genitals. And then nobody can see how hideously ugly you are. There you go. That's... I don't know. Like, it's like people... You ever have somebody who had like a real problem and you're trying to sympathize with them? Oh yeah, I've been through something like that. And like, no, you haven't been through anything approximating what they've been through. And your attempts to equate what you've been through to what they're going through makes you sound really stupid. There's that. Like, imagine a friend, maybe somebody comes up to you like, hey, Squeegee, man, I'm a 40-year-old virgin and I've never felt the touch of a human being in kindness, and I just feel unloved and unwanted, and the world would be better off if I were dead. What do you have to say about that? And you're like, wow. When I was in high school, I wasn't 6'4" and shredded. So I know what that feels like. But luckily, I became 6'4" and shredded after high school. And now I'm slaying pussy. It's like, you understand?
Right, at
understand?
that point, you're better off giving him a long hug and just say, I'm here for you, man. That's better than try to pretend to be relatable.
You understand? Like, they're not the same. They're not even close to the same. Like, a few frustrated years in your teens and 20s where you weren't getting laid doesn't help you understand what somebody who's in, like, they're having a midlife crisis while being desperately alone and hopeless. Your dry spell in your 20s isn't going to help you empathize with that level of hopelessness. All right.
Walking Jizz Fountain donated $5. Weren't Phoenicians Middle Eastern? Like modern-day Lebanon.
Probably. Well, the Mediterranean, I don't know if you knew this, it's like there's a north and a south and an east and a west. So to the north and the west you have Europe, to the south you have Africa, and to the east you have the Middle East. But it's all the Mediterranean. They're all the same. Now, we associated, like, Arabs as, like, oh, Arabs are totally different than, like, Greeks and Turks are totally different. They're not that different. Arabs and Turks and Greeks are kind of the same thing. It just, the Greeks aren't Muslim, but that's a religious difference. It's not a actual ethnic difference. They're all like, and you tell somebody who's Greek and like Turkish, like, I'm not Greek, I'm Turkish, or I'm not Turkish, I'm Greek, and they get like super violently angry because of the animosity. But like genetically, they're kind of the same people, like Russians and Ukrainians. They're like the same people.
Oh, speaking of which, remind me of a post shared by someone before just online about how stupid and geographic blind the average American is. Where someone from the Middle East was talking about the conflict between Israel and Palestine, right? And then they shared some dumb American just in the part of the crowd just said, "But aren't they all from the same region? Aren't they kind of more or less the same?" Every Israel and Palestine will be outraged at that.
Well, so Israelis aren't Middle Eastern; they're European. So that Israel is a colonial state. Basically, it's like Europe. It was European Jews taking over the Middle East, taking it away from the Palestinians, who were there first. Now, before they were Palestinians, they were just Syrians, because when the Romans destroyed Judea, they renamed the land Syria Palestine. But just because there was no country called Palestine doesn't mean there weren't Syrians living on that land called Syria Palestine. Anyway, it's dumb. But yeah, they're not the same people. The Israelis are European. They think that that's the land that God gave Abraham thousands of years ago, so it belongs to them, even though they haven't lived there for thousands of years. There's like the Sephardic Jews and there's other group, but the Ashkenazi Jews, they're like European. That's why that's where the whole fellow white thing comes from. It's because they are white. They're just white people with big noses. But they're somehow anti-white. It's like, again, going back to all this ethnic bullshit. It's like Ukrainians versus Russians. They're like the same people, but they hate each other. And then you have like Greeks and Turks that are all like, they all share the same genes, but they hate each other. You have fucking Ashkenazi Jews and Europeans, like the same fucking people, like, but no, they're totally different. Not really. You're like, what, 30% Jewish, 70% European? Oh, fucking, I hate white people. Gotta kill them all. Like, what do you do? Kill 70% of your own body? You're gonna, you're gonna be a torso? You're gonna cut off all the white parts of your fucking body? It's so dumb. But whatever. People are stupid.
White Not So Kadolf was right donated $5. White Nats aren't racist. My second wife is black. My first white wife divorced me and took my kids. I won custody of my 2 sons. The bitch has my 2 daughters over $150K in court fees. Lost my house in Missouri. My black wife took me in when had no place to stay. We first met in a church 7 years ago. I have 2 kids with her. Her family is cool, but it was hard to explain to them I why a swastika tattoo. I love that woman. She cooks every day and fucks me more than my old wife.
Alright, you are a special breed, my friend. So you're a Nazi.
Well, if everything he says is true,
to a black woman.
If everything he said is true, he's an exception to not the rule.
I mean, that's cool that you're totally okay with, race mixing and marrying a black woman, and but you're also a Nazi the Nazis are pretty famous for believing in racial purity and Aryan superiority. So
I'm pretty sure a lot of them would reject him.
Yeah, pretty sure. If you go to the Nazi party, don't bring your black wife and your mulatto kids with you. They won't be warmly received. But that's fine. Look, I'm glad there's tolerant Nazis who are all about race mixing and black wives. I don't think you're the majority.
There's a saying on the internet: "Don't ask a white nationalist the color of his girlfriend's skin."
Yeah, look, it's whatever, man. Um, I don't know.
Well, I
I
think
don't
this
know.
much may be true. This much may be true. Attractive women can more or less transcend the skin color for a lot of guys. They just their horniness takes over.
As long as she doesn't have gorilla face and she's like not a bitch, like she's feminine. Again, it's mostly African American women that are like giant bitches. The African women, especially the East African women, are fine. It's not about the skin. It's about your entitled cunt attitude and your disgusting gorilla face and the fact that you're morbidly obese. It's mostly those things. It's not the color of your skin. Like fat entitled white women, not a fan either. It's not a skin thing. It's more of a you're a giant bitch. Anyway, I don't know, man. Like I'm glad you're a very tolerant Nazi. I'm just not sure you're you're representative of Nazis in general. Like I'm glad you are not a racist and that your second wife is black and you got, you got two kids and you love you're just burning that coal like there's no tomorrow. That's awesome, but I don't think the other Nazis. I don't think you're like normal. I don't think the other Nazis will be like, "Oh yeah, we all have black wives. What are you talking about?" Yeah, it's great. Yeah, fucking white power, right up in that black pussy. Look, I support it. Like fucking fuck the squaws, man. But I don't think the other Nazis are gonna be supportive of your lifestyle. I think they might consider you a race traitor. I don't know, you're watering down the bloodline or whatever the fuck. Or maybe they're cool with it. Maybe it's okay when guys do it. Maybe it's like when white women date black guys, that's a race traitor. But when a white guy dates a black girl, that's good. Maybe, I don't know. But I would disagree that to say white nats aren't racist. Other than you, I'm going to take everything you're saying at face value. Other than you, every Nazi I've ever known has been a racist. Every single one. Other than you. You're the only Nazi I've ever met who's like totally cool with black women and having mixed race kids. Like, it's just you. So maybe there's like a pocket. There's like a special kind of Nazi that's super cool with like black people and race mixing, and that's a you thing. Or maybe there's like a little group. Maybe it's just you and your buddies, and you form like the neo Nazis, like the ultra neo Nazis. It's even more new than the other ones, and you're super progressive and you're totally down for race mixing. But most
Neo Nazis, squaw fucking division.
Well, but they have to be the neo Nazis, like ultra neo, because you can't just be. You got to be the new Nazis. I don't know, man. I don't even know anymore. Sometimes I think the world is just a dream, and not even like a pleasant, enjoyable dream. It's just kind of like a slog, and I just don't even know anymore.
Acquire Zeal donated $5. George Washington Carver, the guy who invented peanut butter, was a chemist who was working on preventing another Dust Bowl. He found that legumes like peanuts replenish the soil, but they couldn't be sold for much money. He invented peanut butter to increase demand for peanuts so that farmers could implement crop rotation without taking a financial hit.
Yeah, I mean, we all learned that. Like, I mean, you know how many Black History Months I've lived through? I've learned all about, I forgot his name, but yeah, I learned all the history of the peanut and Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King and all the shit. It's just, again, I'd rather celebrate great men. And that's the worst part is, like, every year we have Black History Month shoved down our throat, but then we don't learn about, like, really cool shit in history because we're too busy pandering to different demographic groups for political reasons. So there's not enough time in the year to celebrate great men. We got to celebrate vaginas and black skin and fucking each other in the ass. Those are the important things we have to celebrate. It's just dumb. I don't care. Like, you celebrate whatever the fuck you want. I just think it's dumb. I am personally against it.
Walking Jizz Fountain donated $5. Alexander Pushkin's grandfather was black. He was taken from modern-day Cameroon to North Africa because it was illegal to sell Muslims into slavery and his village was pagan. From there he was taken to Turkey because as a child he was intellectually gifted and had a knack for languages and quickly picked up the language of any land he was taken to. He was unintentionally feeding information to a Russian spy in the Turkish Sultan's court, and when the spy was discovered by the Turks.
Oh, I bet there was more to the story. Sounds like
There's more.
very interesting story. Oh, here we go. Yeah, but there is a part 2.
Walking Jizz Fountain donated $5. The spy went missing. Before the Russian spy went missing, he told the Tsar's informants that he was getting this information from this black slave child. So the Russians sailed to Turkey and kidnapped the child, and he was adopted by the Tsar and sent off to military school in France to learn modern military tactics and technology, because at the time Russia was at least 50 to 100 years behind at the time.
Oh my god, this is like the full-on... We're getting the full 30-minute Putin history lesson this time.
Interesting. There was that one black slave child.
Yeah.
Walking Jizz Fountain donated $5. The child not only taught the Tsar different languages that he'd picked up on his travels. He learned tactics and technology in France that was then brought back to Russia, and spent his time modernizing Russia's military and building forts as far as right next to the border of China, which from what I understand might still actually exist today. And he did this despite being kicked out and exiled because of his skin and foreign origins, and died right before Napoleon's invasion of Russia.
See, what is modern Black Americans' excuse? Sometimes if you have a bit of a right opportunity, a little black slave child can do so much for history.
Yeah, that's a really cool story. But you know,
And I don't think he was from Ethiopia.
Or Cameroon.
He was from Ethiopia. No, he was from Ethiopia.
Yeah. But Rosa Parks didn't get off a bus.
Oh god.
Oh man, they need to make another movie based on that. That's the important.
Just imagine, a military general and his 6'8" fucking kids are. That's how life would be.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just because, like, I don't know. Like, black people deserve role models, but you can't just hold up Rosa Parks or the guy who invented peanut butter. Like, here you go. He invented peanut butter. That's pretty cool, right? I'm like, I guess. But, I mean, is it worthy of a holiday?
No, it's not.
I mean, peanut butter. I love peanut butter, but it's like, so there's a lot of things I love. Like, what about we got to celebrate this guy. He invented, I don't know, like this guy wrote a TV show you like. Isn't that cool? Like, yeah.
Well, what about the inventor jelly or jam? I don't see big celebration for him.
Right. Like, I don't. Anyway, it's dumb. Oh, there's a outro. We got to do the epilogue.
Walking Jizz Fountain donated $5. Dude led an amazing life that likes of which novels can only hope to mimic.
Yeah, that's there's sometimes some people live such crazy lives that it sounds fake. But then it's like, yeah, that shit really happened. And those are the great men that get like statues made of them and holidays named after them because they lived such amazing lives and did so many amazing things. And they don't need fucking generic months celebrating their ethnicity. because they have actual heroes in their history they can look
The
towards.
thing is, if you would have fucking walked up to this guy and asked him, "What are you?" He would tell you, "I'm Russian." He wouldn't be fucking, "Oh, I'm
Oh,
black
I'm
and proud."
black.
Like,
I'm
no,
keeping
it
it
was like,
real.
"I'm fully fucking Russian. That's it. Go fuck yourself."
Yeah, well, it's fine. I'm more sad. It's not like I'm mad about Black History Month and the celebration of mediocrity. I'm just saddened that like there's potential. There's all kinds of potential, and it's just being squandered for low-hanging fruit and celebrations of immutable traits like skin color and genitalia or who you fuck, and it's just like so dumb. It's so dumb. It's all fucking stupid, but whatever. If you like Black History Month, enjoy your peanut butter.
Munked Nice donated $5. Rape has increased the last 10 years in Norway, the greatest in the main capital Oslo, 70% increase. The liver liquor with a rainbow necklace means it is the porn. Bekos violent video games discussion thought os nothing. New porn includes more groundbreaking like strangling, the cunt.
No, that is a lie. That is a fucking lie. If you're telling me
Well, they can't blame the real cause.
yeah, if you tell me that the reason for a 70% increase in rape is due to porn and violent video games and not the immigration of rapists from Africa and the Middle East into your country, I'm going to call absolute fucking bullshit. Absolute
Of course it is.
bullshit.
Japan has one of the lowest. Japan has one of the lowest
chills.
rape rate, and one of the biggest porn industry.
Ignore these super chats. Paid chills. Paid chills. Also, just really quickly, I would like to thank Waldo Lonsborough Seaman, a scientist at BF Goodrich in Arkin, Ohio. He invented the formula for discovering TPE, which is used in the sex dolls that we like.
What was his last name again?
It was. Hold on.
Was it really Seaman?
Yeah, it was Semon. So Simon. So yeah.
You can't see the face I'm making, but I'm making a face right now, and you probably are too.
Yep. The
for a
history
second.
of thermoplastic materials can be traced back to 1926 when Waldo Lonsbury Seaman, a scientist at BF Goodrich in Arkin, Ohio, invented plasticized polyvinyl chloride, PVC. Seaman's innovation piqued widespread interest into flexible plastics and their potential applications.
Oh, so TPE
Seriously,
comes from PVC.
When you first bring it up, I saw you're thanking this famous person Seaman. I said, what? You're thanking his semen? Who did he conceive? What child did he have?
No. So basically, thermoplastic elastomers, which is like TPE, were introduced in the commercial market in the 1950s and became popular almost immediately. TPE materials offered some truly unique things to the market, a blend of the most beneficial properties, both rubber and plastic, allowing for a broader range of product design. Especially attractive in many industries, like is the soft rubber-like feel of TPE. TPE is an excellent choice for applications where comfort is important. Everyday examples include hairbrushes and toothpaste handles. TPE has also become popular in the medical and dental industries.
Yep. Okay, well, there we go. So
there you go.
Thank you, Waldo Seaman, for giving us waifus. The irony of your last name will not be forgotten. All right. Oh, we got more
Truly
of the
a gentleman of honor.
We got more coal-burning Nazi lore to uncover.
White Not So Kadolf was right donated $5. My kids watch anime and streamers like Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, Sneeko. I have them read Mein Kampf. My mulatto kids want to learn about their European history. They know German, English, Spanish. One of them got detention for saying gays will burn hell in a private Christian school based. My wife won't let my kids hang out with their black cousins. She says they are ghetto. I want them to experience good black culture. Do you know where good black culture is, TFM, or is it all Marxist shit, TFM?
Oh man, so here's the problem. The only place I've ever seen, basically, blacks need to get away from other blacks to have good culture. I mostly seen it in the military. A lot of black guys, they join the military to get out of the ghetto, and you know they have families and everything, but they adopt the military culture as their culture. So it's like when you remove black people out of the ghetto, they have kind of like an identity crisis, because people kind of need to belong to something. But if you have the military there, black people will sometimes adopt the military culture as their culture, and they'll do that. Oh shit, my internet just went out. Well, shit. Is it gonna come back? Oh, it can't. Okay. Well. Oh, there we go. Wow, that was dumb. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. It's so frustrating. I spent so much money on this fucking internet, and it still goes down. Anyway, so to repeat myself, the military, from what I've seen, is kind of like where black people go to get away from the ghetto, because they get away from the shitty blacks in the ghetto, but they need some kind of, you need a culture to fill the void. If you don't adopt the ghetto thug black culture, you need a different culture to kind of fill that hole. So what I've seen a lot of black people do is they join the military and they adopt military culture as their culture, which is fine. Military culture is fine, but they're like super like oorah, go army type of people, because they're like, people need a kind of a sense of identity and a sense of culture and belonging to something bigger than themselves. So they latch on to the military. But the military culture isn't really a black culture. I mean, maybe it is now, because they're really trying to push diversity in the military. Maybe it's becoming more black, but then again, that might be a bad thing. If they might be watering down military culture in order to attract more black people, rather than helping black people assimilate to military culture and get away from the black culture. So I don't know. Black culture used to not be shit. Like before the 60s, black culture was based on Southern culture, and then there was a little bit of jazz, a little bit of like, you know, bluegrass and country kind of music. It was more like, but like that kind of redneck Southern country culture. That used to be the black culture before it got all like about crime and ghettos and bitches and drugs. So yeah, but if you're not Southern, I wouldn't recommend pushing Southern culture on your family. Just, you know, if they want to embrace their European side, that's fine. I mean, Europe is becoming more brown. Your kids might be more European than a lot of Europeans these days, because all the fucking immigrants they got going on over there. So yeah, but yeah, the problem is you can embrace the whole African aspect, but Africa sucks. Everybody recognizes that Africa sucks. Then the military isn't black. It's more of a neutral culture that black people tend to gravitate to kind of fill the void after they leave the ghetto. So I can't really answer that. Sorry. Maybe some of the things I said got your noggin jogging, but I don't have anything to necessarily add, unfortunately. I hope I wish black people would have a positive culture, but they really went deep into the thug and the thought and the crime and the welfare dependence, and I just think it's endemic at this point. And they don't have a national culture because, you know, like African immigrants have a national culture because they're from nations in Africa, but African Americans don't have a national culture. So yeah, it's pretty bad. I don't know how to fix it other than get rid of the welfare and take women's rights away. All right.
Sebastian De La O donated $6. Re-F-ucking the squaws. Why doesn't Israel screw all the Palestinian women and assimilate these folks? Are those Jewish men up to the task? Also boycott Mexican beer.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing the British did. So the British never fucked the squaws either. The British, like the Spanish would fuck the squaws, the Romans fuck the squaws, but British and Jews, they think that they're superior and that they don't want to fuck the squaws. So yeah. That's the long and short of it. Good old racism. No one wants to get down into the dirt and fuck the squaws, so they want to segregate and isolate and colonize, but they don't want to fuck the squaws. You gotta close the loop. Close the loop. Oh God.
Man who sold the world donated $5. Can you explain what executive presence is? Is it the business equivalent of holding frame?
Yes, that's what it looks. I've never heard executive presence. So here's what, according to Google, what is executive presence? Executive presence is the ability to articulate thoughts clearly, influence and lead a team, impress interviewers, and make progress in your corporate career. Yeah, it's basically charisma. So they redefined charisma as executive presence. Like, why not just say charisma? That's what you're describing. So it's a fucking word magic, man. Goddamn word magic. Yeah, it's just being charismatic. That's all. So dumb. I hate people who just take words. They're like, here's a perfectly good word. I'm going to redefine it as something else for no reason.
Mike Microwave donated $5. Just wanted to chime in and declare women shouldn't be allowed in the gym. There were more slits than usual, and the only space I could look at between sets to avoid being a TikTok creep was the TV. But the TV had on women's college basketball. I had to pretend I was into women's basketball to avoid landing in some slut's Instagram. I also hate having to have my phone face the ground to avoid any accusation that I was sneaking creep shots.
Yeah, so women, the funny thing is women are going to the gym for attention. They want attractive men to flirt with them and hit on them. But then they want the unattractive men to leave them alone and disappear. But you have to read their mind to know which is impossible, but women are stupid. What do you want? So, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I don't have any advice. I have a home gym because I don't want to deal with that shit. I don't like, if there's a gym within walking distance, that's fine. Like if it's like a neighborhood gym, but like driving to a gym and then driving home like it's an errand to run, that I don't have time for that shit. Especially if there's like traffic. Like I don't want to sit in traffic to go to the gym. But yeah, you could, if you assuming you have options, find like an old-timey kind of grimy gym. You know, if you go to like a fancy, like go to a boxing gym, a gym for like, you know, an old school gym, because women aren't going to go to that. They want to go to the well-lit, you know, Planet Fitness, you know, LA Fitness, those types of, you know, ones with like bright lights and they're all modern. That you want to go to a gym that has like decades old equipment that's just literally metal. None of this gay pulley shit. You want like a bench press bar with just barbells and metal clanging, and that's it. Just metal. And it's all dirty and dark. And there's like military flags everywhere. But no mirrors. Just military flags and skulls. You want to go to like Grim Dark Fitness. Alright.
Sebastian De La O donated $5. Joe Biden wants to give $61 billion to Ukraine. $10 billion to Gaza and $14 billion to Israel. Where will the USA get this money? If we want to help Gaza stop giving money to Israel, boycott Mexican beer.
Yeah, we're going to give $14 billion to Israel to bomb Gaza and then give $10 billion to Gaza to, like, I don't know, as like bandages for all the wounds that Israel's giving them. It's so dumb. Where are they going to get the money? They're going to print it. That's where the government gets its money. So again, the government has bond auctions, and the commercial banks buy the bonds, and then the Fed buys the bonds off the banks through a loan. So the Fed is buying the Fed is giving the government printed money. They're monetizing the debt. But they're using the banks as an intermediary. That's all that's going on. So yeah, we're going to print it, and we're going to disguise the inflation through price controls, and we're going to act really surprised when there are shortages. Because, shortages, who could have seen this coming? What? But number go down, TFM. There can't possibly be shortages, because number go down. Oh, you keep saying the market's manipulated. That's just a cope because number go down. But yeah, it's all going to get worse.
Transformational Synergy donated $5. Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Chapter 36, 1 of 2. The calamities of Italy had gradually subdued the proud consciousness of freedom and glory. The decline of the arts reduced the industrious mechanic to idleness and want, and the senators, who might support with patience the ruin of their country, bewailed their private loss of wealth and luxury. Transformational Synergy donated $5. Decline and Fall, Chapter 36, 2 of 2. As new lands were allotted to new swarms of barbarians, each senator was apprehensive lest the arbitrary surveyor should approach his favorite villa, or his most profitable farm. The least unfortunate were those who submitted without a murmur to the power which it was impossible to resist. Since they desired to live, they owed some gratitude to the tyrant who had spared their lives.
Well, yeah, at that point they were already broken and conquered. So, but again, they only cared about their own wealth. They didn't care about like what's happening to their empire, and eventually they lost. And eventually they got conquered, and all their stuff got taken anyway, and none of that mattered. All right, let's move on.
Schwartz Kaiser donated $5. TFM. Since we got to hear the lyrics of Sweet Corn Love, can you close the show later with that song for old time's sake?
Yeah, I'll do that. That sounds like a fun idea because just as a reference. It is obviously I like the song, but it's got like chibi DDJ in it. So it's like, but they're all outdated. Like Kuroi's already left the show, but he's still part of the intro because it was made back when he was part of the show. So, God, every time I update the intro, like the lineup changes, and I can never stay on top of it. But I'll go ahead and play that for the outro. All right.
Walking Jizz Fountain donated $5. Most Israelis responsible for the nation-state of Israel originate from a band of converts from Khazaria, which is Eastern Europe. There are Yemeni Jews, Moroccan Jews, and Ethiopian Jews as the latest additions, but the nation-state of Israel is a concoction of colonists from Khazaria, which is largely the group of people we speak about when we say it's the Jews.
Okay.
White Not So Kadolf was right donated $5. Did you get my second super chat anyway? My kids have good grades, know how to shoot and take care of the chickens around the barn. My two oldest teach my youngest to avoid the woke shit. My wife is worried the youngest might become gay. I'm doing my best to keep them from watching American TV, TikTok, and keep them in private Christian school. I do have money if have to bounce from the USA. I would move to East Europe but the wars. I might not be able to. Everywhere else is woke or a war zone.
That's true, and there's a reason. Basically, the cathedral, they want to rule the world. So if you won't bend the knee and you won't accept feminism and butt sex, then they'll turn your country into a war zone. So that's everything is woke or a war zone because the cathedral is making it so. It sounds like, look, I know I've been like, giving you a hard time. I've never met a Nazi who's like, into black chicks and has like mixed race kids and is like totally cool with it. I'm glad. I'm happy for you. I don't think you're normal. I don't think the other Nazis will agree. Like, oh yeah, that's great. You get them. You colonize the African woman and have your kids. I don't know. The Nazis I've always met, they're very, very, very racist. Very racist. So, but maybe it's just only when black guys fuck white women. But then when white guys fuck black women, that's totally different. But then they don't usually date black women. They're usually very, very against race mixing. Unless it's Asian women. For some reason, Nazis are okay fucking Asian women. But then again, Japan was Hitler's ally. So maybe they get a pass. Maybe because the Japanese were allies of Hitler in World War II, they get a special exemption from the race mixing ban. But yeah, look, you sound like a good father who's doing right by your kids. The whole racial thing and being a Nazi thing aside, it sounds like you're a good dad who's trying to raise your kids right. But this also shows it's not a genetic thing. And even if it is, you clearly made an impression both as a mentor figure and genetically that your kids aren't ghetto shit trash. Your kids are getting good grades and they're learning and they have pride in themselves and whatever. Despite being half black, they're actually going to turn out all right. And, there you go. It took literally one generation. Somebody jumped on the grenade and took one for the team. And now you have, perfectly fine, perfectly normal, upstanding, young black kids. That's all it takes. They're not running around raping women and committing crime and holding their guns sideways. They're doing it right because somebody gave a shit and believed in them and wasn't racist, even though they were a Nazi, which is still weird. I'm not going to say that's not weird, but good for you.
Walking Jizz Fountain donated $5. He was from Cameroon, horse twat. He said Ethiopia because at the time in the Eastern world and a lot of Europe there was no distinction between Africa and Ethiopia, but when he gave the name of his actual village there's no record of it ever existing in Ethiopia. But there's only one village in Africa with that name and it's in modern-day Cameroon in West Africa, where North African Muslims were known to have conducted raids for the explicit purpose of capturing slaves.
Well, yeah, that's the problem, is a lot of times the concept of nationality was very blurred because there weren't, agreed upon, well-defined borders. You just kind of belonged in the general area of this, so it's okay, what is this, what is that? So, yeah, makes sense to me. Your story checks out as far as, I'm concerned. I think Jitsi crashed. That's why everybody's quiet. Just it is what it is. It's always something. The cyber attacks never stop.
Never Again donated $5. They say dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, I've never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, and when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. Ooh, ooh, ah.
Jesus Christ. Alright, yes, that was Dance Monkey by Tones and I. So that was Celestina's rendition of Dance Monkey. She's not exactly the VTuber we deserve, but she's the VTuber we get.
Sam the Man donated $5. Dude, what's up with Waldo, man? He's always getting lost and going to Candy Cane World. It's like, bro, you're just asking to get lost. Like no one has time for your shit, Waldo. Next time you go to these weird worlds, no one's going to look for your dumbass. Goddamn you, Waldo.
Yeah, the Where's Waldo stuff. There's a horror video game that's based on Where's Waldo called Find Larry, where there's like a serial killer subplot to it, where you're like stalking Larry and he's trying to get away from you. So it's an indie game. You could get it on Steam if you're into Where's Waldo. If that was your favorite game growing up, or you like the books, you can look for people in a video game for a couple minutes. It's not a very long game, just so you know. All right, we got two more, and then we'll roll out.
Meg Tao Brony donated $5. Oh no. You said the not C word too many times in a row. And PayPal sent me a notice that I can't add funds to MGTOW TV. I'm pretty sure there is more to this, but that is what happened on my end. And there are only a few more bits in my .tv account. And I'm feeling sad now. Still, I will celebrate Waldo Simon for helping me truly live the waifu life. Ooh. Keep on smiling.
So I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Like, I fully expect. Look, AMR is doing his best. It is an election year. I'm sure that there's gonna be bullshit happening between, the whole misinformation, cancel culture stuff, and whatever's going on with the cyber attacks. I've heard from people who can't donate via MGTOW.tv, but they can add money via GiveSendBro. And it might be website specific. I mean, maybe AMR could work something out where if you can't add funds to your MGTOW.tv account, he can set something up where you can donate via GiveSendBro to a centralized account, and then you could access those funds on MGTOW.tv from GiveSendBro. I don't know, but it's a cat and mouse game. It's a cat and mouse game, and they're gonna. Eventually, the day is going to come where they're going to shut everything down. And, unfortunately, the only way around that is to have some kind of international presence that can't be sanctioned or shut down or canceled. But the problem then becomes, people who live in America or Canada or whatever, they're using Visa, MasterCard, they're using Western bank and credit instruments, and they can't necessarily access, like Russian rubles or Chinese yuan or crypto or whatever. So I'm already emotionally prepared for me to wake up at any time and find out that I've been deplatformed, or that MGTOW.tv has been deplatformed, or that Subscribestar has kicked me off. I'm not looking forward. That day is inevitable. It's inevitable. I'm going to wake up one day and it's just going to be over. There's not, I'm going to be depersoned and all my stuff's going to get shut down and all my money's going to be locked up, and that's the way it's going to be. I mean, I know this show's been weird. This has been a weird show. We've mostly talked about, weird racial kind of subjects, which isn't normally what I do. My goal has always been to try to help people understand what's going on. Hopefully my insights have been helpful, but I've never been under any illusions that this is going to be like a permanent career, I'm trying to make whatever impact I can with the time that I have, with the understanding that I'm on borrowed time. You know, I made it through the last election. I made it all the way through 2020 without getting kicked off the internet, which I was already fully expected to happen. So here we are 4 years later. I'm still here. But, you know, it could happen this year. It could happen tomorrow. It could be happening right now. They're going to keep poking and poking until they cause whatever to happen. It's fine. I'm not going to be happy. I'm going to miss it, but I'm already emotionally prepared. I know how this ends. I'm just trying to do as much good as I can with the time that I have. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Maybe AMR can figure something out. We'll see. All right.
White Not So Kadolf was right donated $5. Good Blacks G's Owen Olympics Championship at Germany. He got praise from Adolf. He was set freer in Germany than the USA. 2 G's Lee Peterson talk show. Malcolm X. H.K. Edgerton, a black Confederate. On the racism, it came from KKK demo clans and skinheads. Nationalists did not believe that wiping a whole race was justified. Before that we had African and Arab SS troop. We was diverse before Democrat and had no segregation. In Germany had a 50% blood rule. No race is 100% pure.
I mean, that's cool, man. That's very like tolerant and accepting of you. To be like, yeah, fucking diverse Nazis. That's great. Like, that is very cool. I've never met a Nazi like you, so congratulations. You're the first Nazi I've met who wasn't a racist. Let me go through. So, some Olympian who Adolf said he liked, that's not really like, okay. I mean, I understand you're a Nazi and you love Hitler, but I don't think just like a black athlete that Hitler gave a thumbs up to qualifies him to be like an amazing hero that blacks should aspire to. Jesse Lee Peterson, he's a talk show host. Who gives a shit? Malcolm X was basically kind of like Magneto to MLK's Professor X. The problem with Malcolm X is later in life, he kind of sold out. He sold out. He was very like, I like his early attitude, but then he kind of sold out later in life. So that kind of tainted his legacy. It's like the old saying, you either die a hero, or you live long enough to become the villain. And that's kind of true of Malcolm X. H.D. Egerton, a black Confederate, like I've never heard that name. So, okay, so he was a black... Again, so what? What is that? How does that make him a hero? All right, so, yeah. Like, black people obviously need mentors and role models and heroes. But, I mean, hey, an athlete that Hitler liked and a talk show host and, like, that, none of these are that significant. Again, like, we need people who can inspire because they accomplish great things, not just like, hey, they're not a criminal. Like, yeah, that's like a bare minimum. Not being a piece of shit doesn't make you a hero. It just makes you not a piece of shit. All right. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're going to make it.
Mark Strong 537 donated $5. So they are saying that connection between the color red and sexual attraction may be a result of social conditioning. They said in ancient mythology and folklore, red is associated with fertility. Similarly, red was used as a symbol of fertility in the rituals of ancient civilizations. But TFM, why do I find red bikini on a gorgeous woman and nice as more attractive than say a blue or white or black bikini?
I'm surprised that you don't already know this, because this was taught in school. I learned this in school. So, the reason why you find red lipstick and red bikinis and red to be a sexy color is because when a woman is aroused, her sensitive areas will become red. So, like, when she's aroused, her cheeks will flush, her lips will redden, her breasts will redden, her vagina or her labia will redden as it becomes engorged in blood. As her nipples perk, they're gonna get a little redder. Like your skin changes color. Let me look at your dick. Don't let me look at it right now. Pull your pants down, look at your dick. And, when you have a boner, when you have a soft penis, your skin might be slightly more red because as the blood rushes to your penis, it's going to make your penis darker and more red from the blood. And the same thing is true of a woman's cheeks when she's aroused, or her genitals will become more red as her pussy gets engorged with blood and her clit becomes erect and her pussy opens up and starts like leaking fluid everywhere. That you're basically it is not social conditioning. It is an instinct that a reddening of the flesh goes hand in hand with sexual arousal. That's also why women wear blush. That's also why women wear makeup over their cheeks and nose to give them like a blushing texture. That's why it's attractive. That's why red lipstick is attractive. Like blushing cheeks, red lips, they denote arousal and it's attractive. Now, if you use blue or black, then you're going to look like you're either freezing to death or you're a goth. Like black lipstick is not attractive, and blue lipstick looks like you're a dead, frozen body. But red lipstick looks like you're horny. And, that's why it's attractive, because ultimately sexual attraction and just, what men find attractive in women are the same thing. What men find attractive in women is what makes them more sexual, or what denotes sexual compatibility and sexual desire. So now you know. All right, last one. Again, sorry Jitsi crashed.
Walking Jizz Fountain donated $5.
Well, hopefully we'll fix it someday.
Personally, I don't like Black History Month for the same reason that Morgan Freeman and T-Pain don't like Black History Month. It seems silly to relegate our entire people's history to a month, and the shortest month of the year at that. That said, there are a number of black slaves I can think of off the top of my head whose stories would amaze and entertain anyone who's willingly to actually listen to them on their own. But what are blacks focused on today? Not one of them, just bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. So if there was not necessarily a slave, but there was some black person who did something amazing, that person should have a holiday made after. It doesn't have to be a nationally recognized holiday. You could, like I joked about celebrating the birthday of the guy who invented peanut butter and making that national. It probably already is National Peanut Butter Day. But I'm just saying, like, take that day and turn it into if you look on a calendar, every day there's some stupid holiday that no one cares about. There's like National Cherry Pie Day and National Bring Your Cat to Work Day and all this other dumb shit. So find out like a holiday that has something to do with somebody black that actually matters and did something that isn't just like the color of your skin. So National Peanut Day, National whatever day. And then start celebrating it. Be like, hey, it's happy National Peanut Day, and John Washington Carver or whatever his name was, who invented peanut butter. He was black and he was a chemist, and he helped prevent the Dust Bowl, and he made farms more profitable, and he created this delicious confection called peanut butter that we use in all these things, and there you go. Like, but you're not celebrating black people. You're celebrating a great black man. Now, peanut butter is not really that important in the grand scheme of things, but I'm just using this as an example because I'm pretty sure there's already a national day of peanut butter on the calendar at some point. So you don't even have to do anything. You just have to start celebrating it. As far as like other historical figures, like you say, there's these slaves that live these amazing lives and did all kinds of cool shit. obviously those people don't have a holiday already. This is why I recommended like a Catholic saint who's African, because they already have a day. Like, I'm sure every saint has a day, so you have to find that day and start celebrating it. And just like, so the Irish, like St. Patrick's Day was a big Irish holiday, but like it had to start somewhere. So like just decide to celebrate these holidays celebrating great black men all throughout the year. Instead of being like, okay, it's Black History Month, let's learn about Rosa Parks who didn't want to get off the bus, and Martin Luther King, and the guy who invented peanut butter. And, oh, it's fucking March. Forget about that shit. It's stupid. The whole idea is stupid. And it's also insulting. Not because, like, every other month is White History Month. It's because the whole concept of a racial history month it's basically a confession that nobody is worthy of respect or admiration. So we're just going to give you a blanket day or month to celebrate your skin color. It's just insulting and pathetic. And there are, like, I mean, are there a lot of black heroes that are on par with, like, other great men throughout history from other groups? Maybe, maybe not. But even if there are, like, again, there's already, you know what, I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up, because I don't know. I'm going to look up National Peanut Butter Day. It's probably a thing. What day is National Peanut Butter Day? It is January 24th. Let's see. Inventor of peanut butter birthday. I'm going to see if it's the same day. It might be the same day. Maybe it's not. Okay, it doesn't say. Let's see. George Washington Carver birthday. I'm going to see if it's the same day. It doesn't say. When was his birthday? Okay, he doesn't even know. It says that his birthday is unknown, but he might have been born in January or June in 1864, so they don't know. But, go with January 24th because it's National Peanut Butter Day. Or, and I'm not going to look up an African Catholic saint and look up their day. But, like, just find people worthy of respect and admiration, note the day, and start celebrating yourself. Start sending Facebook messages. Hey, this is National Peanut Butter Day. Let's take a moment and acknowledge George Washington Carver, the African American botanist and inventor in the 1800s who invented peanut butter. And let's all raise a peanut butter cup in his honor. Thank you, George Washington Carver, for peanut butter. Praise be. And then you take a bite of your peanut butter cup, and then you move on with your day. That I have much more respect for that than like, hey, let's celebrate black people. Just in general. Aren't black people awesome? Like, how are they awesome? Shut up, racist. I'm genuinely asking, like, what's so awesome about black people? What did they do? Oh, that's racist. You can't... You're just supposed to smile and nod. You're not supposed to question. It's like, well, there we go. There we go. All right. Again, Jitsi crashed. So that's the end of our show. Everybody is unfortunately offline. But there we go. And you know what? I wonder if there might be more super chats. I'm going to hit refresh just to see. I have a sneaking suspicion that everything crashed and maybe it'll work. All right. Oh, there we go. Okay, so resetting did fix it, but there's no new donations.
Oh, hey, you're back.
Yeah, sorry. So Jitsi crashed, but refreshing the page worked. Looks like everybody
Actually,
else
you
left.
should have refreshed as soon as your other connection back. We were waiting in the room for a while because we saw all the platform stream came back after a hiccup. But then I guess I tried message you, but you didn't refresh, so you just went down without hearing any of it.
The other show when Jitsi crashed, it never came back. So I guess shame on me for not at least trying, but I assumed Jitsi went down like it did the other week. So I
No, it was just your connection had a hiccup.
Oh,
The room
okay.
was functioning fine for all of us. So next time, if you hit a quick disconnect or something, try refresh the room.
All
We
right.
usually wait around for a while. They already left.
All right. Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay.
Because I saw the portal still working normally after I refresh on my end, and my gameplay still shows, so I continue to play.
Yeah. Your gameplay was still working. I just thought Jitsi crashed, but apparently it was just the connection. I just had to refresh. So I'm sorry. You know, it's just been one of those days. I got Bob Marley's birthday wrong. I didn't refresh Jitsi. I'm just fucking up. I've lost my touch.
It's fine. Well, next time you know.
All right. Well, all right. That's our show. We made it. We made it somehow. We made it somehow in this crazy world. We talked mostly about. I guess it is Black History Month, so we do have. I guess this was the official Black History Month episode. So there you go. Now we talked about Black History Month, and we talked about Mali and slavery and Nazis who have black wives, which is still fucking weird. That's so weird. That would confuse the shit out of me. If I knew a guy, he's got Nazi tattoos, he's all fucking Hail Hitler, and then I go hang out with him and his family's black, I'm like, what the fuck? What's happening? What kind of opposite day bullshit is this?
It'll be a rare sight to behold.
All right, well, but good for him. Good for him. He found a way to channel his. I don't even know what to call it. He's not racist. He's a race mixing white supremacist. I guess that is one way to express your white supremacy, is to whitewash other races. That'll show them.
Well, I think for a lot of cultures, if for the man to marry a woman of a decent-looking, healthy, generally in good shape, a woman of another race and having family is okay, as long as he brings her back to his home and basically instill his culture and family value and all that. Mm-hmm. I mean, Chinese people are generally fine with men having other Asian wives as well, and then bring them back to China and settle down and have family and maintain their culture.
I guess.
But if it's their woman going out to marry other men and then take on their heritage and value and culture, that's a whole different story.
Oh, so it really is just one way. So you could be a white supremacist Nazi and have a black wife and half black kids, but then if a black man dates a white woman, oh fuck, fucking lynch him.
I'm pretty sure there are plenty of pure white supremacists or any hardcore nationalists in any country, but in general, just throughout history, it's understood that the man in charge of the family and carry on the heritage, the culture, the history of his nation, all that. The women are not the ones, the propagators of the future, the active doers to push the country forward and all that.
Yeah. All right, we got one last super chat, and then we're gonna go.
Monked Nice donated $5. What I tried to tell was rape has increased in Norway, and now cucks and lesbos try to blame porn for shit. I am not a sellout.
Oh, no, yeah. I assumed you were quoting something or just being, pointing something out. I think it was Voodoo, but he already left, so he can't apologize. I'll apologize for Voodoo. I'm sorry for judging you. Mate, oi. A dingo ate my baby. That's my Voodoo impression. Anyway, it's dumb.
Yeah, I would say. Otherwise, if everyone's being so pure about that, then throughout history, no country of men would want to take in war brides after after a big war conflict between tribes or nations throughout history.
So I made a video a while back. I talk about. So before I like the term squaw fucking better because it's more visceral and it explains the transaction. But before, this is like years ago, I talked about like using like interbreeding, and the white nationalists like fucking attacked me for that. So yeah, if you're like, oh, white nationalists aren't racist, look at me. Like, yeah, you're the exception, my friend. They're very much against race mixing generally. There might be exceptions like you, but you're the exception. But anyway, Monkton Nice. As far as blaming video games and porn for an increase in rape is fucking retarded, because Japan has they're the most sexually permissive culture in the world in terms of porn, and their like sexual assault rate and rape rate is basically non-existent. In fact, there's no correlation between porn and rape. And in most cases, it's the opposite. The more porn, the less rape.
Because men have an outlet.
Right, but there is also a correlation between increased rape and increased immigration from third world countries full of rapists. But of course, if a bunch of leftists, they're trying to find some. They can't deny the rapes are occurring, and that the rape statistics are going up. But they have to find a reason to blame something not the immigration that they support for the rape.
Well, another one just came in.
Walking Jizz Fountain donated $5. Can I ask economics questions next stream? I was wanting to ask about the necessity and theoretical role of government intervention to protect recourses from foreign interests and intervention.
Hello?
God. Fuck. Man. My mic was muted. I coughed and I muted my mic and I forgot to unmute my mic and I've been talking for like 5 minutes and my mic was muted the whole time. So I feel really fucking stupid. And for those of you who were sitting here in total silence wondering where I was, I coughed and muted my mic and I thought I unmuted it and I did not. And I'm sorry. Shit. Alright, so let me read this fucking shit over again. Because I totally didn't. Oh, God, annoying. I'm sorry. It's been one of those days. Everything's just gone shit. Okay, so the question was about the necessity and theoretical role of government intervention to protect resources from foreign interest and intervention. And I went on a 5-minute explanation about how free trade doesn't change according to scale. Like, laws of economics don't change according to scale. You should have the free flow of resources and labor in order to provide optimal efficiency. But because of governments, because of feelings, people don't like doing that. So if jobs are going to Mexico, labor should go to Mexico. American labor should go to Mexico. Instead of people sitting on their ass going on welfare, they should be immigrating to where the jobs are, even if it means going to a country like Mexico, because that's where the jobs are. Just as an example. Now, this is how it works within America. Like, if you live in Nebraska and the factory shuts down and there's no jobs, then you might get on a train or you might get a job in another state and move to another state. But people are wary of moving to a different country for a job. Unless it's like a big upgrade. They might move to another country if they're getting a huge pay raise. But if they're unemployed, they'd rather just go on welfare and look for another job rather than immigrate to another country. And also countries, they don't want to see their workers and citizens immigrating to other countries. They rather them stay in their country so they can get the tax revenue from, taxing their income. And also people, they don't want to upend their lives and chase jobs because even if their total standard of living is increased, because you have maximal, optimal efficiency in labor and resources, their actual take-home pay might go down. Their face value of their cost of living and their standard of living might go down, even if the actual value of their standard of living goes up. So let's say you're used to making $1,000 a week. And then your job shuts down, and in order to work in the same industry, you immigrate to Mexico. And you're working in the same job you were before, but now you're only getting paid $800 a week. So your income went down. However, in America, when you were making $1,000 a week, your cost of living was $700 a week. And in Mexico, your cost of living is $300 a week. So your actual total standard of living has gotten better, but your income has gone down. And because people feel rather than think, they perceive that this is bad. They'd rather have this is why we have 2% a 2% inflation target. It makes people feel like they're getting richer when they get a 2% raise every year, even though all they're doing is treading water or slightly losing to inflation. So anyway, to answer your question, foreign governments and intervention. So it's the prisoner's dilemma. And the prisoner's dilemma is where two prisoners committed a crime and they were isolated from each other, and the cops go to each prisoner and they try to make them an offer. If you rat out your buddy, we'll go easy on you. If you don't rat out your buddy, we're going to throw the book at you. So here's how the thing works. The cops don't have enough evidence to get the criminals on a major charge, but they have enough for a minor charge. So if neither criminal cooperates, they'll both do 6 months. If one criminal cooperates and turns state's evidence against his accomplice, and the other one denies everything and stays quiet, then that guy is going to do 5 years, and the guy who turns state's evidence will do probation. He'll do like 30 days probation. He'll be let off. No, he won't go to jail at all. If both of them confess, they'll each do 3 months. Now, basically the way this works is pretty much it's rational for you to always confess, even if because the punishment for you denying, because you can't talk to your accomplice. Your accomplice and you are isolated. You can't consult with your accomplice. So your accomplice has an incentive to rat you out, and if you don't also rat him out, you're going to go to jail for 5 years, and he's going to get probation. So it makes sense for you to rat each other out. So basically both parties will rat each other out. They'll both do 3 months. The cops are happy. They got a full confession from both parties. They're good. That's how that works. So that's basically, it's the free trade prisoner's dilemma. It works better for everyone if everybody allows the free flow of resources and labor. Everyone is better off. But if one person cheats and tries to withhold resources and labor domestically so they can get more tax revenue, and the other country allows the free flow of labor and resources, then all the labor and resources will flow out of that country towards the other country that's cheating, which will help that country at the expense of the other country that's actually playing fair. So the country that allows all their resources to flow away will have high unemployment, and if they don't give them welfare, and if the other country doesn't let them immigrate, because they want those jobs for their citizens, not for these immigrants to come over from this other country. So you'll have civil unrest and rioting and all that stuff. So that's the thing. This is why free trade agreements are formalized. In the real world, you have to have formalized free trade agreements because countries can't be trusted to not cheat and screw you over. Now, free trade is beneficial, but again, it has to be formalized. Otherwise, countries have an incentive to manipulate, to benefit themselves at your expense. And that's the role of government when it comes to... you have to have formalized free trade agreements, which benefit both countries as long as they're formalized. As far as, now you said prevent government intervention to protect resources from foreign interest and intervention. That's very, very vague and very broad. So protect resources, what does that mean? Are you talking about natural resources? Are you talking about intellectual property? Are you talking about corporate espionage? I mean, what are you talking about? That's not I don't know. So I don't know what you mean by protect resources. If you mean natural resources, well, environmental protection is a legitimate government function because the only alternative to government environmental protection is everybody suing everybody for environmental damages. So it's like if your pollution causes my shirt to become dingy, I should sue you for the cost of the shirt due to the pollution that you're creating. And it's a very inefficient way to get companies to act right, is by everybody suing them. So having a government, having governmental environmental protections is appropriate in that environment because it's just for the sake of efficiency. It could be done by the private market, but it's extremely inefficient. The problem is we go from, common sense environmental regulation to pushing an environmental communist agenda pretty goddamn quick. And that's the long and short of government is government has political incentives. And because they have power and power corrupts, you're going to have anti-government or you're going to have anti-economic policies driven by political incentives from corrupt politicians every time. The free market and private interests, there's competition in private sector, so they check each other. There's automatic checks and balances in the free market. There's not automatic checks and balances in politics because you have elections and you have the deep state. You have people who aren't even elected, but they're in the halls of power because they bribe people and they can make decisions and they're not accountable to anyone. In the free market, you vote with your dollars. And if nobody buys a product, that company loses money or goes bankrupt. And it doesn't matter. Nothing else matters. Unless that corporation can cry to the government and get a bailout, they're going to go bankrupt. And if they do cry to the government to get a bailout, that's the problem. The free market isn't working because the government is bailing out losers. So I think that answered your question. I don't know what you mean by protect resources, though. Oh, okay. You answered it. So let me just answer that.
Walking Jizz Fountain donated $5. Natural resources ideally. So if it's a situation where a foreign country enslaves leaders into debt they have no hope to repay and takes their billion or trillion dollar resources through corporations pennies on the dollar. In that situation, how would you protect against that?
Well, okay, so, I mean, it's basically what this is this is imperialism. So what the governments do is they offer the leaders. They're not offering the country or the people. They're offering the leaders. You will be rich, and we're going to rape your people, and we're going to enslave your people. But you'll be rich, and if the people try to overthrow you and kill you for what you did, you can go live in Florida. You know, we'll bust you out of there, and you could flee. And yeah, that's the problem is that corruption. The politicians who sell out their country to foreign interests for personal gain need to be publicly executed in the most painful way possible. When you sell your now I understand, like, hey, we're a poor country and we have like oil or gold or whatever, but we don't have the education or the engineering to get to these resources. We need like a foreign company to come. That's fine. You call the foreign company, like, hey, Exxon, we have oil. Would you like to drill it? And we'll split the profits. They'll say, yes, I would. Ta-da! There's no reason to take out loans. The reason why governments do that is they're trying to enslave you. And they use the loans as leverage to make sure that it's mostly to perpetuate the dollar, because they denominate the loan in dollars, which means there's built-in demand for dollars, which allows the West to export their inflation to these third world countries. That's the primary benefit. They don't care if you pay back your loan as long as you pay it back in dollars, because it creates artificial demand for dollars. So how do you defend against that? Basically, you make sure corrupt politicians don't sell you out. And if they sell you out, you rise up and you slay them. And then once you slay the leaders, you basically just say all the agreements this leader made are invalid. Any loans, any treaties that were erected by this leader, we don't give a shit. Now the problem is, one of two things will happen. The government that made these loans are either going to directly invade your country to take your shit, or they'll instigate a color revolution. They'll support your opposition financially or militarily to overthrow you. And then part of the agreement of their new puppet is to give them their money, look at what's happening in Ukraine. So we give Ukraine a bunch of money and weapons, but we also make them take out loans. So once they win, they defeat Russia, Ukraine doesn't even own their country anymore. BlackRock owns their country. Because, all this money was being fronted and loaned to Ukraine to fight this war. So even if they win the war, they've lost their country. But then that didn't even work out because they didn't even win the war. Russia won the war, so womp womp. But yeah, it's corruption. I mean, it shouldn't shock you that like Zelensky in Ukraine is deeply corrupt. But that's the common denominator. You have corrupt politicians selling out their country to foreign interests for personal gain. And they need to be executed. And if you're a poor country and some international, progressive bodies like, oh, would we like to give you loans? Like, I don't want loans. I mean, I'll take foreign aid if you want to, whatever, but I'm not going to owe you money. You don't take out foreign debts for stuff like, whatever. If you want to give me but that's why they do it. They do it to directly control your government and make you do, because if they own you, if you have a loan with them, that gives them leverage over you. that normally you tell them to go fuck themselves, but if you owe them a bunch of money, they might be like, "Oh, we're gonna call your debts if you don't do what we say, or if you do what we say, maybe we'll loan you more money, or maybe we'll renegotiate these terms, or whatever." But yeah, that's basically that. You have to have politicians who care about the country and the people. Who aren't just the best way to do that, frankly, isn't through democracy. It's basically through the ruling class has to see the people as an extension of themselves. And I don't know how to accomplish that necessarily. Because even with democracy, you can have people who don't give a shit about the people, who just use them as a way to stay in power through elections and voting and welfare distribution. But if the rulers see maybe, I don't know, like, they have to see the country as worthy of, like, they have to be able to put everything but their personal gain ahead of their personal gain. They have to put the country and the people ahead of themselves. You have to be a leader with legitimate character and virtue. And I can't think of a system which guarantees that. I don't know if anything guarantees that. But if you had a politician who actually had character and virtue and wouldn't sell his country out for money, that country wouldn't go into debt, and they wouldn't sell their natural resources to the West. But then again, if you have a really good leader with virtue, the West could just overthrow him in a color revolution by funding and arming the opposition. And there's always opposition. You could be the greatest leader ever. You're going to have opposition. So yeah, that's unfortunately everything. Look, power comes from violence. And the power of the United States is both military and economic. If you do what we say, we'll make you rich. If you don't do what you say, we'll kill you. And we'll blow up your family. And you can cry to the UN all you want. Nobody cares. No one will come and save. Russia and China won't save you. Nobody will save you. And we'll commit war crimes as far as the day is long, and nobody will stop us. What are you going to do about it? Sometimes countries do something about it, like the Taliban or the Houthis. Sometimes countries don't. Sometimes, it's a fucked up system. I mean, I'll be glad when the cathedral collapses and we have this multipolar world where countries can't just bully the world into doing whatever they want. Even though I live in America, and it's not like I'm benefiting from America being this bullying superpower. It's only the ruling class that's benefiting. Like, we're all getting screwed. Even though we're Americans, we should be benefiting from being the world superpower, except we're not, because we're getting screwed too, for the sake of the people at the top. So fuck them. All right. Sorry, I'm really sorry about muting my mic. I thought I unmuted it after I coughed, but it was apparently muted for like entire minutes at a time, and then Jitsi broke, and the Bob Marley birthday thing was wrong, and it's been one of those shows. So I'm going to go. It's one of those, sometimes in life, you just got to go to bed. Like, you're not going to be able to turn this day around. You're not going to be able to make up for it. Just take the L, go to bed, wake up tomorrow, start fresh. This is one of those times. So I'm going to go to bed, and I'm going to take the L, and we're going to start fresh tomorrow. So on that note, our sponsor, the Dollhouse, MetWeb, which is AMR's VPN and web hosting service, and Lucas the Mucus, the Meaning of Life, available on Amazon. So that's our show. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take care of yourselves. Stay safe. And we'll see you on Wednesday, unless we're canceled or MixTV is taken down, or there's cyber attacks, or the world ends. Then it's been fun. All right, so that's it. Take care of yourselves. See you next time.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
War. War never changes. In the current year, women have declared war on men. Men are not only guilty until proven innocent, but they are not even allowed to prove their innocence. In response to this warfare waged by women, known as feminism, men have sought refuge with waifus, artificial women able to satisfy a man's need for love and sex. Retailers like the Dollhouse began to spread, bringing waifus to men everywhere, freeing them from the enslavement of feminism. Get your waifu today from thedollhouse.com or dc.dollhouse.com if you're in the United States, before they're banned by feminism so they can control men once more. Go to thedollhouse.com and dcdollhouse.com to find your waifu today, before it's too late.
Sweet corn love, piano kakara,